Welcome, welcome everyone. It's the stream. Yes, that's right. Merry Christmas, everyone. I've got a new Christmas background, and I quite like this one, actually. Stream on Rumble and Kick, upload Streamlets to YouTube with links to Discord, Rumble, and Kick. Sure, we could do that. That would work. We were just talking before the stream about strategies for content, and I really appreciate the input. There was someone in YouTube chat earlier, Our Flame is Rising, who recommended less of the community stuff, and my entire community has said, no, fuck that. That's the good part. So I've got to sort of balance those inputs. And someone else did recently tell me, fuck the community stuff. Or not fuck it, but do a little bit less of it. It's a bit too much as well. So I think I want to try and find a way to optimize the two different kinds of content separately from each other. And I have some ideas to do that. So we'll look at that later. However, for now, let us focus on the topic of the show. Today we are talking about Tucker. And Lord fucking forgive me, we are going to watch a brief Nick Fuentes video. No, he's not hunting for cum this time, although I'm sure he is, just before and after the video. But the video itself, he's actually making commentary. Now, I've been told that there's no point asking the question, is Tucker fake? The answer is obviously yes. Maybe it is. Let's find out. Either way, we have that to do, and we have the Tucker Piers Morgan interview, which we only got a little bit of the way through. We'll get through more of that today. And I find that very interesting because it's commenting, it's not just an American and an Englishman discussing, but the Englishman is unfortunately horribly wrong about my own country that I can criticize him on. So Brits feel like they've got someone on their side in the interview, and Americans can get the information from someone who actually has a positive view, or at least a different view of the UK. So I think it's a good thing to go over. I have other news stories as well. So I think we will focus on Tucker first, on the Fuentes Tucker clip, and just see what he says. Just respond to it. And then we'll go through some of the other news stories. And then once we get through there, I don't have that many other news stories today. Once we get through those, we'll watch some of the interview and we'll just go as long as we feel like with that. Tucker's definitely the least fake mainstream talking head. The implication should be obvious. I think you mentioned earlier, or someone else did, that, yeah, the implication is that he's still very fake, but he's just the least. We're not going to talk about FNV. I do appreciate the input, maybe later, but for right now, I will move on. But if you just want to say something about FNV and you want me to give you an answer, save it for now, and we'll talk about it later. Quick reminder to all of you that have arrived since I said this. If you want to, the overlays that you can put on screen over me and over the background are now controlled via Cabalade in my community. The tits overlay needs to get to 10K because it's very special in order to happen, but that will put tits over the entire background. And then there's Plank, Druid, JF, lots of other overlays. Some of those are not valid overlays, and I will make a list so that you guys can see which ones are valid later. But any of them that are valid on there, if they get to 1.5K, then they will be applied. And you can denounce them, and if they go back down below 1.5K, they'll be taken off. So I put many of the applicable overlays on there already, and you can choose whichever one you want. So there's also, of course, User Plays if you want me to play a video game. Let's go on to the couple of memes that I have before we start here, just quickly. Yes, r/classical fascists. Rule 2, no racism allowed. We do not tolerate any kind of hate speech or racism here. Or r/classical fascists. Now it sounds dumb, doesn't it? Because Hitler was a fascist, or was he? Well, there's some debate, because it's similar to fascism. It's National Socialism. We think of it as fascism, but technically there is a distinction between the two. I think I haven't studied it deeply, but from what I've been told by people that have, Mussolini designed fascism, or at least modernized it or redesigned it, either way, and it's not quite the same as now, but they're very compatible. They're similar, but they're not quite the same. But then even then, is National Socialism necessarily racist? Is fascism necessarily? Not necessarily. It's sort of worship of the state and worship of one's own tribe, but it doesn't necessarily imply removing other tribes completely. Devaluing, perhaps, on a sort of policy level, but not necessarily personally. So you could argue that it's not necessary, but it's going to correlate. However, for some reason, these people don't think so. Now, the reason for that is that it's Reddit. And these are exactly the people who would be fascist and also have modern leftist, cosmopolitan Reddit sensibilities about race, i.e. that it's not real and we should ignore it where it is. Yeah, so many of you have got your Discord checkpoint bullshit. I tell you what I did, Chad, because I have the correct approach when it comes to gay corporate trash, prescriptive trash. When it popped up on my screen and said, hey, Discord checkpoint, dismiss. I've got no interest in that shit. If I want to do something interesting, I'll go find it myself. I don't need you to tell. It's proof it's spying on you as well, by the way, just in case that wasn't clear. It's not racist, it's nationalist. Yes, primarily. It certainly is. Didn't even see it. Markedly, you might get it when you update or refresh your Discord. And Nazis tend to be ethno-nationalism, fascism is state nationalism. It's one of the differences. Fair enough. I think that may be true, but it may be exactly the kind of thing that someone in this Reddit would say, no, that's not true. Technically, this and this, because once you get people who, especially in the broad socialism rubric, which in this case I'm taking to include fascism, they are ultra specific about their branch, their narrow band of the ideology. Something I haven't noticed from anyone on the right. It's really only at the left. They get ultra specific about their ideology. And to the point, it's like, well, there's a couple dozen of us that would use this label. Meanwhile, they're part of a rubric of socialism, which is, of course, millions or billions. Okay, that's interesting. Thank you, Nachos. Nachos says, I'm glad I got off Reddit. I could make a rude joke right now. Nachos, press 1 if I should make a mean joke at your expense. She says she got off Reddit, but as far as she tells us, she's on Mr. Brickles every night. So has she really? I don't think so. She did press 1. All right.
Is this implying that Brickles is the physical embodiment of Reddit?
Yes. Next meme. This is fun. Out of nowhere, my nephew just asked, do you think Pavlov thought about feeding his dog every time he heard a bell ring? And I'm going to be haunted by this question. It's good. It's clever. I don't think anyone doesn't understand this. I guess I'll briefly explain. Pavlov rung a bell and made dogs salivate because they need to expect food when the bell was rung. It's an interesting psychological effect. And it's very closely related to how you train animals. But did he in fact do it to himself as well? Whenever he heard a bell ring, even outside the experiment, was he thinking, oh yeah, that's like that time I fed those dogs, but subconsciously? It's a fun idea. Anyway, that is our memes for today. That is our introduction. Now just react to my joke. I think she XD'd. Good. All right. Pavlov, name rings a bell. Very good, kid. Well, the name doesn't. You just got to say rings a bell. You say name rings a bell. I think unfortunately it kind of misses. It doesn't quite apply to both. It was funny. Thank you, Nachos. All right. Let's move on then. Someone did mention earlier there is a new story about the Supreme Court, which we'll go to. But for now, let's have a look and see what this political commentator thinks. Now, I must say, I have seen him talk, but almost never. And I've never deliberately watched him talk. He's occasionally been in things that I've watched, unfortunately. Now, I am going to have to do it voluntarily because unfortunately he recently had an interview with Tucker and now he's just blabbing all this stuff, which means he may never have one again. But whatever, it's good for us. So I'm just curious because Tucker has mostly good opinions, but he's rubbed me the wrong way a little bit over time. He's got like good views on Israel, good views on American values, good views on Western values, most things. Chat, can you think of an example where he has bad opinions in our view? And nothing's coming to mind immediately. I feel like we have seen something though, but he's just nuts. It's slightly under the surface. There's this sort of cackling jackal that comes out every now and again. And I feel like maybe there is more to him, which is not so good. But I don't know. We'll see Fuentes is hardly a good fucking judge for that. But hey, maybe we can learn something about both of them. He fucked Destiny, therefore he is now main event. I'm not talking about Fuentes. The problems with him are obvious. I'm talking about Tucker. Lithium says, I've seen him say he's a fan of Stalin, I believe, and he was a socialist, if I recall. And lately he said he was a capitalist and thought Stalin was a bad guy, even though he's fascinating. It could very well be that those statements are similar to, Farage is often asked by the press, so do you still think that Putin is a great guy? And Farage says, listen, in 2013 or whatever it was, I said that he was a good statesman, but a bad person. Like, that's a fine statement, but it's been misrepresented, of course, over the years. assuming that's what he did say, which I think he probably is. So it could be something like that, Lithium. I would want to be looking for something more than that. So ideological attachment, especially when you were younger, isn't something I'd hold strongly against someone. I wasn't interested in politics until about 8-9 years ago. Before that, fucking, I don't know, almost anything. Before that, I would have called myself a socialist occasionally, but I didn't know what it meant. I went with liberal socialist. I hated the socialism of, not hated, but I knew it was bad, the socialism of the Soviet Union, but only sort of passively. I hadn't thought about it. It was only once I started learning more, I would have labeled myself differently. There's a picture of me wearing a shirt when I was about 15, 16, a shirt with like CCCP on it, communist, and red with a yellow hammer and sickle. I am honestly confessing I did not know what it meant. It was just a shirt. I was completely oblivious to politics back then, and I was happy with that. I didn't know what it meant. So I wouldn't hold professed or genuine early political stances against people. It can be used to indicate a sort of personality that tends towards that. Well, like with Dankula as well. Dankula used to be a socialist and then transitioned quite smoothly from that into what he is now, which is some weird kind of anarchist. I would say generally that may indicate unstable political temperament, but I'm not holding it directly against him. Secret double life reveal, yeah, indeed, Kira. Shut the fuck up, Wolf. I did not say that. All right, so let's see what Fuentes thinks. And I'd just like to make it clear that this frame makes it look like he is currently receiving a service from a man under the table. I hope that it does not continue like this.
So yeah, Tucker asked me a lot of weird stuff. He asked me about Charles Johnson, about Andrew Anglin, asked me about Peter Thiel. So, yeah, you know, and this guy, I've heard things about this guy since the dinner. I want this guy to stay the fuck away from me. I don't know who he is, but I'll tell you one thing.
Why is he haunching his shoulders up like this? Is he trying to look, it's like this. Is he trying to look bigger than he is? He doesn't look bigger, he looks smaller. He looks like he's fucking freezing cold. It looks like his breath should be coming out in, visibly, but I don't think he is. I'm not sure if that background is real, by the way, but I'm not seeing changing of lighting on his clothing, which implies it's green screen, which of course mine is too. But I don't have quite the funding that he does.
He is not who he says he is. Take that to the, if anything happens to me, whatever, take that to the bank. This guy is not who he says he is. Total faker. I could smell it on his breath.
Did you kiss him?
He knows that that's the taste of a liar.
His tongue tasted like that of a liar. Yeah. Yeah. Given who you are, Fuentes, I'm not sure I would have put it that way.
I've never met a faker human being in my life.
Boy, I really hope that the fucking thumbnail I picked for this stream and the title and the theme I picked for this stream isn't based on Fuentes just waffling without any specifics for the next remaining 1 minute 50 seconds of this video. Because so far, he's stated his case repeatedly, but not actually given us anything concrete to go on. Can you please get to the reason you think this, Nick?
And it's scary because he's an actor. And I don't play that way, you know?
Really? Really? What you act as is very strongly, implicitly traditional. But you're gay. Are we going to go down that road, Nick?
And I question anybody that can hang out with a guy like that. It's freaky.
He didn't suck your dick, did he? That's the problem. I don't know. I come into this without having really a side in this. I've liked some things about Tucker, had some misgivings about Tucker. Not a fan of this guy, but I'm open to hearing it. But so far, I'm not hearing much of any value.
He's a handler. He handles people. That's what he does.
Did he get the better of you? Is that, and now your penis is too small and you're coming out saying, he's a faker. What he did was he handled you expertly. Is that what we're, not even sexually, maybe that too, but is that what happened here? Is this just resentment? Because he was more socially apt than you? Was he more popular with your staff than you are? I'm sorry to be so shallow, but woe betide, I would assume such shallow intentions from Cun Hunter General himself. Mexican white supremacist femboy Nick Fuentes.
He's a fucking liar and a handler. He goes around telling people, I don't know anything. I don't know. Oh, I know nothing. I don't even have a phone. I am just a clueless tourist. I just travel to all these countries and, you know.
All right, we're about a minute in, and we've got a claim, which is that Tucker claims not to know anything, to be uninformed or undecided, and yet has opinions. Nick, is it possible you misunderstood, or misinterpreted? It's possible that he is just stating an intent for circumspection when it comes to interviews. That's fine. I doubt he was just literally saying, I don't know anything. He may have been saying, I'm not concluding on anything in this case. I don't mean to impose an opinion on you. You could argue that that's a little fake, but only a tiny bit. It's mostly diplomatic. So I don't know if that's what it was, but that's what it could have been. I could see that being normal.
I don't trust him. And I don't care, you know, maybe that alienates me from people in the conservative movement. I don't care. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to be a party to whatever that is. Whatever that CIA bullshit is, I'm not going to be a part of it.
He may be onto something there. I don't know exactly how much of the MAGA movement, conservative movement, is orchestrated by literally our enemy. Don't know how much of it is. Some amount, maybe. I don't think most of it is, but some amount. However, who is more likely to be a Fed op? The entire MAGA movement or Nick Fuentes? I'm not saying it's like a 100%, 0%, but it's Nick. It's Fuentes. He is the more likely one to be. And Tucker is pretty well aligned with MAGA, so yeah. I don't know. Maybe he's the wolf in the hen house. Maybe Tucker's the wolf in the hen house who's trying to like fuck with people, or he's just a scout. He's going out and finding targets for the deep state to hit. Anyone could be that, though, and they'd hardly need to. Most of these people express their opinions publicly. I guess maybe it's to try and get secret private opinions that they wouldn't express publicly, like to go and do interviews with them in person, and then to ask them like more deep probing questions in private. But again, now it comes back to, that's what a journalist would do anyway, and is that what happened to you, Nick? Did he deeply probe you in a way you didn't want him to? Not in the way you did want him to, but in the way you didn't want him to. Did he ask you some questions? And you were so aroused, to use the word in a general sense, by his winning smile, that you just answered them. And maybe you revealed something you didn't mean to. Maybe you revealed something thinking he was a friend, but then later realized, wait, why did I do that? He's a fucking journalist. But you were tricked, but not in such a way that is indicative of him being fake, just indicative of him being a good journalist. If that's what we're saying, it's, again, not a very strong criticism. I would hope that he is able to do that. I would just hope that he use it more so on opponents of MAGA, like, oh, I don't know, Nick fucking Fuentes, who, despite having some goals in common with MAGA, has been against MAGA in many cases and in many ways over many years. Who was it you wanted for president in 2014? Sorry, 2024. It was Kamala Harris, wasn't it? I think. You've since then, I've seen pictures of you wearing like Trump memorabilia, the MAGA hat and whatnot. Is that because you couldn't support Kamala anymore because she wasn't president or candidate at all? Is that because it was just the closest? Was it a joke before supporting Kamala? Who knows? Either way, if Tucker tricked you into saying something you shouldn't to a journalist on the basis that you're not a friend of MAGA and he could tell, well, I'm right back to supporting him again. I'm right back to the weird laugh is probably nothing. Sorry, Nick, but that's what it sounds like so far. Your impotent fucking rage at this man, with almost no specifics given so far, implies to me that you're actually just angry that he's better than you. I don't know. I don't know. I'm speculating, but this is the theory that seems suggested so far.
So, you know, now that I've heard enough from Tucker.
Why do people I don't like this guy. He's so fucking wishy-washy. Does he ever say anything? I'm sure he does. Maybe he's unusually wishy-washy on this topic, but does he ever say anything confidently and that's smart?
And I've heard enough from other people, and I've seen enough. This guy's not who he says he is. Not an ally. Stay the fuck away from me. You're
Ally to who? Which side are you on, Nick? Just curious.
You're weird, dude. You're weird.
Fuentes, are you really going to call someone else weird? You're one of the weirdest people in politics. Just shy of JF. Just shy of, which is an overlay that you could add back on, by the way. But just shy of JF in terms of weirdness. You, as I said earlier, you're clearly homosexual, implicitly pro-traditionalist, I believe National Socialist or something similar anyway, authoritarian for sure, identitarian right, Mexican white supremacist, and I don't say that as an insult. The Mexican part is more, more the insult, but whatever, you believe that, I don't care, it's not my business. I disagree to some extent, I'm sure, but you're a very weird combination, and you're the way you express yourself, and this here is so limp-wristed. I can't understand why people follow you, but there is this predominant tendency, especially of identitarian or authoritarian, especially both people, especially on the right, but I'm sure it's on the left too, of being homosexual. I'm not sure why. Who was it? There was a quote that came up, I saw it in Cabal recently, of a quote from someone saying, to remove fascism, all you have to do is remove homosexuality. I get it. Yeah, I can see why. Give me something to go on for which I can support what you're saying, Nick. Anything.
You know, I'm weird in the sense that I'm eccentric. I have a weird personality. You're weird because I don't know what you are. You're like a lab-grown human being. At least I'm real. It's relatable because I'm real.
My misgivings about Tucker, what there is underneath, are lesser than my misgivings about what you are underneath. This flamboyant, limp-wristed femboy personality you've got going on the surface, Nick.
Flawed, filled with contradictions, certainly, but authentic. You, I don't know what to make of you. I don't know what the fuck you are. I don't think anybody knows what you are.
I bet he got more information about you during your meeting than you got about him, which is probably fueling your resentment.
Your dad's in the CIA. You go, I didn't know that. Oh, really? Just stop. Just stop with the cap. You can't even reason with the...
Well, I didn't know that. Or if I had, I'd forgotten. Yeah, there might be deep state ties. Absolutely. A person's father can be in the CIA without them having deep state ties. But of course, yeah, he became a like prominent political journalist, very prominent now, with a group that the CIA has in recent years been opposed to. Yeah, it's quite possible he's a deep state asset. I'd be careful of him. But Nick, I think you're more likely to be. In reality, probably neither of them are.
The person like that, because it's like you're just getting it's like talking to a police officer in interrogation. You just can't win. They're not there to be honest. I don't like...
Again, that makes it sound like you're just salty that he, quote unquote, beat you in some way. At least you perceive it that way. This is the thing, isn't it? When a dominant man comes along, you don't want him to beat you in the realm of ideas. You want him to fuck you. Unfortunately, he fucked you non-sexually. That's what was the problem. And now you don't know how to express your anger, but all you've learned to just express it. You've learned to just go on stage and spew in order to express it. Is that what's happening here, Nick? I think it might be. Chat, I came into this open. Hopefully, you could see that I was open to hearing him out. See, I was ready for him to hit me with a bunch of details and good arguments. What I've seen so far is homo cope from someone who feels like they were beaten by Tucker. No information here about whether Tucker's fake or not. He might be completely fake, but I can't tell from this. And Nick, I think it's fair to say we know what you are. We know what you are. Marcus's new cope. Yeah. How angry he is at Nick. Who are you talking about, Achilles? I'm not angry at Nick. I'm disappointed that what he said was useless. John makes us at least Fuentes is self-aware. He knows he's weird as fuck. Weird is such a bland insult. If you were to ask Tucker, hey, Tucker, are you weird? He'd probably say, yeah, in a few ways. It's obvious. Everyone is in a few ways. I mean, if you're in this field, of course you are. No, Achilles, I wouldn't. I would rather maintain my dignity. Even against... you know what, chat? I would rather be dignified and have slightly less interesting streams. Fuentes is just a clout cummy chaser. Yeah, maybe. I can ship it. Are you saying, are you shipping me and Nick, Achilles? I think that is the strangest one so far. Or are you shipping nachos and Cybersmith? That's worse. Kieran says, I don't know about fake as in credibility, but certainly fake in terms of human. Dude laughs like a very anxious skinwalker. I agree. The laugh is weird. Tucker's laugh is really weird. I don't know what's going on there. He may well be significantly fake in some sense, but it could just be his weird surface level quirk. You can never tell with people. That's the issue. It's like we try to introspect people to determine if they're a bad person, and usually, not always, but usually, what you're looking for is indications of psychopathy. But some autistic traits and traits of other mental conditions or just clusters of personality can look like psychopathic traits. And just mistakes and misunderstandings can look that way. And in my opinion, it is easier for a midwit to detect someone who's autistic as evil than it is for them to detect someone who's psychopathic as evil if they're both just acting normally and or trying to hide it. Trying to hide whatever evil that they're doing, or just acting normally in the case of the autist. And an autist acting normally can look more evil to some people than a psychopath who's hiding his evil deeds. And so that's kind of a danger. So with Tucker, it might be that he is fake, deep state, call that the analogy of psychopath, or maybe actually a psychopath. Or it could be that this is just some weird trait of his that makes us think that there's something fake and weird going on underneath, but it's just surface level. So it's hard to tell. We'll have to look at more information. Nachos and Bill are going to blood eagle cyberspace. We'll have to look for more information on the Tucker question, but we're not going to find it here. We're not going to find it here. Femboy Nick Fuentes is not giving us information. He is only giving us reasons to dislike homosexuality. We know what you are. Let's see what else we got here. Everyone says Fuentes makes the dissident right look like a jerk. Is he even dissident right? I don't know if that term applies. I'm not trying to gatekeep. It's not my community, but I'm not sure if that applies. Tucker makes it look like a reasonable worldview with a claim to truth. Regardless of how fake they both are, Tucker is generally beneficial to our side at the moment, while Fuentes is nothing but detrimental. I'm not sure I agree with you on the first part, but the second part, I agree Tucker's generally beneficial to us. Someone says Cyber Nachos isn't shipping, it's making a comparison because of Nachos going to some public fetishes and deviances. I see. Yeah, Mofaku. There's no Nazi symbol on that, though. You got the femboy stuff, but no Nazi symbol. Even if he was a psychopath, doesn't mean he's evil. No, that is true, Zaban. Though there's the tendency towards that, but that is true. I was merely using the psychopath thing as an analogy. Okay. Good. Well, that's that question. We'll come back to Tucker a little later. We'll bookend the show with Tucker. We started with is Tucker fake? Nick Fuentes has totally failed to convince us, at least me. And then later we'll come back to the Tucker Piers Morgan interview and just get through a bunch of it if we can. For now, though, let's go into some other news stories. Nachos, stop being so fat. Let's go into some other news stories, shall we? It says that is a symbol of modern neo-Nazis, full ceremonial uniform, yeah, with cattail and all. Achilles says, Nachos, you should eat less. You're being mean. You're being so mean. All right. So, let's just go through in order. Breaking. The Supreme Court has just agreed to hear President Trump's case banning birthright citizenship in the US. Anchor babies from illegals have no right to be automatic citizens, he says. The case will be heard by February 2026. So, we talked about this before. Trying to recap what we said, essentially, is that the support for birthright citizenship in the Constitution is flaky at best. And I believe the conclusion I came to is it probably shouldn't be there. And it's a bit too easy of an exploit, especially at a time where immigration has been a problem for many years. So yeah, it should be removed. I get the argument. If a kid's born in America, it's all they've ever known, sending them back to a shithole country is kind of cruel. But you can abide that to a small degree. You can abide that happening a few thousand times a year in a nation. It's unprincipled, but you can abide it. It doesn't hurt them. But if it's happening tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of times a year, at the same time as you've got millions and tens of millions of people that shouldn't be in the country. Now, it's just one of the items on the checklist to get rid of, I'm afraid. And it is cruel to the individuals. That's the whole point. But it's for the survival of the nation. And there are far, far more individuals who benefit from the nation surviving than do from continuing to erode its principles by remaining there. It should never have happened in the first place. Really, it's not Trump's fault or our fault that these people are getting sent back home. It's whoever let them in the first place, whoever set up the policies that made it possible. Now, the Supreme Court hearing it does seem like a good thing. Of course, that's the step for it becoming law, of changing. But my immediate intuitive sense is that they will not side with Trump. It'll be narrowly against, but that they will maintain birthright citizenship. I have no basis for that. It's just my immediate intuition. I may be mistaken. I hope I am. The court is supposed to be, isn't it 6 Republican appointees and 3 Democrat appointees? I think it's 6-3, isn't it? It might be 5-4. Either way, it's majority Republican appointees, but they don't all vote in a way that we would approve of. Arguably the weakest Republican one is Amy Coney Barrett that Trump put in his first term. So we'll see. We'll see what they say. It may well be that they have ties or motivations or whatever else pull that changes their opinion. That's good, motherfucker. Let's see what the video says.
Joan. Supreme Court just this minute, Brianna, announced it's going to take up challenge to President Trump's order lifting birthright citizenship. You might remember on January 20th, his first day in office, he took his Sharpie pen and he said, this is a big one. And what he did was he tried to eliminate the automatic birthright citizenship that all Americans have had for more than a century. And what that does, it goes to the 14th Amendment of the Constitution that says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. That means that anyone who's born here,
unfortunately, the rub there is the middle bit. Subject to the, I believe it was laws thereof, or jurisdiction, sorry, thereof. People who come into the country illegally or who are there on a visa are not in the same way subject to the jurisdiction thereof. I believe that was the argument. Now, the Supreme Court may not agree with that, but at the very least, the intent of that law, clearly through historical example, as far as I've been informed, is to give slaves citizenship. It's not, the birthright citizenship thing is kind of just an exploit of that. Now, maybe what it should be is that the child has citizenship, but the parents don't. And so, and it would be cruel to accept the parents leaving the country or being deported and the child staying behind. So essentially, if the parents need to be deported, the child will be too. But if the parents gain citizenship later, somehow, theoretically, then the child would have it too. They wouldn't have to apply separately. That wouldn't be a bad way of doing it. That would maintain, there'd be no argument that the 14th Amendment is being applied. It's a little ambiguous. There'd be no argument there. But it would achieve the same result. I think it would still be quite fair. So that is a rub. And this is what I say. I think even if the Supreme Court does, as I somewhat suspect, not agree and maintain birthright citizenship, I don't see why you need to get rid of it directly, as long as you can say that it will be cruel to leave them here without their parents. You should deport them with them. I don't know if it questionably legal whether you can deport a citizen, even if they are a child and their parents are illegal. It could be a carve-out for that, potentially. Scarab says, the child has to leave too, because otherwise you create the incentive for them to cross the border and pop out their child. Yeah. And of course, okay, in those cases, if they're illegal, then I think you can make the claim that the part that says they're not subject to the jurisdiction does apply there, and they're illegal, so they're gone. That doesn't apply. However, Scarab, I don't think we're disagreeing on that. However, the notion of they have a visa to be there temporarily, can you really say that they are not technically subject to the jurisdiction in that case? You would have to sort of push that interpretation, and that's something you'd have to argue in court. Maybe that's how it's intended. But of course, the intent is not the only thing to consider, because we'll disagree on that. Its literal wording also matters. So you'd have to make that argument. But if they are there on a temporary visa, they have the child, especially while they're on the visa, and then the visa expires, is the child a citizen? I think that's to be discussed. Someone says, yes, they aren't subject to the jurisdiction thereof unless granted residency at the very least. I assume permanent, therefore. So, I agree with you, on balance, that it's better that birthright citizenship does not exist. What I'm presenting to you is the argument I think you'd have to make, specifically that it is not supported by the 14th Amendment. Because it's not a super clear-cut argument, I think. That's why I suspect the Supreme Court might not find what we would prefer them to. It probably would be marginal. But that's why I suspect that. But it doesn't necessarily have to prevent Trump's efforts if he can't get this done.
Brianna automatically becomes a U.S. citizen. And what Donald Trump's executive order tried to do was say anyone who was born of someone who was not here lawfully or who was here on some sort of temporary status, that person's baby would not automatically be a citizen. It's a very, it's probably of all the Trump actions that have been taken to date.
Oh, I don't want to deal with what she said there, but never mind. Avalon says the children of non-residents are not citizens as they are not subject to U.S. jurisdiction. They are not implicitly sworn to have fealty to the US, and USA do not accept it. Again, Revlon, I agree with the position, but I don't know how definite these arguments are. It must be a reciprocal agreement from both parties for one to become the subject of a nation if one is not a child. The thing is, again, you'd have to argue that that's what that part means. Let's look up the 14th Amendment. You would have to argue that that's what that part means. Go to here. Subject to jurisdiction thereof. So you'd have to argue that what that means is that they have subjected themselves to the jurisdiction as far as being a citizen. It's not clear in the wording. Now, maybe it's worded in a way that was clear in the past, or there's some other clause that expresses that that's what it means. Well, currently the Supreme Court, they don't agree. Currently, their position is birthright citizenship, whenever that was adjudicated initially. Currently, this does not mean is a citizen. So there's more. I'll read more in case there's anything else in there. Are citizens of the United States, hold on, all persons born subject to jurisdiction are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Which reside, that wording is important. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, blah, 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 nor deny to any person with its jurisdiction equal. Okay, so it's this part's the important part. The rest of it is sort of just enforcing the first bit. You'd have to make an argument for this. And I agree with the position, but the wording, I think, is not clearly on our side here. Someone says the current interpretation of the 14th Amendment was literally snuck into a majority ruling by an activist judge who was on the same court that illegitimately decided Roe v. Wade and legislated that from the bench. That may be. But again, I'm not seeing from the... Convince me. I may be wrong. I'm not seeing from the wording a strong justification to strike down birthright citizenship, even though I agree it's not a good idea. Someone says subject of jurisdiction was understood at the time well enough. Diplomats and temporary visitors were not subjects, for example. If that's the case, fair enough. I hope there are documents demonstrating that the Supreme Court pay attention to. From the literal wording, it's not there, though. It's not there. Besides which, if you're subject to laws, is that not the same thing? I mean, you're going to say it's not. Fair enough. Maybe it isn't. But if you're even an illegal immigrant, you're subject to laws. And certainly if you're a temporary immigrant, there's no argument that you're subject to laws in the sense that if you break the law, you will be punished for it. Yes, deported, quite possibly, but that you will be captured and deported as part of the punishment, arguably. So, or if it's more severe than that, maybe punished locally. Either way, you have to argue that interpretation. And it's not clearly in the wording. Achilles says, as someone who lacks the context of the legislator's intention when it was written, the first time I read the 14th Amendment, I got the impression that the subject of the jurisdiction thereof bit to people like diplomats on campaign, people who weren't born or naturalized on the USA, but who would still be citizens because of circumstance. Who weren't born or naturalized. Oh, now that's an interesting interpretation, Achilles. Okay, I may have misunderstood you. Please tell me if I have. But it sounds like what you're saying is it's not a condition. It's an addition. So it's not, if you're born naturalized in the US and you're in the jurisdiction. No, if you're born and naturalized in the US and also people who are subject to its jurisdiction. I like that interpretation. You know what? That's a good point. If they can interpret it like that, that's grand. That's golden. But holy shit, the people that wrote it could have been a little bit clearer with that. I know language changes over time, but this is why if I was writing this today, if I was writing my own amendments today, yes, I'd be careful with the wording, but you know what I'd do? I'd write it 4 times in 4 different ways to make the intent impossibly clear. I know there's accompanying documents to explain all this stuff, but people aren't going to read that. If you just rewrite it, even if you rewrite it a few times in the same block and just say, this is the amendment, we've rewritten it 4 times. I don't know, there's ways you could do it. There's ways that you could reinforce against it. Like, people are kind of smart with making data integral in different ways, like data loss prevention with communication in QR codes. It's basically the same thing duplicated 3 times, but in such a way that you can lose a third of the QR code and still read it. There's all kinds of stuff like that. I'm sure you could do that with natural language to make sure that the meaning of something is not lost in time. And again, if that was the case here, I would have written "and subjects of the jurisdiction thereof," or something like that. But "and" implies these people and these people. But it can also mean these people whilst under these conditions, or people that are in this condition, i.e. naturalized to the US, and also under this condition. So is the "and" referring to the condition or the people? The condition or the group? Which one is it? That's up to the Supreme Court, but that is a good point. I hadn't thought of it that way. I would hope that's how they interpret it, because if it is, that's golden. But that is still, it's not clear cut. You'd have to choose to interpret it that way. Yeah, Achilles, children of diplomats, as you say. Diplomats and their children are still not subject to the laws of the country even today. Immunity. Yeah, diplomats in the US, but I don't think that's what he's saying. Someone says foreign dignitaries and their children born here are specifically not included under that exact reasoning, and illegals are explicitly not under a political jurisdiction. Naturalized might originally have meant genetically compatible as well. It probably did. Temporary visitors are not subjects. Illegals most definitely aren't either. But I don't know if that's the case. That may have been the intent, but the wording is not that clear. You'd have to argue that that's the intent, which you may be right, but you'd have to argue that. People back then were less autistic. No, I don't think that's the thing at all. They wrote things differently, but it's still a problem today occasionally. When you use "and" when you use "or", because it depends what you're referring to. It can be ambiguous. Same argument as the well-regulated portion of the Second Amendment. Yes, there is similarity there in that meant something different back then, but this one fulcrums on the choice of "and" or on the pluralization of subject. There's not even any sort of unless there's foundational documents that explain what "subject to the jurisdiction thereof" means. But that's not even one of the ways we're interpreting this. One of the ways is that it's a separate group of people, not an additional condition. If it's an additional condition, you have to argue that subject to jurisdiction thereof means something that doesn't include anyone that's not a full citizen already, which contradicts the way this is written. But if it's a separate group of people, it works, but then it's not a matter of interpreting the subject of the jurisdiction thereof, and it is a matter of ambiguity on the word and. So it's difficult. Either way, it's a tough one. Like, chat, I grant almost all of what you guys are saying to some extent, but you got to agree this is not that clear. It could be clearer, and I'm not saying it's their fault it's not clear. It's a long time ago. But I'm just saying it's not that clear. There is some ambiguity here. There is some room for debate, as much as I kind of wish there wasn't. There is. Nacho's Brickles was inkable. Someone says, anyone born to American citizens abroad receives citizenship because their parents are under the political jurisdiction as long as they still hold that citizenship. Yes, okay, so someone says, I agree that I think it's supposed to be interpreted as two separate groups of people. In which case, slam dunk. If that's how it is, that's slam dunk. Or is it? No, actually. No, it's not. Actually, that's the opposite. Thinking about it, because it still says all persons born or naturalized, so forget naturalized, all persons born in the US, if we assume and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a separate group, a separate class of person who's not born in the US, but is, say, a diplomat from the US or a foreign, someone traveling. So cut that out as well in terms of birthright citizenship. So what we end up with is all persons born in the US are citizens of the US and of the state where they reside. That's an interesting, okay, my mistake. That was an interesting interpretation, but it makes the situation worse. I don't think it's a strong argument, to be honest. I agree birthright citizenship is a bad idea, and it probably wasn't the intent of this, but I don't think the text argues for it very well. Someone says diplomats and foreigners are specifically not under our jurisdiction, they're under the jurisdiction of their nation of origin. No, I know some of this. I'm talking about US diplomats. In the specific interpretation where the second clause refers to them as a separate group added onto the first group. This is getting a bit complicated. I think I'll move on soon, but Revelon says, in quotes, born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, mean born or naturalized under such circumstances as to be completely subject to that jurisdiction, that is, as completely as citizens of the United States, who are, of course, not subject to any foreign power and can, of right, claim the exercise of the power of the US on their behalf, whatever they may be. Okay, eventually, we get to the point where our interpretation of the first two clauses means only citizens. Unfortunately, that's self-defeating. What it might also mean is denizens with no other nation home, which is probably what it meant by slaves. It was originally for slaves. In which case, you have to make the argument, this guy has just come in from Mexico. Mexico is his nation home, not the US. Okay, well then the slave's nation home is Liberia or Africa in general. Which, yeah, maybe one of us would prefer, but again, that's not consistent as an explanation of what they meant, of how they should be used or interpreted. If they throw their passport away, someone could easily argue, well, that's how can we tell? And sometimes you can't. I mean, send them to fucking Bukele, sure, but that doesn't, that is not consistent with this. Again, I wouldn't disagree with that, but it's not consistent with this. Send them to the court first. It just say not without due process. I don't think it does, unfortunately. It says are citizens. So they are already citizens. Basically, that's the assumption. That's how you should be treating it. The slaves had citizenship anywhere at the time of their emancipation because they were property. Yeah, but if a Mexican guy throws his passport away or something, or, okay, so all they have to do to get an anchor baby is to renounce Mexican citizenship, walk across the border and have a child. Like, that doesn't work either. Lawful residents that are subject to no other foreign nation as unlawful residents chose not to subject. Okay, so we are left with a category of people that have a visa to live in the US, renounce their home citizenship, have a child. They can stay. We're getting closer, but again, our interpretation is a little bit subjective here. And even with that subjective interpretation, is that the best that we can do? I think unfortunately there's some critical ambiguity here. Lionfire says jurisdiction means political jurisdiction, not legal jurisdiction. They're in the US, they're clearly subject to our jurisdiction. You'd have to make that argument. And I'm not sure if there's supporting documentation that claims that. It's really unfortunate because I'd like to be able to say, it doesn't fucking matter what this says. Ending birthright citizenship makes sense, at least right now. So end it. But unfortunately, half the time we spend talking about American law is defending the Constitution. Because most of the stuff in there is good. At least the first 10. The 14th, on the other hand, has left a critical ambiguity. I'm not disagreeing with you that I'd really prefer it be interpreted that way, but I don't think that's the only sensible way to interpret it, or at least it's hard to make the argument for it. Lithium says, if you are legally a citizen, your children become citizens regardless of their location of birth. No one else is simply American by birth. Problem solved. Hey, we can make up whatever policy we want. Unfortunately, we've got to get it past this guy. We've got to get it past the 14th Amendment here, or renounce it, rescind it, whatever the word is, destroy it. But I don't think America's ever done that. Or has it? I think it may have done, actually. Has America ever deleted an amendment? It may have done. Let's see. Someone says it's not currently legal under treaty for a country to strip someone of their citizenship or accept a renunciation of citizenship if that person would be made stateless. Okay, well, that's interesting. And that would, again, reduce the amount that could happen. But if a country chooses to, for whatever reason, maybe because they're in cahoots with an organization that's trying to get as many people flooded into a country as possible, that becomes an exploit. Now, at that point, we're on to a small number of people. But it's still not a good principle. It's still a flawed principle. Someone says, if I go to Asia, say the Philippines, and declare that I'm no longer a US citizen, that's not going to do dick to stop the IRS extraditing me for not paying my taxes. Yeah, well, that's because the US has the power to do that. It doesn't necessarily, I mean, maybe it would actually, Solomon. I don't know. If you become a citizen of a different nation and you tell the IRS to fuck off, I mean, they might send a warship after you, but that's about it. I don't think, maybe if you try to go back to the US, you'll be in a lot of trouble. But ultimately, it's up to a matter of power at that point. Evelyn says temporary visa does not work either, as they are not allowed in with the consent by US to accept their fealty. They are let in with explicit command to leave once it runs out. You have to make that argument. And you have to make the argument that that's what subject to the jurisdiction thereof means. Maybe it does. I hope it does. I hope that our second interpretation that it's two groups of people doesn't work to explain this. But the first interpretation, I think, is subjective, but maybe subject to the jurisdiction thereof does mean that. And maybe there's documentation to back it up. But the wording explicitly is not clear, is ambiguous. Someone says prohibition. Okay, yeah. Which one was that? Which amendment was that? Jurisdiction is reciprocal. The individual petitions for it. The state accepts or rejects it. If the state rejects it, the individual is not under its jurisdiction. Maybe that's what it means. Maybe. Yeah. And maybe Nachos was right that it is just about the well-regulated militia idea that the jurisdiction thereof. When I answered that, I was answering for the second interpretation, which I don't think is relevant here. But the first interpretation, yes, maybe that's what it means. But maybe it wasn't you. Maybe it was Solna. Prohibition was like, yes, I know what it was. I'm just asking which number of it. Solna says 18th. Someone says US tax liability is based off citizenship, not location. You have to actually go through the process to renounce your citizenship, which is a long and difficult procedure. It shouldn't be, but okay, guess it is. Yes, I do know that though. I do know it's based on citizenship, not location. The point is, the hypothetical was about going to Asia and renouncing it. They'd still ask you for taxes. Well, I don't think they would. And if it's a long and difficult process, well, it shouldn't be. What are they going to do? Well, that's a good question. Maybe they will do something about it. But ultimately, it comes down to what power they have to exercise over you. If you don't pay tax, if you tell them I renounce my citizenship and they don't remove you from the books and say, oh, no, you've got to sign this form. At that point, it's power. At that point, it's might makes right. You don't have to sign a fucking form. You've left. You don't need anything from them. But they're going to demand taxes anyway. So at that point, it's about whether they can extract them or not. And if they're willing to send someone halfway across the world to find you to extract money that you shouldn't owe them because you've announced your citizenship, oh, but you didn't sign the form properly. Fuck you, I didn't sign the form properly. It's not my fucking country to sign. I renounced it. It's gone. Fuck you. Well, that's how it should be treated. If they really want that. But it's just about Mike makes right at that point. Bureaucracy, good bureaucracy. Yeah, unfortunately. Someone says they literally do still demand taxes and will demand that your host nation extradite you if they think it's worth the time and effort. It's because the US has the power to do so. But that's not how it should work. Anyway, shall we move on? Yeah, unfortunately, to summarize, my initial intuition says that this won't go our way. I hope it does, but I think it'll be marginal either way. But I would like to think that it will, because birthright citizenship is right now a bad idea. Let's continue. Uncovered pics show Somali welfare fraudster posing with Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz. Oh dear. Chat, point to the welfare fraudster in this picture. Yeah, that's right. Put two fingers up. Exactly, both. Yes. There are at least 3 pictures of welfare fraudsters on the screen behind me right now. Not me, behind me right now. I don't know about Tim Walz, probably not. He's just allied to them. But same person twice, of course, but 3 pictures of people who are welfare fraudsters on the screen behind us. Abdul Dahir Ibrahim, very American name, is one of the Somali illegal immigrants who has been convicted in the massive welfare fraud scandal in Minnesota. Indication that Trump is doing something there, which is good. He's been living in the US under temporary protected status for 10 years. Why didn't he do it before, though? Even though there was an order for his removal from the country in 2004. On top of that, he had a prior conviction in Canada for welfare fraud. They say now it appears Fox News has acquired photos of him posing with prominent Democrat politicians such as Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz.
All right, this news just breaking moments ago. Fox News has obtained photos of one of the Somali illegal immigrants wrapped up in the Minnesota fraud scandal, posing with several high-profile Minnesota Democrats, including Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and Governor Tim Walz. The man pictured is Abdul Dahir Ibrahim. He entered the country in 2000 and has had
that light display there is pure coincidence. It's interesting.
An order for removal since 2004. He also has a prior conviction in Canada for asylum and welfare fraud. ICE tells Fox News Ibrahim was granted temporary protected status for 10 years, but should have never been eligible. We are going to have more on.
Anyone with brains from the third world who comes to the West just uses them to fuck over the West. Not everyone, but far too many of them. Think of what advantages they could provide to their home nation if they applied it there. I mean, I'm sure this guy could do loads of useful things in his home nation by scamming everyone around. I mean, by helping to build infrastructure. And I'm sure he's handy with a saw. He could make houses. Chat, press 1 if he can make houses, and press 2 if he knows but one profession. The profession of scam everything and everyone around him. Yeah, unfortunately. To every not all cry responds with not all, but oh yes, far more than enough, unfortunately. 2, he could hammer nails in with his forehead, says Pug. African mud huts beg to differ.
More on this in our next hour.
And that was it. Okay, so obviously the question of whether he's like good or not and should be removed, that's an obvious one, that's covered. But why was he photographed with these prominent Democrats? They say this brings up so many questions, like how on earth did Ilhan Omar get all her wealth? I mean, that's not the question I was asking. However, it is also interesting. This guy says, just in, Ilhan Omar reported a negative net worth of minus $45,000 when she was first elected to Congress in 2019. Her latest financial disclosure from May 2025 shows a net worth of up to $30 million. It's a 66,000% increase in 6 years. It's quite a lot. I don't know how you can do a percentage of a negative number, but never mind. That's a lot. Well done. She's been working hard. She's been working 6 years. Wow, the salary for a congressman in the US for 6 years, $30 million, or it must be at least $5 million a year. That's amazing. Why are you paying them that much, Chad? That's way too much. $5 million a year. And that's assuming she didn't spend any of it. Or didn't spend, or kept all the assets for all those spendings. That's amazing. How does she have corruption? That would be the answer. I don't know exactly how, but you see something like that. And yeah, it's not impossible that there's just other legitimate businesses on this side, or even investments. It's impossible to avoid insider trading from that position. But no, the salary is in the hundreds of thousands, I think. I think the low hundreds of thousands. It's not enough to explain this on this, so not even anywhere near it. So yeah, something else going on there, and I think she should be investigated. To be honest, I mean, we've talked about this before, what the regulation should be, and ultimately, whatever regulations you put on whether congressmen can earn money, it always ends up coming back to the question of, yeah, but who watches the watchers? And yeah, however, having the strict regulations would still be better than not having them, I think. Any congressman who earns, say, 1.5 times their salary within a period of time, say a year, is immediately financially investigated. It's triggered automatically. Why not? We've talked before about having them like wear a body cam 24/7. But there's an argument for the more attention is required and the more automatic these things are, the less special, the less attentive people are to them, the less seriously they're taken, and in the end it just becomes background noise. But if you make it an occasional thing, then it's much more impactful. People will actually take it more seriously. Even if it's automatic, potentially, but you've got to be careful with that. That does look like a Photoshop job, Pug, to be honest. Or maybe that's the point. Maybe it's a joke. So yeah, there's that. It says, how many Democrat politicians are involved? Minnesota is filled with criminals, this guy said. Attorney General Keith Ellison, Governor Tim Walz, Eleanor Marr, social workers participated in welfare fraud, doctors approved fraudulent medical cases, example autism, and judges releasing career criminals. 78th defendant charged in feeding our future fraud scheme. It says, if the fraud is this bad, if the welfare fraud in Minnesota is this bad, imagine how bad the voter fraud is. Quite, as I have been saying for, almost 6 years now, since about February 2020. My goodness. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you, Wolf, for adding those. Yeah. And that's it for the article. So, why is this guy photographed with these prominent Democrats? Good fucking question. I don't know. But Ilhan Omar, at the very least, probably Tim Walz as well, are probably involved in large-scale financial crimes. There you go. Next up. Rubio announces new US foreign aid model that cuts out NGOs. Now, I was curious about this just because it's actually innovative. There's a cool new idea here. Rubio's been all right. It's been all right. We'll see what he's got, because cutting out NGOs seems like a very good idea. What percentage, chat, of the problems from globalists could not happen or would not happen currently without NGOs? How much of it is coming from NGOs? How much of it is using NGOs? About 100% of it. Almost all of it. Almost all of the globalist power is originating from NGOs. The only exception, notably, not the only, but one of the only, is the fucking EU, which is a governmental organization. I think it would be classed as one, but otherwise it's very similar. I expect quite a lot of globalism is coming from the EU, actually. More than we would guess, more than is obvious. And then, of course, China, Israel, a few others as well, but it's mostly just foreign powers. But NGOs are a large part of it. A lot of the, let's just say, the laundering of the influence goes through NGOs, I suspect. So let's have a look what he's suggesting. This is from Paul Joseph Watson's media company. It says, remember earlier this year when the Donald Trump administration exposed USAID for the corrupt and fraudulent organization that it was, and the MSM was intent on pointing out every single death in every third world nation on the planet and blaming it on the president and his cabinet. There were so many stories about people having to walk miles in Africa to get food and medicine because Trump and Marco Rubio are big bad bullies. Ironically, that same MSM is largely ignoring the food and medicine shortage crises that countries like Cuba and Venezuela currently face at the hands of their communist leaders, and even praising said leaders which tells you everything you need to know. But I digress, he says. The truth is that our foreign aid has become a joke, he says, a way to line pockets and spread wacko leftist ideology more than anything. Rubio told ABC's George Stephanopoulos, who tried to do the whole Trump is killing people by cutting aid thing back in September, that we're going to do more than anyone in the world again this year, but we're going to do it the right way. We're going to do it holistically. We're going to do it as part of an integrated foreign policy. Fine. There's all kinds of standards that we could talk about for foreign policy. Aid realistically should be for allies. And for temporary emergencies, it should not be for consistent situations, not because they don't need the help, but because it won't help. It's not a money problem. With allies, like military allies, it's safe to assume it is. With temporary emergencies, it's safe to assume the money actually is the problem and would help. That generally speaking, they can look after themselves, but under certain circumstances, it's worth helping. Now, I'm not saying this should be the general policy, just like right now, because desperate times, but generally speaking, when you've got plenty, sure, you can give money to people that you can use it, but you have to recognize when money will not be helpful. And just throwing it in Africa isn't helpful, or any given poor country. Starvation is unfortunately a fact of life for some groups of people. And the less aid you give, the less starvation there is. Because like a lot of animals in nature, they expand in population to the saturation point and starve off at that point, which creates competition, which I'm not saying is good. Obviously it's horrible, but that's nature. Some groups of humans don't really do that. They have other mechanisms that prevent that, like that sort of bad end. But many groups of humans do. And those groups of humans, if you give them money, it just increases the resources that they can consume, which increases the amount of them that there can be, which when they reach saturation point, increases the amount of starving people. Simple mechanism. So aid is by no means a good. It's probably more often been bad in history than good. Like bad for everyone overall. It's compassion is dangerous. It's one of the most dangerous human impulses. During that interview, Rubio pointed out that the reason why people die is much more nuanced than what the media wants to print. In some regions, wars prevent aid from reaching its target, or gangs steal it before it can reach its intended recipients. That's just a whole other class of problem, the logistical side of it, yeah. In some places, he says, the middlemen, the distributors, simply don't handle it well. The world is not a one-size-fits-all situation. Yeah. Again, that's all secondary to what I just said, but it's true as well. Quote, but the United States has saved more lives and continues to save more lives than any other country in the world, he says, which is probably true. The frustrated Secretary of State continued, and we're going to continue to do it, but we're going to do it the right way and in a responsible way. We're not going to continue to pour billions of dollars out the door of American taxpayer funds for programs that don't work and in some cases were flat out corrupt. Again, he's thinking within the frame of aid is generally good. It's not. But even within that frame, you can make plenty of good arguments against it. He says, we're starting to see what this new and improved foreign aid model looks like, but of course the media is largely quiet on it. On Thursday, Rubio met with Kenyan President William Ruto to sign a landmark bilateral agreement on global health cooperation. The secretary said he hopes it's the first of many. Now, as far as I know, Kenya is a relatively civilized African country, and I did say relatively, chat. Thus, giving money there for temporary effects would not be the worst thing, but I still wouldn't recommend it in general. And I think it's an African country. It's still, if you give money to only one African country, it makes it more of a target anyway. So I mean, there's all kinds of issues that causes. It could be done in a way that's not harmful overall, but I'm not convinced that anyone has the finesse to do that. So it's better not, especially right now, it's better not to. Frankly, the US and whichever country should try and get something out of it, because that creates a sort of informational feed that indicates whether it's working or not. If it's not working, but the reason you're doing it is sheer compassion, you'll never know that it's not working, because you're not doing it because it's working. You're doing it because it feels good to do it, which is pathological. You should be getting something out of it. Frankly, if you're going to, and it sounds mean, it sounds colonialist, but which is not a bad thing necessarily, but if you're going to give something to Kenya, get something back. Get something back that you can measure consistently. Invest in Kenya. And if they want to then spend that on their people, well, good. They were worth investing in. But if they don't, well, that may indicate whether or not we want to invest in them again. Ultimately, if it's good for the nation to invest in people, they should. It could be a condition. You have to invest this portion of it in the people, but never 100%. It should be up to them what they do with most of it. But we could make a condition for 25% of it. We, meaning all Western countries. Because the UK gives aid as well. Yes, there's all kinds of ways you could do this better. But unfortunately, you do have to be a little bit proportionate, materialist with this stuff, because it is material, and compassion is very dangerous on its own, unchecked. Are you all distracted? Continue anyway. After calling Kenya one of our strongest partners in the fight against terrorism and praising the African nation's role in attempts at stabilizing Haiti, Rubio announced that it was the first country in the world to participate in our American First Global Health Strategy, and he hopes to eventually sign deals with 30 to 50 more. Or AFGS. The secretary then explained, without interruption from obnoxious Sunday show hosts, exactly why this is a better option compared to what our country did in the past. When it came to foreign aid, they say. It's rather lengthy, but I feel it's important, they say. Well, I feel it probably isn't. But what it sounds like he's doing is just being a bit more selective and putting a little bit more conditions on it. Fine. It's not quite what I was hoping for. See if I can find something else in here that might be interesting on the topic of the NGOs specifically. Kenya perfect opportunity. It's a good relationship between our countries. Kenya suck my nuts. It doesn't. Does it even mention NGOs? Okay. Okay. Let's read this paragraph because it does mention NGOs. Actually, a lot of this does. The United States has spent billions of dollars over the years in helping with health strategies all across the world. What we learned over time, and especially after coming here, is that oftentimes, and I'm oversimplifying it, but this is an accurate description, what would happen is we would go to a country and say we're going to help you with your healthcare needs. Then we would drive over to Western Northern Virginia somewhere, find an NGO, one of these organizations, give them all the money, tell them, go to this country and do their healthcare program for them. That NGO would then take about some percentage of that money for their overhead and administrative costs, which some amount of that is okay. And by the time it got down to it, the host country had very little influence. It was sort of imposed on them, and only a percentage of the overall money ever actually reached the patients and the people on the ground that we were trying to help because of these costs. This makes no sense. So why are we hiring American and international NGOs to go into some other countries and run healthcare systems that are parallel and sometimes in conflict with the healthcare systems of the host country? If we're trying to help countries, help the country, don't help the NGO to go in and find a new line of business. And so that's the model that we're breaking. We're not doing this anymore. We're not going to spend billions of dollars funding the NGO industrial complex. Good. Okay. This is very good. I should have read this then. While close and important partners like Kenya either have no role to play or have very little influence over how healthcare money is being spent. Bottom line is, if you want to help a country, work with that country, not work with the third party that imposes things on that country. Basically, they were doing what UK politicians have been doing for years. They were outsourcing decisions to an outside entity. The EU in our case, NGOs in your case, sometimes American NGOs, sometimes international NGOs, but always they would have a different motive than, let's say, them was perfect. And that deviation would, of course, cause problems. In order to continue their existence, they'd have to take some of it, of course, for administrative reasons, but they'll just take a little bit more because the government doesn't check that kind of thing. Government's not very good at finding waste because it's not that motivated to, and it's got a lot to think about. So it would get lost. And ultimately, the only way to make sure that money is well spent, which is ultimately what you want here, is to make it capitalistically integrated, connect it somehow to some benefit that you can measure. And doing it through government as well is not a great idea either. Again, you could sponsor an organization, invest in an organization, which then invests in a foreign country. Of course, you've got to trust them as well, but make them show results. Make it so that they can only earn money from the investment if that country starts to thrive more. This is how you beat China in colonialism in Africa. Whatever wealth can be extracted from these countries, make the US or the West in general, applies to all our countries, make them founding partners in making these countries prosperous, because the absolute best way to prevent horrible perdition across various African countries is to make them prosperous. Invest in such a way that they have to use it well. Now, can you trust any African country to do so? Some, probably much more than others, yeah. Kenya might be near the top of the list. From what I hear, Botswana's not bad either. There's a few others that are better than the rest. You can't trust the shitholes, unfortunately. There's not a lot you can do about that. But maybe this is the best possible way to bring them into the modern world is just raw capitalistic pressure. And if that's the case, it seems an easy opportunity. If you can make a profit from one of those countries, fucking go for it. Do we need mud huts, though? If you can make a profit. If you can't, then don't. But I mean, I don't know what the international policies are on letting your own corporations operate in someone else's country. But essentially what I'm suggesting is talk to the people that run these countries, ask them, hey, are you open to this policy, this program where we send some industry over there or send some investment over there. We try to build stuff in your country, your people benefit, and we take a portion of the profits to make it worth our while. It's partly a charity, so we'll even take less profits than normal. We will still profit from it, but less than normal. If an African country says yes, well, there may be something about their country that's lost. They may feel that they've lost some soul, some dignity, some autonomy, but holy shit, that'll be better for their country, as long as it's operated well. But if they say no, fine, so be it. Maybe we'll give you some aid, but maybe not. I mean, that's probably the best way to solve it. Again, the solution to the Africa problem, to the third world problem in general, because it's not the place, it's not the continent, it's not the history, it's nothing, it's the people that makes a nation. How are Japan and the UK two of the most prosperous and successful countries in world history, despite being tiny islands? Because it's the people. And the US too, it's the people. Most of the, all the most successful countries in the world are those that derived its people from the UK, with the exception now of some small parts of Asia. We're catching up. So it's the people, and you can't fix that. But the closest you could get without doing something horribly immoral would be fairly aggressive capitalism in Africa, for example. Beat China at their own game. They're trying to do this. They're probably not going to be as good at it. So yeah, that's how you do it. So I think Rubio's going in the right direction, but I would not do it this way. I would go further, but what he's doing is probably fine. He says, calm down there, Britoid North. Yes, all of them, every single one. All the most prosperous and successful countries in the world, let's say, at the very least outside of Europe, are those derived from Britain. Many people went to the US, but it followed British philosophies and models. And Australia was almost entirely British. New Zealand, South Africa, where it was successful, and several others as well. South Africa wasn't almost entirely British, actually. That's fair, but partly. And there are some other European countries as well, as far as I've heard. I think there are some. Unfortunately, they're not very good. No, but I probably overstated that a bit. My point is just it's the quality of the people that matters. I made that PFP and this confirmed isn't cheese. Not sure if it counts as Wolf, cease. Well, Nachos, Wolf is officially confirming that it's something you probably wouldn't want it to be. Are you sure you want to maintain that profile picture? All right. Yeah, as Lithium says, no monetary aid for anyone but our country until we drive down the debt. A lot of what I was suggesting there was sort of a program for slightly better days. If you were doing it purely capitalistically, hey, that's profitable. Or at least it could be. Bit of a risk to assume it will be, but you could do a trial program now. But yeah, for right now, most of you shouldn't really be doing aid. You should be focusing on yourselves. Right. Let's go on to the next thing. Before we do, though, let me quickly look over some stuff. Have any of the overlays reached saturation point here? No, none of them have. But if you /support any of those overlays, chat, you can make something appear over my face the entire stream. I'll take it as a compliment that you want to see my face. All of you that are not supporting one of those overlays, you all want to see my face. And I do appreciate that, chat. This is just the kind of love and good feelings that we have in Cabal here. And you would never You would never try and support something that would hide my face. Tits overlay is actually an underlay. It goes behind me, but overlay is on the background. The others are all, or either some of those are invalid, but most of those are legitimate ones. Plank, Druid, Burka, Fighter Pilot. All the ones that have a denounce from me are legitimate ones. Oh, and Happy overlay is also legitimate. Wendy is also a legitimate one, yes. So I will do, that's actually not for now anyway, that's not a bad guide. So I will do a denounce on all of the items which are legitimate overlays. So Happy overlay. There we go. So I'm not actually against them, I'm just putting a denounce so you can tell which ones are legitimate. That's one way to do it for now. And you can always do /leaders F, leaders filtered, and then you can just put overlay. Not all of you can do that because there might be a regex exploit, but otherwise you can. And it is regex, by the way. You can put regex in there. So let's. Some of you have changed your position. Let's see what it looks like now. So if any of those gets to 1.5k, Wendy overlay has reached 3.4k. So that one has been selected. Let me go find Wendy. With Wendy's face or without? You know, I'm going to assume you want with. You're gay. Wendy, what are you doing down there? There we go. Congratulations, chat. The stream is now run by Wendy. Thanks, Wolf. That just says free Wendy. Nachos, I assume that you were never actually watching the D&D streams. You've just learned that from the lore streams. If so, that's fine by me. The stream is now 1/100th as gay as Nick Fuentes, yes. All right, so Wendy overlay is still in the lead, but you can, chat, if you have some Cabal credit, you can denounce that to push it back down under 1.5k, at which point the Wendy overlay will disappear, or you can push something else above it, and then that will replace the Wendy overlay. And if any of you don't have Cabal credit, well, you can get some by going to tip.oozloo.net or fund.oozloo.net and contributing. If you do, then I will immediately give you your Cabal credit from May 5th. And then you can just redeem it to apply it. I will in future make the UI a bit simpler. I think right now there is one too many steps. I need to automate the process of it giving you your Cabal credit, obviously, but it's a little complicated. Not in concept, in implementation. And I also need to add back the cheer in command, quote unquote, where if you type in cheer, it not only redeems, but it also looks for topic names in your message to /support them, basically. So you can do everything in one. Yes, redeem against the Indians' intent. New overlay, Wendy's overlay is just a picture of the fast food. I don't know what that means, Jada. While Wendy Incident has proven that Sargon is a bad authoritarian asshole DM, says Ravelon, Arch was far worse for his solid tungsten maxim. Yes. No notes. Sargon was trying to big up the power of the crusade and so killed off my character. It wasn't Arch and V's fault that happened, though Arch and V did tell Sargon that they didn't like the character. But they really just wanted me to play it differently. Kelly says, do we have an actual Indian in the server? There was one. Is he still in the server? Yes, he's called Brick. We seek an actual Jeet. That guy, I think, is an actual Indian. Also, Chase doesn't like being called Indian. Wendy's mascot in location, or it could be Wendy from... Well, that's not what Wendy refers to. What you see on screen right now, this is Wendy. Chase is here. Or not here in chat, anyway. Ben says, both Sargon and Arch were horrible DMs, still enjoyed the shows, but they were just bad at it. They weren't always bad at it, but they made some mistakes. Let's see what else is happening. You should rename the burqa overlay to Middle Eastern mailbox overlay. You can do that yourself if you want to. That won't fit. You'd need to get something that's 24 characters or less. But yeah, you could do that. You can do /support anything. Just if it has the word overlay in it, then we can use it to refer to the stream overlays. Okay, chat. I've got to ask an indelicate question. I don't mean to dwell on this too long. I'm genuinely curious. Donations have been down recently, and I'm wondering, is there some general reason for this? Because I've been curious why it's happening. Is it happenstance? Is the economy just that much worse this year? It just broke. Yeah, it might be. I don't know. I'm not asking you to explain yourself. You don't owe me anything. I'm just curious because I'm trying to figure out, like, is there something I'm doing wrong? Should I do something differently to encourage more? Is Cabal Aid not actually encouraging? Too much Aidens, as Michael said. No, Aiden's great. But I probably should rely on myself rather than guests more, but I have been doing plenty of solo streams as well. Aiden, stop apologizing. Nacho says, I live in a tourist town and tourism is down. It's not you. I thank you for saying so. I hope that it's not me, but if indeed it isn't something I'm doing newly wrong, what needs to happen is I need to do something uniquely and newly right. I need to expand to do something else, which is what I've been thinking about doing recently. If everyone has less money to spend right now, which is fair, I understand, then I need to increase the number of people that are here. Because then at least there'll be a larger proportion of people around. Achilles says, you do a great job. Dad, don't beat yourself up too much over it. There are highs and lows. And to be fair, Aiden has made the point that all content creators have been struggling this year. I can't remember if you specified political or not. I think you said that there's a few that have been doing better, but mostly like slop channels. So I think politics may be down, but it seems like you guys still enjoy the streams enough. I've still got roughly the same number of viewers as I've got for years. It's just way less contributions. So maybe the economy is just that bad, or we've just, by chance, right now, the composition of the audience is people that don't currently have a lot to give. You guys have been very generous with patronage. But as I've mentioned, it's not quite enough on its own. So I will need to do something else, either to appeal to you guys more or differently, or I need to find more people to bring into the community who are willing to help out. Ginger says, I can speak from my own personal story. I expect economic turmoil in the coming 12-ish months. It's going to be bad and I'm hunkering down. I expect many are able to feel the oncoming bad vibes. Aiden says, slop creators are eating good. Most people do not want to think about politics right now. Trump was the pressure release valve. There's probably some truth to that. Yeah. Obviously, it is Christmas as well. Yeah, Kieran says it's Christmas and I have stuff to pay for. As for Cabal Aid, once it's automated for credit, it'll help boost passive donations. Agreed. Because right now it's not really rewarding Subscribe Star at all. I do need to fix that. It will help, but what it'll also do is that it'll make people more reliant on patronage, which will mean that they're less encouraged to contribute the normal way. And unfortunately, I do need both. Plans replacements paying off, capture and destroyed. Yeah. I understand. Please don't feel the need to reveal your finances, chap. I was just curious. Do let me know if you think I'm doing anything wrong, which is leading to a problem. Can get you OF money to help Dad with streams. Would you please? Achilles is asking Nachos to start an OnlyFans to generate some money to send to the streams. Desperate times. Nachos says that she does not whore herself online. So, right. But offline, though, there are no pics of me on the internet and I never do OnlyFans. Chat, press 1 if the lady doth protest too much. Wolf says you were literally posting thighs last stream. He's got a point, Nachos. I think you were. Aiden has a graph. Percentage of donations across the 2 seasons, summer and Christmas. Summer is higher. Well, fair enough, but unfortunately this has been going on for a little while. All right, Nachos, no need to be such a so flagrant about it. Maybe Brickles can pay me then. Can you ask Brickles to contribute? Lithium says, I could ask my crazy neighbor lady who I heard scream her vagina wasn't that hairy early today. Oh, I'm glad to see that you live in such a nice place. Well, chat, as long as you guys have not noticed a problem, there's not something that's inhibiting the contributions, then I shall chalk it up to a sort of a seasonal issue and assume that I will have to innovate. However, it is good information to know that you guys are not merely uninterested, but mostly unable to contribute. If that's the case, then I really do need to just expand the audience, which I'm not that good at doing, but I'll do my best. Get Brickles to horror out online, give Zane competition, maybe, yeah. Yeah, the thing is, maybe I'm not just talking about December. It's been like this for a while. Is it getting into audience inflation? Well, chat, I think I've been under leveraged in terms of my content for years. I think I could have a bigger and better audience than I do. Thank you, Kieran. My only critiques are to do with the YouTube. Your community interaction and streaming are fine. What do you mean critiques of my YouTube? Thank you, by the way. And thank you for, I know you're a patron, but thank you. But I'm not sure what you mean by that. It wants to replace us with a better audience. No, just a bigger one. I want to bring in more cool people to the community. Mm-hmm. Replace us with AI. It's already happening. Yes, Cabby is on her way. The robot will take over. I will get back to the actual stream content very soon, chat. It's time for you to reach out to the Indian market. I don't think that's the way to do it, Ginger, to be honest. Is looking to recruit some whales. Oh, just purely voluntary. Don't invite normies to say, nah, this is the thing, Aiden. I'm going to start making some slop content now and just, well, the thing is, like, I can make some slightly sloppier content because, like, if I can have a spectrum of stuff that's sloppy but very high view count and then less sloppy but low view count, the streams probably being on the far end of that. I can make some, like, I've been thinking of making some sort of comedy skit shorts with a political angle. Maybe some green text readings. Just sort of like a short content comedy channel with a political leaning. I reckon I could do that. Like one idea a month wouldn't be too difficult to come up with. Probably more than that, actually. Maybe just do one idea a week. But each video would be like a minute or two. I could do that. Yeah. It's a lot of things. Of course, I have to be motivated to do it. Natcha says, so should I leave? What do you mean by that? Chat replacement theory. Yeah. Slot Max. Lol, then react to that iDubbbz video where he and his husband anus seethe about the British. I'm not familiar with that video. Again, it has to be something I'm willing to do. You said you wanted cool people in Cabal. Yeah, you're all right, Nachos. You're all right. Kieran says, short form content for drawing in casuals, more collars utilizing mutual connections. Aiden got Amalgamite. Send one afternoon a week editing shorts and compilations to draw in people unsure about coming to 4-hour streams. Probably double your sub count by summer. You're probably right. I'm not very good at being proactive with stuff like that, but you're probably right that I should try. So thank you for the input. So, chat, if it's not an unwillingness, if it's merely an inability, then I would welcome anything you think you can do to boost the community. Because I've always seen the community as a group effort, something that you guys can enjoy as well. Something where it's not just a momentary convenience. It's not something that you would want to just leave the moment it's not doing everything you want it to do, or the moment there's some issue. It's a group project. That's how I see it. And I try to weave everyone into it. So if there's anything that you think you can do to help, I would greatly appreciate it. Nachos is the pegging enthusiast, says someone else. I mean, spread the good word of Cabal as well. John Mix said, you heard it here, folks. Uzo wants to get sloppy. You know what? If it would get me views, maybe I can get a little bit sloppy. What do you think, chat? Aiden says it's a man with brain damage and his whore husband seething about the British. It's funny. Maybe. Nacho says, whore. How dare you call me a whore? you not see what's on screen right now? Spread the word anywhere. Find directly sending Cabal ads into the depths of Reddit. You could do worse. I mean, Reddit might be the worst, actually, to be fair. But yeah, I ideally I want to add a little bit more security features to Cabal before I would be happy to just start like shitting out the link everywhere. But that's like fair weather policy. Really, we should be doing it now. And it'll motivate me more to do that when it's necessary as well. I've rearranged my schedule, as I mentioned, with the Tuesday, Friday, Saturday for streaming and the other days for working on stuff so that I can dedicate more time to working on code, because there's some things I do need to work on that won't even take very long to do. So I'll hopefully you'll be seeing some features coming out soon, chat. Yeah, indeed, motherfucker. Thank you, Wolf. Appreciate that. Wolf made a great Wendy render. Pure skill, no AI, honest. Yeah, I know, I saw it. Not tranny enough. I think it's time to make myself some tea, says Ginger. Understood. Sorry, this time of year I'm broke with Christmas. My own bills, probably taxes due. Yeah, I know that like January and February are supposed to be really bad for business across the board, but it's already been bad. I'm not looking forward to it. We'll see though. Steve says iDubbbz was an edgy YouTuber who caved to woke demands and became a hypercuck. I know a little about him. Yeah, I think Aiden's told me about him. To be honest. Yes. So what I'm hoping is that that the Kabbalah system will gradually encourage contributions, because when I have like hard monetary limits set for when things happen, you still have to get things above them. So if you want me to play video games, want me to play specific games, you have to induce it. If you want to have overlays, you have to induce it, and sometimes that requires contributions. Someone says, never forget that the first creator clash was really just iDubbbz laundering money to ego rap to. All drama I don't know about. I'm afraid. Need to use some to Lovers Lab. I've never used any mods for any game which involved anything sexual directly, I think. So there you go. Wolf, how do you know what Lovers Lab is? And I do, because I've done so much Skyrim modding that I've seen it mentioned. But I never used it. Okay. Interjection over. Maybe the audience would be less pissed off about me doing community discussion if I do it in the middle of the stream. Then again, while talking about this, I've dropped from about 15 viewers to about 9 on YouTube. So the YouTube audience does not enjoy talking about this. It's probably why I should save these kinds of discussions for after the stream. The problem is I forget to do it if I don't do it during the stream. Either way, we should go back to politics. But I want to reorient these streams such that the YouTube audience gets pure focused content, and then the community gets a balance with the pure community content interspersed. Quattro says the YouTube audience is not casuals that aren't like to bring in much. Unfortunately, Quattro, the bigger the YouTube casual audience is, the more YouTube will push people to it, and then those people can join Cabal. Bear in mind, every group, every community, every anything with people in it has some rate of people leaving it. Cabal is no exception to that. And so we need to have that offset by people coming in. And that doesn't just happen. We need people to want to do that, or we need to use some algorithm to do it, or some combination of factors. And right now, the intake is not very high. They're not all normies, Chief. Several people who are here came through YouTube. Which says the actual community is much more likely to actually contribute, even if it isn't financially. Yes, I agree. But we still have to intake into the community. Problem is YouTube only pushes low effort trash these days and not much else, so it's not a great avenue, unfortunately. Possibly, but then I'm open to suggestions on other things that we can do. I mean, maybe we could just do more Discord server raids, but then I need targets. I mean, I've asked this before, but I need targets of servers that don't just have a lot of voice activity. Realistically, what I probably need is targets of servers which have a little bit of voice activity, but are definitely smaller and less active than Cabal. We need to set up Cabal Bomber Command to do that with Gusto, and we can just every stream we can go to a new server. But then that's going to end up with issues with like raid detection as well. Raiding furry servers to find the Discord voice. Well, that's the thing. What's to stop us going into a server that doesn't have voice activity? And anyone that notices and joins voice with us can just come back here with us. It's not that likely, though, to be unfortunately. You can use Discord API to find these servers. I don't know of a way. Maybe though. I haven't messed with the Discord API for other servers. I've not tried it. But yeah, I'm open to ideas with this chat. But we'll need to do something. I think Pug, the bot has to be in the server to query it. I'm not sure about that actually. It might be able to query at least how many people are in the server without being in it. I'm not sure about that. But to query how much voice activity there is, I think you have to be in the server. The word fuzzer should be incredibly trivial to scrape vanity invites. I'm not necessarily after the invites, or at least if I am, I suppose that I mean, that's true. You could get the bot into the server and then, I'm pretty sure with a bot, you need more than just an invite. It needs to be, they need to click an invite thing where they know it's a bot. Of course, we could use a user bot, but Discord doesn't like that. That just says show your tits. Let's check the Cabal aid board. Leader, tits, overlay, post publicly. It's at 5.06k. It needs to be at 10k. Then I will show the tits. That just says your. Nachos wants me to be the OnlyFans star, don't you, Nachos? Ginger says I have an objectively terrible idea. Let's raid Wes's server. Unfortunately, Wes is terrified, and his server's closed. There'd be no point. Raid Wes's server. AC says, I've had an idea for a crawler for a while now using the where did this emote come from feature. Yeah, that could work. Also, don't forget, AC, the server tags as well. There's a few people in here who, unfortunately, have the wrong server tag. That's something that you could do to help, actually, chat. Some of you haven't put it on because you don't want to, but some of you haven't put it on because you haven't noticed. The CBAL, Cabal, server tag, any of you can use it. I'm planning at some point, I don't have this set up yet, but I'm planning at some point to have some sort of automatic reward for people that use it. But for now, if you would like to help Cabal, especially if you use other servers, it would be good for you to apply the Cabal server tag. You can do it through your own user settings. I think you can apply it for any server you're in. Let's see how many people we can get to display it. Some of you, I know that you have a good reason for not wanting to. That's fine. It will show up that you're in Cabal. So if you need to hide it from family or something, fine. But the rest of you, I would really appreciate it. Which is, there's nothing to raid there. It's empty. Wes server gets a little bit of activity, but it's always the same people. He doesn't have any growth. Nothing seems to change there. And usually it involves Jack. Ugh, disgusting. No, I'm kidding. He's not the worst. Soldier. He is our strongest soldier, yes. In that, the further away he is from someone, the less harm he is to them. I just said, this is my only server. I left Taco Kit out of every other one I was in. Wow, that's pretty impressive. When I've asked people, they've often said, this is the only server I actually take part in. I don't know of anywhere else like this. Killy says, this is a white pill, but I still think you and Wes and even Jack can come back together. You were all good friends. I am less against it than Wes. Wes views what happened as... I'm against it. Wes views what happens as a fundamental betrayal, even though that is, of course, farcical because I did practically nothing to him except tell people what he had done. And it was truthful, and he admitted it too.
Was that you caught him?
Yes, I think so. He would never, Achilles. I think by white pill you might have meant hopium. I don't think it's going to happen. Or copium, perhaps. But yeah, there's also a lot of other people here who know what he's done and wouldn't want that. He, as many of you know, he falsely accused several people in Cabal of being pedophiles over the course of several years and kept that accusation covert from me, but apparent to others. It eventually leaked to me, and then we began asking questions, and the schism occurred. There's obviously much more to the story, but you can find out more by going to the Cabal Wiki. Oh no. Is the Cabal Wiki currently broken? I really need to stop using the system that I'm using to host this stuff because it's very easy to get set up, but it's not very reliable with other software that I'm using at the same time. Give it a second, chat. It'll be ready in a minute. Running slow as fuck for a bit. Yeah, I need to fix that. I need to just get a simple little VPS for this. Sorry about that, chat. I know why that happens. It really shouldn't. It really shouldn't. I need to fix it. Decide, what about reading Kershaw, Amalgamite, or Pippa? I think they're all way bigger than Cabal. I don't know if that would be a good idea. Honestly, I was a bit active in Kershaw server for a bit, but I got banned for too many infractions in a short period. A bit active in Kretosis server, but Kretosis buddy with Raging Bull. Oh. I don't think Raging Bull hates us, does he? I can't remember, actually. He's kind of a spurg, though. Yeah. Aren't you doing an Absentiaversary stream next month in a recount the whole sort of... I can do. That wasn't necessarily what I planned to do for the Absentiaversary, but I suppose we could just do a special Where's Recap stream. If we go to actual lolcows here, which is highly accurate, click on Where's What the What Y11. This page was written by, I think, almost entirely Quattro. But it gives you a decent rundown of what happened. Link it. There's also, it's not linked on here, but there's also a bunch of streams we did if you happen to have like 20 hours free, just going over everything that happened. AC says Kirsch's Discord is gigapaused. Well, then maybe the goal is to get people in there and say, hey, do you want a server that's not gigapaused? Aiden says, I know Amalgamite and Kershaw. I do need to invite Amalgamite onto one of these streams. Definitely. I'm bad at organizing for like specific occasions like that. I've told her you can come on whenever you want, but obviously that's not going to work for everyone. Does Amalgamite actually have a server though, which is active? Because that would be a good thing to look at. If you're not in the dedicated and restricted political channel, you'll get banned instantly by the faggot mods. That is disappointing. That seems like a great opportunity to find people to invite to Cabal, though. If they're joining Kersh's server, they're already not cucks. And especially if they then get banned from Kersh's server, then they are probably based. There's loads more information about Wes that's not on this page, by the way. But, yeah, if anyone that's curious. Seriously, hit up Kershaw. She's a beef with Dev. Yeah, I know. I've been recommended to contact Kershaw, but I just don't like doing that with other creators. It's probably something about me. I just don't like bothering people, even though it probably is a good idea. There's common ground for you both to possibly make online friendships with the community. Yeah. That's good, Somnus. Aiden says, I can do it for you. Aiden, do you remember like a year to year and a half ago where I gently asked if you could maybe try and do that? And then I don't know what happened after that. I don't know if you did or not. Have her do it or have your daughter that just offered? Yeah. Yeah, indeed, motherfucker. It's true. I could use the connection of Aiden's mum or Aiden's mum's daughter, Aiden, to do it. You remember me asking? I did. Again, I don't like to try to like leverage connections. It's like it's too materialistic for a genuine friendship. But I think it would be good for me. I think it would be good for the community. I don't know if it'd be good for Kershaw, but I'd be quite happy to do stream with her. And Aiden, if you are interested in making that happen, I would appreciate it. But I don't want you to go out your way to do that. Avalon says she won't respond. She is already busy as fuck, and she already said multiple times that she does not want to curl up with people because you can't really be friends with content creators, as too many are clout chasers. Unfortunately, in this case, there would be an argument that that's what I'm doing. Partly it is. So yeah, if that's what it is, then fair enough. And if that's it, then don't. Kitty says women are great for getting gossip when you are not a gay man. Trust me, bro. She might be severely autistic, but she can pull it off. Maybe. AC says the problem is that Kershaw takes the dev approach of give the mods unlimited agency with zero oversight and then prances around like it's some bastion of free speech. That is disappointing. But that does seem like a brilliant opportunity for us to fix it. By just telling them, look, Cabal's better. So maybe what we need to do, chat, is to have a dedicated strike team to try to capitalize on the mistake that Kershaw is making with running her community. Press 1 if you'd like to volunteer for the strike team. AC says Keck didn't expect that. Well, fuck it, let's do something. I've been meaning to do something like this for ages. I'm just not sure exactly how. If I put someone in charge of it, maybe even give them some promise of reward if it's successful, maybe it'll happen. It's not really what I'm good at per se. I mean, I can bring people. I can bring numbers. Reward, says Achilles. Well, performance reward, yeah. Even if it's just in Cabal credit, and that's something. Well, I will give that some thought. Do you think she'd be okay with you joining his cast on Cabal stream with Uzlu? Who do you mean? Amal? I don't know who that is. 40 virgins if you die during one of the raids. No, yeah, Aiden, maybe. No, I'm not talking about raiding. Discord doesn't like you raiding people, so I probably wouldn't do that. Might be a bad idea. Yeah, I've been stuck with your friendship for years now. Amalgamite, says Kieran. I can't really raid servers, but if Amalgamite has a server with a public invite link, please DM it to me, and I may join. Cabal like VTuber section grows. It probably would, yeah. Nacho says, I'd rather the server grows naturally, even if it's slower. Unfortunately, it's not. There's almost no growth of people right now. There has been, I mean, it's probably about one new active member a month right now, which is not really enough, is it? Like, Cabal is very stable as a community. It's rare for us to lose chunks of people. But it has happened. I've never really looked at metrics, Nachos, and unfortunately my data gathering isn't very reliable, but in previous years it has been a little better than this. But it's about people finding people that can be trusted, bringing them in here personally. Money shitting on BC, but most of my audience fucking hates you. I know. What's Cabal's selling point for them? Good question. Free expression. There are apparently places that you can go in Discord where you can get free expression, but I think practically nowhere which guarantees it like we do. In most of the cases, it's places that you can just happen to express freely. And moreover, Discord fucking parry. No one has that. I'm the only person I know of in the entirety of the Discord ecosystem that actually protects your free speech from Discord itself. Yeah, the thing is, Nachos, the system that guarantees quality is our own internal filtration once they arrive. But Fucker says, I see more dank memes here than on any other server. There is that. I appreciate you saying so. I would like to improve that as well. Possibly in a bad way. Well, I don't mind there being quantity as long as I don't go on reporting sprees. Are you planning to OSS parry ever? The problem is, AC, that the more attention it gets, the more likely Discord is to notice it. Now, it's built to be very resilient. against Discord noticing it, but if they really intend to, if they have specialists, like technicians that know what's happening, they can take it down. But the average ebb and flow of one Indian at a time, finding a problem and kind of trying to do something about it, Parry is very resilient to that. Very resilient to it. But I don't want to get the Eye of Sauron on it, because it can be defeated. And it's also dependent on the community, because I don't know if you guys remember, but about a year ago when I first created it, I asked everyone to make an account that I could then make a bot account on to use Parry with. And I still have several of those accounts available, and Parry runs on those. It won't work unless I can continue getting those accounts from people. So it still relies on the community, which also means those accounts, like for Parry to work on someone as a server, they'd have to have those accounts available too. And the thing is, they see Parry is good enough that if I wanted other people to be able to use it, well, I would lose exclusivity, and thus I would want to charge for it. Thus I'd have to host it, which I'm willing to do, especially if I'm being paid for it. But if I were to open source it, then all that work goes to other people. Now, the free expression is important, but I don't want to just give away. It's not finished anyway, so if I was going to open source, I don't want to finish it first. It needs to be more polished. But again, the more open source it is, the more noticeable it is, the more it becomes ineffective later. I would rather have it be effective somewhere where I can control, and then one or two other people I trust can use it with a little kickback for the access to free expression. So that's the balance. Also, of course, you can't block people when they're using Parry, so it's not something I can just give to everyone. And just the more that flood in, the harder it will be to gatekeep. Not that much harder, though. Not that much harder. If we had 30 newcomers who were all active in voice, it would be harder to know who to promote to level 1, but only about 50% harder. But there will be times of the day where there's less people, and there'll be voice channels where there's still like 5 to 6 people, 5 to 10 people in there that are active at the time. So it's still definitely possible. Our ability to filter people is being underutilized right now. We could filter many more than we currently are. AC says it might be more productive to approach Kershaw Circle using Parry. I certainly could do that. Basically market it. I'd probably want to, at least I consider improving Parry first. Then again, I think it's fairly well made as it is. I would want to make sure that the way it's coded would work on someone else's server. And if I'm going to provide it to someone else, especially for money, then I would want to get a good VPS to host it on. Yeah, so the advice you gave me earlier, Aiden, to focus more on news and politics and the actual point of the stream rather than community stuff, that has been out the window for the last sort of few minutes. We've discussed at the beginning of the stream that even though YouTube people might like that, the community doesn't. Pug, is that Kershaw server? I'm not joining Kershaw server if you guys say that people get banned from it. But I would join Amalgamites because I don't think you would there. Though I don't know. We do news and politics streams, says Wolf. It's sometimes. Kieran says, jokes aside, there really is an emergency alt site. What do you mean? Just in case, go join the alt Cabal site for updates when the server is down. Google meatspin.com for the page. Yeah, no, just go to meatspin.com. Reach out to Mu about VPS. We found a couple cheap and reliable ones over our experiments. Thank you, AC. I may well do that. Yeah, maybe so. And list of people to look through. I can try inviting here. It's a server's ban list. Yeah, that's a good idea, Mavis. Ooh, that's a good point. What if, that's a good point. What if we went and found some like multi-server ban plugin, which you can get, or bot that you can get, where it publishes a ban list and you can just download the ban list. We download the ban list because it'll have reasons as well. And we just look through for anyone where it says like said the N-word or racist or something. And we just fucking invite them here. Ooh, that could work, chat. That could actually work.
That's an extremely good idea.
Yeah. If this is something you'd be interested in, AC, I'd really appreciate you looking into that. It sounds like you would actually enjoy that. You'd actually be interested in that. If you're not, let me know, but you might be interested in that. Otherwise, I might do it myself. Yes, charactershofatotaku.com will always take you to the current Cabal. Bear in mind that link is dependent on Moo keeping the domain up, which I think he will. But if he ever doesn't, then cabal.oozaloo.net is a domain I own. And that's the sort of most common, most core one that you can do. It's discord.oozaloo.net will also take you here. Please create a landing server for automated invites. Maybe, but then making new people join a different server after that would be kind of gay. Send the ban reason as the reason for invite. Yeah, probably. Call it the landing strip. In case of ban, sausage party at Spoon's house for new links. Yeah, Aiden, do you think Spoon would volunteer for us all to come by to his house naked? Under some circumstances, I'm sure he'd love that. Can we have them fight until we've discovered worthy candidates, asks the Took. Look, this is a brilliant idea that I've come up with. Just going through like global ban. I bet we could find one. Do we still have control over the shop for Taku Euro? We sure do. We sure do. We can do anything with that. Nigger finder. Yeah, Nacho's I think what Kieran's trying to do, other than trick you into going to meatspin.com, is to just go to oozaloo.net, which is my site where all the stuff I have and do is linked. It's on screen right now, Nachos. This is not meatspin.com. Yeah, maybe, JDev. But so be it. You know what? If they got banned from some faggot server for saying faggot, then bring him here. Well, says it depends on the type of people we want. If we want more people like the current moderators, just pay for an advert on Grindr. So true. AC says the bare minimum, do not use the Discord built-in invite URL because I guarantee there is some safeguard in the database about a single invite being spammed in too many DMs. Sure. I wouldn't automate. If I was going to automate it, then I wouldn't set it from, I don't know, I'd do that actually. What I could do, I mean, this is not necessary, but what I could do is have an AI run through the ban reason and just say, does this sound based? And basically word it like that. And then just disperse out a long list of usernames with IDs to try. Either way, we'll figure something out for that, AC, yeah. Really, I just need a list, a recent one. Poaching people from worse servers, their loss is our gain. Join us at join.racism.africa reason, screenshot of ban reason. Yeah, basically, make invites manually. Yeah, sure, we can do that. It's cabal.racism.africa. But yeah, same idea. And we can just vary up the invite link as well. If it tells us what server they were banned from, even better, because then we can say if this server has anything to do with dev, we just use the cuck.shofataco.com link. Otherwise, we can use cabal.racism.africa or just vary it up. Sometimes use cabal.oozaloo.net. Maybe even sometimes use the direct Discord link. But I mean, AC, we could use Discord links in the DMs, but why not just use the web link? As long as the website can handle, you know, even if it's like 100 clicks a second for a few minutes, that's nothing. It's not going to be anywhere near that much. Kieran says, going back to editing shorts and a weekly 2-minute recap vid, you'd only have to do it until you can afford a part-time editor, or if you pick up a tech-savvy girl, swipe right on those Asians for your career, maybe, yeah. I don't know if I'd want to do that, but I do want to create more refined content out of the streams I already do, basically. Ayo, I saw you got banned from Irish Pillow Princess Discord server. Join us at Cabal link. Basically, Wolf. Something like that, yeah. Kalisa, you were wondering about engagement, views, population, revenue. One of the concrete things you can do to improve those is to tie the community to some gaming activity. Minecraft has been suggested for a long time, but I'm sure there's lots of games you could build upon. Yeah, we could do a Minecraft server. The problem with that is that there's a lot of discussion over what that would be. If we use a modern vanilla Minecraft server, which is the one that everyone would be the most like able to get on. There's a lot of modern features. I probably wouldn't enjoy that. Maybe I would, but we could pick a specific version, but then that's not going to please everyone. And if I were to host a Minecraft server, I would probably want to do things with it. But then I don't have time for that. I don't know. Maybe we'll put up a poll, which is just like, what version of Minecraft would you want us to play? We do that. Cabby, make shorts for my streams. I have legitimately considered doing that. Yes, I tried a couple of weeks ago to set up a live transcription thing on screen, but there was some problem with the GPU integration. Yeah, so some of these old logs threaten violence on Hassan Diddy Baby Oil Piker. Where are you getting these, Mammoth? Just compromise already, Uzlu. Whore out your GPU and spam cabby lewds at people till they join. Probably not. But I certainly could make the AI create a whorish character. Probably won't, though. We do Minecraft community events, tie the house system with the building projects. You come up with a lot of ideas. Yeah, a lot of that requires coding, or at least implies the need for it. Sad thing is, if Sargon Archer of Eve and just grew some balls and yelled at you and worked through whatever menopausal drama they're hallucinating, it'll probably open doors with people like Lumi. I don't know what, the VTuber? Surf Cross Podcast, EFAB. I maybe, I don't know. You can call it Stabby in honor of nachos. Maybe. I was playing around with the idea of using an auto router to run multiple characters at once. With the AI, it's not that reliable, but I may be able to get it working. It is just EFAP for a bunch of fags. That may be, but they have a lot of viewers. Killy says maybe you could help our boy out with that. This needs closure. Aiden has. I don't know. I don't think there's much more Aiden can do to help with the closure with the Sargon Arch and whoever thing, and I don't know if V knows. Aiden, I don't want you to go out of your way or do anything you don't think is right. Why are they mad at Uzlu? No one knows, Took. Sargon and Arch have claimed that I've done something wrong, but they've never claimed what that thing is. Pug says, we do have a big Valheim server going. It was hosted on one person's PC. The problem is, Pug, any game we host will just be, it'll only be a thing for a couple of months at most. Last time we'd had a Minecraft server, we all played on it for about a month, maybe two, and then we just stopped. And it costs money to host those. Now, I can host it pretty much for free because I know what I'm doing, but it's still there costs CPU time and effort to maintain it. And it, at some point, isn't worth it. Another possibility, Somnus, aside from Disco and Dev Wormtongue, is just that Sargon doesn't have a reason. He was just trying to cut ties with anyone who he thought didn't directly assist him. And he maybe later convinced himself that there was a reason, or said to Arch, we'll just pretend there's a reason, but we'll never tell him. That is a possibility. And the problem is, and this is something that's very much true, Aiden can probably, or Scrump can confirm this, he has confirmed this. I was never a yes man for Sargon. I wasn't unpleasant or rude or anything. I was just trying to give advice. And I was not perfect. I made some mistakes, and I was probably sometimes too presumptuous or sometimes too timid or whatever. Dumb shit. But I think mostly I was fine. I gave him some ideas, gave him some suggestions. And it may be that I just wasn't subservient enough. I mean, that's something I think Scrump has suggested as a reason. I'm not sure about that. Aiden says, I imagine a lot of people in EFAP have been dev poisoned against both me and obviously Uzlu. Possibly. Ginger says, I heard one reason that is quite unfavorable. Sargon hates Uzlu because Uzlu fucked his secretary. He didn't seem to mind at the time. This applies to Discordia or Callum is yet to be determined. He didn't mind at the time. Play multiplayer games in Cabal and record it and put it up on YouTube. Yeah, we could do that. There's not a great chance it'll be watched. But I mean, that's kind of what User Place is for, Wilf. I mean, the User Place can apply to multiplayer games as well. That's fine. Yes, Nachos. But he knew about it. He was okay with it. Interesting, Ginger. Ginger, are you an editor on the wiki yet? Because I can make you one. Oh, you are good. If that subservient role is true, the obvious counter is who else came out in public to help him with his MEP run in person? I didn't really help, to be fair. I just went there and asked some dumb question, but I did go there in person. To be fair, I went there because Discordia did. We could make games in Cabal and put vids on YouTube. It's a big project, though. Doesn't make sense because Dev was still in the fold for years. After that, Scrump the tranny fucker might not be the most reliable source given his own falling out. I know that, yes. But yeah, it doesn't make sense that Sargon would still be taking Dev's word for it that I'm a bad man. So I don't think it was Dev that caused it. It was Scrump fucking Dev, probably. It may well have been that, Kieran. Yeah. Yes, indeed. So far, since private, do you have something you do aside from this that gets you paid? What do you do if overnight Cabal was gone? I'm not going to go into detail on that, but it wouldn't be good. Either way, even aside from the monetary side of Cabal, it's important to me. And I've put a lot of work into it, so I want it to remain healthy. Indeed, the Toog. It is very detailed. We need to put more of it on the wiki, really. Right. I just enjoyed the lore videos. We will do them again. Actually, I've got the wiki up and running. There's nothing stopping me from starting those up again, actually. Maybe we should do lore videos every 1 year on the Absentia versary. But no, I think that maybe should be dedicated to, well, do we want to do a whole stream series on Wes? Haven't we already covered that enough? It's old news anyway. Nothing new is happening with him. Yeah, that definitely could be a motherfucker. Sargon is, after all, a man, though. There's nothing new happening with him. I don't really want to do a whole stream about Wes. He's not worth it. But we could do the lore streams for the Absentiaversary. It'd be in about a month. Something whacking a dead wop, indeed. Do Wes, Falcoshin, Euthio, and whoever else you got on a retardance day. See, that's also it. Retardance day is a different day. I think, isn't that specifically July 4th? Or was it something else? I don't know.
I think it was the 13th.
Okay.
I'll double check.
Thank you. I know it's in the Cabal events. But yeah, the Absentiaversary. We need to find exactly when it was that Jack revealed to us that Wes had been making those accusations, because that's kind of when it kicked off. And I think it was the 3rd of January, but I'm not certain.
Okay, it is July 13th.
Okay.
I just checked.
That's Retardance Day. In remembrance of Big Zach, yeah.
Anniversary is January 3rd.
Yeah, okay. That works for me. We should put them in the Cabal wiki. Quattro, are you an editor on the wiki yet?
I am, yes. I made the Wes page, remember?
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm retarded. Breaking point was Dev flip-flopped on his position regarding the trucker convoy and Scrump call him out on it, which caused Dev to have a melty. Your favourite word, Aiden. But yeah. Okay, good. We should put those special days in Cabal somewhere. We should put the Absentiaversary as well. But I'm not sure what kind of event we'd do for that. Probably that would be a good time to at least start the lore streams. Gives me a bit of time to prepare stuff as well. I should watch the old lore streams and make notes, I suppose. I already did make notes during the streams, but they weren't very extensive. Put a reminder in to never give me wiki privilege, or I'll just end up doing weird shit. Go and make an account, Kieran. Nachos made it. You made notes about my streams? Thank you, Nachos. If you have the notes to share, I'd appreciate it. I may be able to combine them with my own. Or if you want to save sharing them until the stream, you can do that too. What do you mean not any? You didn't keep them? God damn it. Now I'll have to do it myself. Fine. I'll do it myself. Okay. So. Chat, we've had an extended community discussion section. Shall we return to actual content, actual discussion of actual things happening? Anyone who's watching on YouTube, YouTube views have inexplicably jumped back up again, by the way, to 15. YouTube audience for the last sort of like hour, roughly, we've just been sort of chatting about the state of Cabal, which is not what the stream is advertised as being. And I have recently taken advice that I should not be doing that as much, but these were genuinely some interesting and sort of necessary discussions. But I do intend to get back to news at some point. See, communities, says Natchez. They're interested, yeah, but anyone new that stopped into the stream and was like, oh, yeah, this is about Tucker, I'll click on this. And then they hear us talking shop about the community. You guys care. Anyone new will have been driven away by that. So yeah, I need to optimize the content more so that what's seen on YouTube is refined politics stuff with some community interaction that's relevant to the politics, like I did for the beginning of the stream. I could chop that up as well. And then, but the streams I run that generate that content have like big community focused sections in between the news stories. So that's the plan. But then I have to upload those videos. Davis joined here because of the crash out about Dev. Yeah, about picking me, I guess. Yeah. Lacking news stories, nothing ever happens on the political scene. Well, a hypothesis Aidan mentioned earlier, and that I had been thinking as well, is that the 2025, it feels like we won a major victory with Trump, and so people have sort of like, this is the big exhale, the big relief after politics, and now people don't want to think about politics as much, which is probably true. But if that were the case, my viewership would have decreased this year, but it barely did. Last year and previous years, I would tend to get between 30 and 35 live viewers in Discord every stream. This year, the average is maybe a tiny bit lower, but I still occasionally get that many. Today we had 35 at peak. So it's not, the viewership hasn't gone down. Even when people have, even groups this year have left Cabal, the viewership hasn't gone down. Well, not left, but stop being active. The viewership still hasn't gone down. So it's not a lack of interest in politics as far as Cabal's engagement goes. And the money may just be because of the state of the economy, I don't know. Or I'm just unfortunate enough to currently the composition of the audience it doesn't contain anyone that has a lot to give. Yeah. Also, how many did we have on the tits stream? I don't think that had a significant effect, to be honest. Yeah, Dev said that he got a vasectomy. I don't know if he actually did. He could be lying about that. All right. How close is the tits overlay to happening? Let's have a look. It's still only at 5K. If it gets to 10K, it'll be a special tits stream. It's just I feel like everyone is fucked and stressed out. Well, that's kind of why the gaming content seems like a good idea. I mean, the first foray into Ouija Place has not been a great success, has it, with New Vegas? But as you can see, New Vegas is now in the negatives. People don't want me to continue, so I won't. We'll do Project Wingman next. Wingman next. And that's up there. Like says, do shorter games. Then do /support for a shorter game. Yeah, if we go to here and we do Ouija Plays, if people are feeling more like chilled content this year, then here's the roster for gaming content I'm going to be doing. But Doom. Funnily enough, I did play Doom. There are some streams of me attempting to play Doom. Rather embarrassingly, they were long streams where most of it was tech issues. And I know what the problem was ultimately. It wasn't really my fault. But I could do Doom. But I have briefly played Doom 2016. We're good at Wobble Dogs. How are the most hilarious games to squash it, maybe. Butt Slapper. Well, then do /support Butt Slapper. Always plays Butt Slapper. Just put Ouija Plays in it or I won't notice it. OG Doom. Okay, maybe. It's pretty dated. I'm not sure if it'd be fun to watch me play that, though. But look, you've seen how I played New Vegas. don't expect me to play games the way that you would want them played, but do expect me to play them in an unexpected way. So throw me against a game that you haven't, you can't think how I could possibly do it differently, and then see if I do. Something non-linear, ideally. Surprise mechanics. Well, surprising mechanical engagement, I suppose. The Sims, says Aiden. Maybe that's a bit too open. I've got to actually care about it to keep doing it. He says, how would I support a game such as Shake the Rat? I've seen someone play that in here. Ginger, what you would do is /support, User plays Shake the Rat, as the topic name. Triple says it's called Rat Shaker. Then you would, oops, support, User plays, something like that. But type in /support and it'll give you the autocomplete for the command. And then just make User plays Rat Shaker the topic. Gemma says, Save the Princess. Save the Princess is an interesting game. I've seen it played, which means I kind of know how it works. However, oh, thank you, Nachos. However, I don't know enough. I don't know it off by heart to be able to just breeze through it. But I think it's very pretentious, and there's not a whole lot to it under the surface. Thank you, Nachos, who says, don't ever play New Vegas any gain. I wanted to skin you alive. Chat, do /support User plays New Vegas to torture Nachos. User plays Silk Song has been recommended. I didn't play the original. Didn't play the original. But I could play the original. No, I don't necessarily need to, but I probably should play the original. Protogen XL says, the Brutal Doom mod. I'm not familiar with that. Leatherface Nachos, that's mean. Niji says, I somehow managed to lose interest in games completely. I did too a few years ago. I think it's because I was seeking something from games that they weren't willing to provide. Something more expressive. That's what I find good about games, is their ability to permit expression. The ability to use mechanics to complete them in a way that the developer didn't expect. Most games do not cater to that. And I have rarely found games that do. The last game I sunk quite a lot of time into was Noita, which is mostly linear, but it's basically a roguelike, but it's very open in how you complete it. And it has there's this main area where you play most of the game, where 99% of the people will spend 99% of their time. But then there's a colossal world around it with loads of other stuff to explore where almost no one will ever go. But it's just there. They don't even try to direct you towards it. It's just there. It's very cool. AC says you should show Cabal Noita. I did. Probably about 5 years ago. I did some streams of Noita. Very few people watched. No one contributed, I don't think, or very few. That's usually what happens when I play games. The New Vegas streams were an exception, but that didn't go too well, did it? How much ass pain are you willing to do to play a game? Depends how much money people are willing to send me to do so. Because currently, we have a look at the User Plays board. User Plays, posted publicly. We have a look at this. None of that is anywhere close to the threshold to trigger it being played. It needs to be at... oh, wait, no, am I mistaken? The conversion is pretty gay. I might be mistaken, actually. Yeah, it needs to be at 7.5K. Okay, so several things are way above, which is unexpected, actually. I guess someone redeemed. Okay, my mistake. I get confused with the scale, but in order for it to trigger a game being played, it has to be above 7.5K, I believe is what I said. Yeah. And 2 more of those now are Wobble Dogs and Armored Core 6. Honey Pop as well, yeah. So I'll add them to the list. But that's the thing is, if people are willing to contribute for it, then I'm willing to play them. The thing is, I've always been with, I always made money doing politics streams, but never doing gaming streams. So I didn't do them as much. But if people want to make it worth my while, as it were, then I'm much willing to do them. Okay, so I'll add those two. Wobble Dogs and Armored Core 6 have crossed the threshold. I assume because someone redeemed. Let me have a look. Yes. Yes, someone redeemed quite a lot. Okay, fair enough. That explains it. Okay, let me edit the page to add those two games. So, Wobble Dogs reach the threshold on exactly this time, the 7th. And then the other one is Armored Core 6. Now, again, like, I have absolutely no guarantee that I'm going to like these games, but I'll give them a go. Okay, those are both on there. If we save that, and then refresh, there you go. Wobble Dogs and Armored Core 6 are now on the list to be played. Pug says, find out what hot game is for normies and play that. Yeah, maybe. The thing is, I'm very unlikely to like it. Who the hell misspelled Armored Core 6, says Scarab. Don't know. He says, okay, DSP. You are behind in that accusation, AC. Type in /leaders. Avalon says, I would need to convince a few Mr. Moneybags to get you to play Space Rangers. I think you would actually enjoy it, but it needs to disable an expansion through a very anal method. Disable anal expansion. If playing a game in the way chat wants me to, at least initially, requires a little bit of work, I'm okay with doing it. I did do some work for Fallout New Vegas. I got the patch, which required MO2 through Linux, which is a little bit complicated, but I got it working. I don't know who that was, Somnus. Have you played the Colonel Sanders dating sim? No, but I've heard of it. Ginger says, I'm personally quite convinced after seeing all the efforts to play Fallout New Vegas that any playthrough you might attempt of Cuphead might actually cause Sanchez to kill either you or herself, which is why I'm now supporting it. Okay, that makes sense. The pigeon dating sim is one that's been on the list for a while. The idea of that was that we would find someone, not currently Wolf, no, I will do that though. And when I do it, it should be retroactive. The idea was that Dai would be, all the women of Cabal would play all the pigeons in the game, and I would play the main character, because in Doki Doki Literature Club, you play a male and all the other characters are female. But when we did it, and same thing with Helltaker as well, when we did it, all the female characters that you meet, we had them voiced by men with a pitch shifter. And that was funny. But the pigeon game, you play a female and all the birds are male. So we thought we'd do the opposite, where all the women play the birds, play the males. We could even pitch shift them down if we felt like it. Although the women of Cabal tend to have pretty low voices anyway. So we could do that. It would require a lot of their time, though. People don't necessarily have the time for that. I advise that when you get around to Stalker, that you have a Sherpa to guide you with the initial mechanics. Yeah, possibly. If a game requires a lot of autistic understanding of game mechanics, then I might get someone to help with that. If I'm new to it. Literally couldn't play the game not for normies. I don't know what you mean by that. Aiden says, I backed pigeon dating game on Kickstarter or whatever and have a plush of my husbirdo and everything. Chat, press 1 if Aiden is a bird. Anomaly game. Well, put it on the list, Bug. Someone says, it was a great game before the pirate expansion. With the pirate expansion, it's borderline unplayable. It's forced on you by the devs. I would never understand why they made it so. You literally need to pirate the game to remove the pirates from the game that ruined the game. Interesting. As an Armored Core fan, there's two very simple tips: momentum and learning. I'm not gonna remember it either way. The women of Cabal, indeed. You should pass on anything complicated. Thank you, Aiden. Appreciate that. Aiden says that she's not a bird, but she is. Hold on, let me just give you more doubt. There it is. She literally called Burb. Gorgeous, I'm playing Stalker Anomaly right now, and I can promise you it's just an initial learning cliff, but it's extremely rewarding. I'm willing to put up with a learning cliff, especially if I've been warned about it, yeah. HFNH in YouTube chat says 1 Aiden is Burb. Yeah, fair enough. Not only a bird, she's like a seagull level bird, says Achilles. Wow. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing.
No, Achilles, that simply cannot be true. She does not eat anywhere near enough for that to be the case.
I see someone contributed via Subscribe Star. Thank you for doing so. Let me go ahead and set and give the people there a couple of credit. So, and then I believe it was, yes, it was. Uh, 26, 23. Okay, there we go. You have both been granted your Cabal credit. I do need to automate that. Force Aiden and Natchez to play RV there yet. Okay, that's clever. With you, I'm sure they won't murder you IRL. Yeah, it's possible. Look, there were no new quests in Goodspring, so I'm already going to murder Aiden IRL. I did promise to strangle her if there weren't any new ones. Hotline Miami is not a bad one. I may enjoy that. So you can go ahead and do /support Hotline Miami if you want. Now, let's have a look at the overlays and see if anyone has decided that they want to see my face. No. They still want Wendy. Nacho says, oh my fucking God, don't fucking get me started about New Vegas. Nacho's, Aiden and I had a hearty argument this morning, which lasted about 2 hours about New Vegas. I think the rest of you should be very happy that you didn't have to endure more discussion about it. But Nachos, if you like, you and I could have a couple of hours to talk about the Nachos, you've used the wrong gender for me. We could have a couple of hours to talk about the flaws of that game as well, if you like. David says the Femoid hit squad turning up at Uzlu's house. Nachos has marked you for death, and the Femoids obey. Yeah, that's kind of what would happen. Yeah. Get on with what, Ravelon? Do you want news? Chat, press 1 to laugh at the retard who wants news on this politics stream. Kieran says, fair enough on the not remembering tip, but the 2-minute reveal trailer for AC6 is a good representation of the actual gameplay. Treat it like Dark Souls on crack and you'll adjust. Okay, interesting. I have played a little bit of Dark Souls. You could support that if you want. Dark Souls 3 might be a good place to start because I played a little bit of it. I beat a tree boss, if that helps. It's the last thing I remember doing. I want this to end and I would prefer to see Tucker dunk on a retards as well. Fair enough. We'll do that soon then. Better to start on Elden Ring now, to be quite honest, says Aiden. Well, then do /support Oozle Plays Elden Ring. It's one that I almost got when it was new. I almost decided to play it. I do want to have that religion discussion, as Nachos. Yeah, we can do that. Did I say who that was going to be? Was it just me and you, Nachos, or was it someone else as well? Much like the Souls games, it's a rather abstract kind of rhythm game. Yeah, I've heard people say that. The tree boss is optional and fairly early in the yeah, it's fairly early. That's sort of my point. There's loads of the game I haven't played. But the Windows have better controls, okay. User plays KSP. Oh, yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know if I enjoy it, but I'm willing to give it a go if it gets high enough on the board. You guys have been supporting a lot more stuff on User Plays. Let's have a look at what the board currently looks like. No new ones that have crossed the threshold. Starfield is there. If anyone wants to try and get Starfield up the board. But the thing is, I've watched loads of videos critiquing Starfield. I already know all the bad things about it. I already know what the problems with it are. KOTOR is on there. Do you really want me to ruin KOTOR for you like I ruined NV for you by pointing out what's wrong with it? Starfield has been denounced. John Max says, forgive me, but you playing Dark Souls at Elden Ring, I can't see it. I did it. I played it, Dark Souls 3, and I was pretty good at it. Aiden says, no, not KOTOR. Chat, do /support User Plays KOTOR to torture Aiden. Kira did not enjoy Starfield. Aiden says, please no, I love KOTOR. Nachos loves it too. Yes! Chat, torture the Femoids by doing /support User Plays KOTOR. At this point, I might do it just for the fun of it. All right. Pay that no heed. Torture Uzlu by doing such support Cuphead. That would torture me, basically, yes. Peak, maybe. Look, Nachos, look at all these people supporting Uzlu plays KOTOR. Like 3 in the last few seconds. Incredible. And I feel even more of an RPG than Fallout. Ooh. New victim. Nachos, is that Nikki of Mirai Nikki? Actually, I don't think it is. But Mirai Nikki, anime, Future Diary, it was pretty good. One of Aiden's favorites. I've also started watching Steins Gate with Aiden. That's pretty good too, so far. Someone still denounces it. You did / denounce Uzlu, assuming that you wouldn't have already done it, but you did already do it. The thing is, KOTOR 2 is about a story RPG, but I do suggest the first. You heard it right here, folks. Aiden is suggesting that I play KOTOR. Right, Aiden? Let's see. Uza plays KOTOR. Is it up there yet? It's got 8 supporters, but they don't have a lot of Cabal credit, unfortunately. Aiden says, I'm suggesting people who can into RPGs play KOTOR. Well, I can into RPGs if they're good. In the new Cabal Aid feature, double denouncement. It's already complicated enough, to be honest, Wolf. Geek requires friends to play with. Who will you kidnap, torture by that method? Good point. Could be anyone. KOTOR is likely the spiritual successor of Mass Effect. Oh, predecessor. Sorry. What can I give you to not? You already ruined NV for me. I will ruin it more if you like. Nachos, you can do /denounce Uza plays KOTOR, and there. What do you mean? What you can give? What can you give? This is the reason I built Cabal Aid, Nachos. You can use. Oops. The Cabal credit that you already have. You can very much prevent it, at least for a while, Nachos. Yeah, so there you go. What do you mean, what must I do? This is why I built the system. So you can do that without needing to make it arbitrary. So as you can see, Uza plays KOTOR is actually not even on that list. Uzlu plays KOTOR, someone has misspelled it. It's Uza played, all one word. good reference, Nachos. Uza plays Stray. Oh yeah, the cat game. Honestly, willing to do like a challenge run of Outer Wilds as well. Uza plays Russian roulette. Thank you for whoever did that. Thank you so much. Remember that you can advertise who you are doing this if you add an extra parameter on the command at the end. If you press the right arrow to get out of the first parameter, you can add an optional parameter which advertises who you are clicking on it. I will at some point make it so that you can set the default as well, so it will by default advertise it, or by default hide that you've even supported it. No, Duke, I can already find out. You should all know, whenever you do /support or /denounce, even /revoke, it shows up in live chat anonymously, and it shows up in my DMs with your name on it. Just so you know, Aiden says, legit, have you played Dragon Age Origins? I did years ago, and I got bored just before the last boss and stopped playing. Never finished it. Marble World is not even a game, it's a simulator. recruit Ginger or Years to Sherpa you through Warframe. I don't know. I don't know about that. If people want to make me do it, I'm up for it, but I don't think I'd enjoy it. PS says, what challenge Outer Wilds is a puzzle game? In essence, the only challenge you can do is beating the game without a W. Well, see, that's the thing, Pierre. We need to come up with something. I could do a showcase of like, here's just everything in the game, just show you all the secrets or something, but that's about it. AC says, I just realized I'm pretty sure integrating Oozaid into Noiter should be possible through the modding API. It might be. It might be. Oozlu would not like Warframe. I would not subject him to that, says Ginger. I'm curious, Ginger, on what basis are you assuming that I wouldn't? Is it on the basis of Fallout New Vegas? Which Resident Evil? Greedfall. Go on, Ginger.
I get the distinct impression that you would run up against the long-form gameplay mechanics. Things like having to learn the individual mechanics behind the maneuverability and the logic behind the builds, and having to actually go through the effort of acquiring resources and engaging in the grind. You would run up against that and you would despise it with every fiber of your being.
It does kind of sound bad, yeah. Aiden says, Enwar, have you even played The Witcher? I have watched The Witcher 2 all the way through and The Witcher 3 all the way through more than once. I'm fairly familiar with The Witcher as far as one can be from the games, and it's been many years. But I like it, I just wouldn't play it. Yes, Took, watched. PS says, kill yourself, watching is not equal. I didn't say it was equal to it, but there's a lot that you can still get from watching a game. The thing is, with video games these days, most of my interest in them comes from how are they designed. I don't necessarily desire the experience of playing them. So I can get that almost entirely. I get 99% of that. The control is really the only thing I can't get from it, but I can get almost all of that from just watching it. It's so much more convenient to just watch it. And I get to have someone fun to watch playing it too. If there's a game that I actually like the look of, that looks like it'd be fun for me to play, I'll get it. But it's been a while since that's happened. No one outside Poland has read the books besides me, says Aiden. Now you are the biggest nerd I know. Yeah, Quattro says 8-Ball gave him Dustborn, Forspoken, and Gollum. There's a Prime streaming material if you want to join in while suffering without having to be on the controls. Maybe. I feel like at least one, if not all of those 3 games are so bad they're not even funny. Gollum, for example. There's probably a few funny moments you could extract from it, but most of it's just pain. How dare you, Achilles? Show me a game that's as fun as sex. I just haven't found any good games. That's the problem. There just aren't any good ones. Fallout certainly wasn't. Got him. Yeah, Ginger has several hours in Warframe. 15,000, for example. Watched Mauler play Gollum, made me want to kill myself. Yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. Yes, as someone working in game dev, most of what I experienced and continue to experience game-based from you has been pure suffering. It's like watching the work where people trying to argue politics through the game. It's not sure what you mean by that. The only thing I think, Pierre, that you've seen me play is Fallout, and that's the game's fault. Sex can be a game if you give them a head start when you're chasing them. Okay, that's true. That's true. Worst thing about Ginger's hours in Warframe is that he hasn't even included a bunch of shit. I have 1/3 of his hours and have done more. Ginger's been clean for over a week now, apparently. Is that how it works? Jeeves says, I will not in any way, shape, or form endorse the Netflix.
You can see in the image that I posted there, last played November 30th.
Yeah, fair enough. Have you seen the Leo Bonhart clips from this season? Okay, Jeef, I will recommend the first season of The Witcher, even with its flaws. I enjoyed it. Warframe, the Space Ninja themed crack of video games as well. I think Ginger's probably right. I don't think I'd like it. I would be willing to try it if people got it high enough up on the list, though. Let's do one last.
Let friends play Warframe.
Warframe has not crossed the threshold.
If Warframe was a game that I thought Oozaloo had a chance of enjoying, I would recommend it to him. However, I genuinely think that he wouldn't even get past the tutorial because he would just immediately become bored of it.
Probably.
Don't worry, you'll definitely not become bored of Dustborn.
Took says, what about point and click mystery games? I've never enjoyed one before, but have I even played one? I don't think I've even played one. It's not my kind of game though. I want a game which allows for a lot of expression. Nacho says, don't let him ruin Morrowind. Nachos, I've got bad news for you. Morrowind has already hit the threshold. It's happening. Nachos is not happy about this, but it already reached the threshold. Now, I've played extensively Skyrim, and I've played a bit of Oblivion. I know a bit more to expect about Morrowind. I think it's a sort of it's similar to Fallout New Vegas for me in how different it is from the RPGs I've played before, but a bit closer because of the lore. I actually care a little bit about the lore. The problem with Morrowind is that I care a little bit about Elder Scrolls lore. What I don't care about is fucking Dark Elf lore. It's gay. And it's the brownest place on Tamriel. The brownest. It's one of the last places I actually want to explore. I am aware of Roblogs. I don't think I'd enjoy it either, but it's on the fucking list now, so it's going to happen eventually.
I'm so excited to see you try to break it.
Mm-hmm. They got blacked by Daedra, says Aiden. Yeah, basically. Usually does not enjoy Eugenics Simulator. What, you mean living with JF? Never tried it.
Well, you can bring out your inner JF and Wobble Dogs.
It's true. Paul says, does not to be noticed? What's this? Oh, it's something else. Cancer Simulator. Star Sector. I can't remember what that is. It's obviously one of the space games. Was that the one that I thought I might actually like? I can't remember. Was it Elite Dangerous? Nacho says you're not going to survive this server.
I would not recommend Elite Dangerous to you currently. It is in quite the dire spot.
All right. Nachos, what other games are very dear to you? Because I'll just play them and ruin them for you too. Remember, chat, /support. Uza plays KOTOR in order to ruin Nacho's day. Star Sector is a completely open space game. Yeah, I think that was the one I thought I'd like. Maybe I'll try that one. Star Sector requires a brain. Well, that should be fine then, Ice. As long as the game's not badly made. Well, it says, can we officially add humiliation, destruction of childhood memories to Nacho's fetish list? Sure. Yes. Update the wiki. Yes, go ahead and update the wiki. Took, are you an editor? If not, would you like to be? Just go to the wiki, wiki.uzlu.net, make an account with your Discord, and then I will probably make you an editor. He says, well, I promise not to abuse this in any way. That's boring. Aiden says, I think you need something less complicated than New Vegas. Eve? I would not enjoy Eve. You're on the wiki already. Ah, okay. Maybe I will give you editor then. Which was FTL.
So,
maybe I'd like FTL, I don't know. Go on.
I have also played a significant amount of Elite Dangerous. What Quattro said earlier about he would not recommend it, I would back that up. I currently have 370 hours in Elite Dangerous. I never intend to put another hour into that game. It's basically imagine Warframe in terms of like the levels of grind. Increase that by about 50% with a slap in the face when you get to the engineers section. Those who are familiar with Elite Dangerous will know what I'm talking about. And remove any semblance of originality, customizability, things of that nature, and just replace it all with here's the meta, do it or fail.
Yeah, it sounds like Fallout New Vegas. But
if you thought that was boring, you would actually fall asleep playing Elite Dangerous.
so
Like, it didn't used to be this way, but they've fucked the economy so bad in it that it's just Space Trucker Simulator now, and nothing interesting happens.
That's a shame. Jazzpunk was suggested. Jazzpunk is a very linear game, and I've seen it played several times. It's funny. It's quite funny. There's not much point me playing it, but I'm willing to if people want me to. I at least in the early levels, I already know most of the stuff that's there. If you've ever heard me say Wedding Quake, that's a joke from Jazzpunk. They literally have a mini arena shooter in the game, like a mini game, which is wedding themed, and it has stuff like I don't know, it has like kill alerts, like holy matrimony or something like that. It's very silly. But Wedding Quake is very funny to me because wedding cake, and like the sniper rifle weapon is a wedding cake held sideways. It's very funny. It's got a lot of gags like that in Jazzpunk. Halo CE is on there. I actually supported that because I've been willing to go through Halo CE again. I played it lots of times though. I played 2 a few times as well, but I much prefer CE. But I think I've only played Halo 1 and 2. Never played the others. I think I finished 2, but many years ago. Papers, Please, I probably wouldn't like. Too much to remember. Death Stranding. I don't know if I'd like that either, but to be honest, if I were to play Death Stranding, I would probably just copy what Joseph Anderson did. Bike Chan. I don't know, maybe I wouldn't. But his playthrough of it was so good with Bike Chan that I would not be able to match it, I don't think. I don't know, maybe I could find something.
The most fun way to play that until you get to the really late game, and at that point you're jumping around with what is almost a jetpack at Mach fuck. It's really funny.
Mm-hmm. Aiden, that's not quite what I said. You need to have a lot of memory, though. However, you do need to have a very high IQ to attempt atheism, in my opinion. Which is to say, I think it should only be attempted by those with a high IQ. Who's Plays Death Stranding is moving up the board for some fucking reason. Guys, I don't think I can do it as much justice as Joseph Anderson did. Just go watch his Bike Chan thing. IT Specialist Simulator. I don't want Job Simulator. I'm not German. Sorry, JPEG. Dead Space. I don't like horror games. Just don't get anything out of them. I don't think it'd be much point in me playing it. I'm not saying you can't vote for these, by the way. I'm just it's just Warframe. Are you suggesting, Wolf, that what I do daily is running around space shooting people and stealing things? I mean, yeah, but okay. Warframe is a full-time job. Yeah, well, yeah, but it's not my job. The PC Specialist Simulator kind of is. Let's have a look at the current state of user plays. Is there anything new? No, it's all the same things. Oh no, Death Stranding has reached more than 7.5k. Oh no, Death Stranding is now on the list. Oh no, chat, what have we done? This is a terrible idea. Why have you done this? Wallpaper engine, 40 people.
If your audience truly does hate you, Oozler, and manages to get Warframe to the point of being at number 1 in the list, therefore causing you to have to play it, I would be willing to do everything in my power to make the game as enjoyable for you as possible.
So you play
I appreciate it, Ginger. Play it for me.
Ginger, you know not what you do. You know not what you offer.
I would effectively use the resources at my disposal to help you skip over about 70-ish% of the grind.
So basically the entire game.
problem is, Ginger, I like games that allow expression, and would I prefer to play naturally or play some artificial, like, biosphere version, some limited microcosmic version of it? I don't know. I wouldn't like the grind, though. Wolf says, give me a month's warning before you start playing Warframe. I spend it trading for currency. To what end, exactly? What do you be doing with this currency? Don't buy me things in the game. Whatever you do, don't waste money on that. There's no way I would keep playing. User makes Minecraft server. Well, you know what? Fucking do / support Minecraft server. If you really want one, the only thing that you need to do to make one of these actions happen is to ask me, like, tell me it's got high up on the list, and I'll see that there's demand for it. Let's see, is Minecraft server even... Yeah, someone's denounced the idea of setting up a Minecraft server. That's it. One thing has happened, and it's been a denouncement of that. Okay, someone else has denounced it. At least 2 members of Outreach would help maintain a Minecraft server. I was promised, I believe Moo, was it, promised years ago? Or was that a joke? I don't know. But yes, I know that's probably true, AC. But I do know what I'm doing with a Minecraft server, and if it's just a vanilla server, then it would be easy enough for me to do. If it's more than that,
2,000 years ago,
it would take, yeah. If it was more than that, it would take too much of my time. And just a vanilla server, I don't know how fun that would be. What about just playing what you feel like playing? That's usually, yeah, but I don't feel like playing anything. I haven't felt like playing a video game in years. All we've got is people denouncing the idea of hosting a Minecraft server. It's now at minus 380.
good job, chat.
Yes, AC. I believe that was one of the ones that I had last time I played. Yes, there's some good fabric mods. Client side that you can use on servers to optimize the gameplay. Certainly Distant Horizons or something similar is a great one as well. There's really good stuff for that these days. But it doesn't make the game more fun, sadly. I wouldn't mind running a server where I try and remove some things I think Minecraft should never have added, but that's a big project. I don't want beds to be in the game, for example. There's a few other things I'd really change, but that's a big project. Wolf says, Oozloo is indeed a fake gamer girl. If he could sell us bathwater, he would be. /support Oozloo sells bathwater. There you go. Anyone who wishes for me to sell bathwater, you can /support that option. Wizard water. I'm not necessarily looking for removing generated beds, Toast, because they're good for decoration at least, but you shouldn't be able to skip the night with them. Which, yes, there are ways to do that on a server, I suppose. But then I'd have to like set up a fucking whatever it is these days, paper, whatever bucket it is these days, whatever fork, and then put a plugin on there to do it and find out what plugin is the best one to do it without doing a bunch of extra shit. If it's still WorldGuard or if that's way out of date these days, like it's just stuff I have to do, and it's once I get started with that, it's never going to stop. How do you replace the functionality of beds? You have an infinite world and roughly hours to walk to your base if you mess up. Yeah, don't mess up then. That would be my point. There's more skill in it. It's more of a world. It's less, you have less control over the world. It's bigger. It's less parochial. And you get to do more siege gameplay. It can be achieved with pure data packs these days. Yeah, but I have no idea how that works. I'd rather do it via bucket because I know how that works. This is what I mean. I need to do a lot of research to get back into it. Otherwise, I should just host a vanilla server. But who would? I don't even want to play vanilla. Who sells liver? Jesus. Bucket is ass. Then what the hell do you use? What do you do with it? That's horrible gameplay wise. Please no more video game takes out of you. I disagree with you, Pierre. Fabric. How is that different? Oh, what you mean, like a client side? Wait, can you do that these days? Can you do a server and a client where the mods get transferred to the clients? See, this is what I mean. It's been years since I've hosted Minecraft server. I don't know how you do it anymore. I know all the stuff I already knew, but if there's new techniques that are better, I don't know anything about them. It's a bit far, kiddies. I don't think they're going to kill themselves necessarily. You can do jank shit with server-side resource packs to sync recipes. That sounds like so much extra work. Don't Mojang bank accounts for hate speech and private service. That's another problem. That's another problem I want to try and avoid. I need to do research to find a way around that as well. We could say don't chat in the server chat, just chat in Discord, but that's not always going to work. That's not always going to be convenient, is it? I couldn't guarantee free expression there without doing the research to know how to avoid that. It's just a lot of work to do, so I haven't got started with it. Could we show you short game trailers occasionally? A few favorites of mine I'd be interested in showing you. Sure, we could do that. But it's, I mean, at that point, basically, I'm employing you to try and do research for me to find what games I might like, but it's not very likely we're going to find any, to be honest. That being honest problems. Yeah, it makes it more skill based. Like, don't be somewhere where you can be ambushed. I feel like I'm teaching you something that people were trying to tell me about Fallout, which I already knew, which wasn't the problem. But like, yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. Don't go out at night. Skipping the night removes half the game. Fair enough, Kieran. Doesn't really seem like you enjoy playing games, or too many at least. You should focus on what you do like. Yeah, but I also need to make content, Nachos. And what I do like occasionally is coding. And only occasionally. I don't actually like that many things, unfortunately. But what I do like is coding. It's the most often. And that is terrible for content, at least live content. You can do a video like recap of a project, but that requires a lot of setup. How about a compromise where beds just set spawn but do not skip nights? That's my point. Yeah, I mean, even then, I would be tempted to say no. When you die, you spawn at a random point within a few hundred blocks of spawn. Don't die. But I would say that should be configurable for a server if they really want it to be. Minecraft and Paris are both locations where you're likely to get stabbed, molested, or even blown up if you go out at night. Says Ginger. Yeah, that's true. That limits the distance people can go, and you have to seed hunt for not making that ass to play. It depends on what kind of server you're running, AC. For 2B2T, I could understand that being really fucking annoying, yeah. But for a community server, that should be fine. Just don't die. If it's PvP as well, that would also suck. If it's like PvP heavy, that would also suck. Right. Are we finally at the point where my Discord, my community audience wants me to go talk about news some more? Just don't play the game at this point. I'm not, Pierre. I'm not playing it, but I think it would be better with a few changes I would make. Still having to gather resources. Interacting with anyone produces this risk. Nah, there's almost no risk. Once you have a bed, you skip the half the game. Yeah, well, don't die then, Pierre. Same thing in Fallout. You'll notice I didn't die until I got to an area that was apparently way too high level, but I didn't die because I was careful. There's a certain way of playing that produces better chances of survival. And I think it's fun to play that way sometimes. Minecraft should be open to modification, but I think the base game should not give you that leg up. Maybe on like,
I would argue though,
maybe on easy difficulty it could, but not otherwise. Go on.
If you can't fail, then are you ever able to actually learn anything from it?
Indeed. Achilles, I have played RimWorld. Fair amount of it. It's not bad. Zero, this is Wendy. I haven't played Vintage Story. I've seen it played a little bit. It seems like an alternative direction Minecraft could have gone that I would have enjoyed a little less even than where Minecraft did go. It doesn't seem like a bad game. This is not what I would play Minecraft for. Not sure, though. I don't know that much about it.
I know enough about Vintage Story to know that if Minecraft is for autists, Vintage Story is for the next tier up from autist. Like, autist, but ascended or prestiged. As evidence
Pierre,
of this, Excited Toast plays Vintage Story.
Pierre, if my changes to the game are to try to make it difficult for you to remove half the game, then those changes would also apply to whatever contraption you're talking about that also allows you to skip that half of the game. In fact, the changes that I would make to Minecraft would not simply be, remove beds, that's it. No, it would be a bit more than that, ideally. I would want Siege gameplay to be interesting again. Because as soon as you know how to build a base that can't be sieged, it's no fun anymore. Like for mobs, I would want to add more hostile mobs, which aren't annoying, like the fucking flying dudes. They're very annoying. And they punish you for playing this way as well. That just makes it even worse. But mobs that make it fun to defend your base. Because it's something that is fun about Minecraft, but almost no one ever plays. Almost no one ever experiences it. Indeed, Maveth. I reckon, I don't have any ideas currently, but I reckon you could find a way to make that work. I'm not playing balloons. I mean, you could make me, I suppose. If you do open whatever machine you host, it's going to really like crazy. Why would they hate you if you do? Oh, because they have loot. Yeah, it's such a fucking mess, Pierre. I would just scrap almost all of that. I don't know what you're talking about regarding memory or performance. Removing beds wouldn't be a problem for performance. And yes, I know that everyone has to consent to sleeping through the night, but people usually do. It's a tool to skip the night. And once it's there, it's too overpowered to avoid. So I just don't think it should exist. I'm not talking about PvP, too. I'm talking about PvE there. But yes, that's also true. Well, so Siege gameplay is not really what Minecraft was ever about, isn't it? You build stuff, and there's hostile mobs. That lends itself very well to Siege gameplay. It's some of the most fun I ever had playing the game. Consent is a Rothschild conspiracy to limit my freedom, says Kieran. Very true. Hostile mobs can be countered by a single wooden block. Well, there's ways of building the base that are basically unassailable. Which is why I would want the mobs to be a bit smarter, or maybe to add some more mobs, or some other ways for them to act, which would make Siege a bit more interesting. Not just that either, that's one of many changes I'd want to make to it. Oh, that's in the 1000th place. All right. We've been going for 3 hours. Let's go and continue with that Tucker interview, shall we? Maybe, Wolf. But I also want the expressive freedom and the feel of Minecraft. I don't want to just do the Siege combat. And zombies are fucking boring anyway. They are boring in Minecraft too, by the way. But there's other mobs in Minecraft at least. Yeah, I think Toasted could be done. I wouldn't do it that way though. No, I think it could be done, Mavis. I don't have any concrete ideas on how you would do it, but I think it could be done. Chat, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to grab myself another drink, and then we'll come back and do some Potterlicks. This is an interesting discussion, the game design discussion that will continue another time. I shall be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Did he just say that he was going to go lick a potty?
Yeah, I think that was it. That was it, yeah.
Perhaps.
Good lord.
Maybe there was a misunderstanding about the term urinal cake.
What's the meme? Is it equal shitzaloo? Who's a poop? Who's a poo? That's it. That's the one.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Who's a poo?
Kieran, why would you do this?
Let's get Uzu to play Vayne.
No, Pierre, I don't think I'd like the Rust game. I've seen some people play it. It's all right, but not really my thing. I'd never liked League of Legends. Wouldn't like Dota, I don't think. And Apex, probably not. Too sweaty. No, but it's like, I'm not a slop enjoyer. I have a specific kind of taste in games. It's really easy with seeing my Fallout New Vegas gameplay to just assert he must just not be good, not have refined tastes, but it doesn't work. It doesn't match the observations. It's not that simple. How do you want to know how, Odysseus? If that were the truth, I would just play popular games, but I don't. I like games that give you expression. The only game I've played in the last 5 years is Noita. That's not slop. It's not a common kind of game, and it's not for lack of being open to playing a good game. I just have very specific tastes. Zero, I don't think I'd like Expedition 33. Not only is it really pretentious, it's also French, and the turn-based combat is not what I prefer. I don't think I'd like it, but if people want me to, I can put it on the list. Don't think I'd enjoy fighting games either, but again, willing to if people want me to. You mean in real life, Jackie? I did play Risk of Rain, actually. With Wes for a while. It was alright. Two, I think. I can play Left 4 Dead, Jackie. That's a good zombie game. I did play that years ago. All right.
You know,
All right, chat. Welcome
if you
back.
like Left 4 Dead, if you like Left 4 Dead, you'd probably do well with the Tide games, be it Vermintide or even Darktide.
Maybe. I did look at them. They looked interesting. However, we should get on with the actual news content because it's on the roster to cover. So let's go and look at the interview that we got partway through last time, but there is more to do with it. We'll just comment on it if I can find it. I would like to just chat with you guys as well.
People put it.
But this is on the roster to do today, so we shall at least do it for a little while. All right, and then we can maybe continue discussing this after the stream as well. But by all means, do more stuff with Cabal Aid. Put stuff on that you want me to play. Anyway, this is the interview between Tucker Carlson and Piers Morgan. We already watched 28 minutes. Oh no, we skipped ahead, I think. Or did we? Yeah, no, we skipped the monologue. We only watched about 7 minutes of it last stream.
Real quick, are you streaming this to YouTube?
Yes.
Are you?
You already found out it wasn't this, remember?
This is what procced the copyright claim, and then this is what got my stream taken down.
Okay.
And then what got it kept down was the anime we watched, like the anime clip of the AI stuff we watched earlier.
Mhm.
Just to be clear.
All right, let's see if that happens. Thank you for making it clear, Aiden, but I don't mind. Let's see if it happens.
Yeah, just letting you know.
Okay. Maybe I'll bring on a couple of people to go through this with me, actually. And then again, we'll get through even less of it if I do that. So I think the heckling will be fine for now. Let's try and get through some of it. So yeah, we were getting through this and we were talking about the perspective on Britain. Piers Morgan here does a very poor job defending and defining Britain because he is well, I'm not sure what single word to use really, but he's one of those default ideology boomers who trust institutions and who accept many of the ideological precepts inculcated in the 20th century, like that racism is one of the worst things in the world and that there could never be any truth to it. He sort of passively accept that. It's unfortunately representative of quite a few people here and in the US, but unfortunately most of the media here are like him. He is also a provocateur, so you can't necessarily take anything that he says to be honest. He also had a meltdown on Twitter. Well, meltdown's biased way of putting it, but he had some criticism levied at him on Twitter after this that he also responded to. He also at some point said that there were some British people that he would give up for curry. And there was a good comic about it. It was very utilitarian, very globalist, very anti-human, very destructive. So we've got him and then Tucker Carlson. We discussed earlier, we didn't come to a conclusion on that, except that Fuentes is gay. But I hope that I can at least present a better perspective on Britain than Piers Morgan can. And of course, what I say about it reflects for the entire Anglosphere. So I may even be able to correct Tucker on US stuff, though there's much less need to do that. Feckless, Ginger says to describe Piers Morgan. Yes, that works.
Of the Muslim problem has been massively overstated.
Well, that's an obviously.
Yeah.
Hate the Muslims. No, we know where that's coming from.
I don't like it.
I hate it.
In my high street alone, in West London, most of the businesses would have Muslim employees there. Or
but also, how is hate the Muslims better than hate the Christians or hate the Jews?
It's not. It's all the same.
Not. It's the same.
Wrong. I'm afraid to say this is a somewhat admirable view in principle to be completely individualist. And at some points in my life, I have said be completely individualist, but I would never actually have operated like that in every single case. There is a time and a place for collectivism when you don't have time, you don't have the leisure or the luxury to be individualist. Now, beyond that, your average Muslim, even a moderate one, is going to deviate from the values of the country they're in to some extent, because Islam is a totalizing religion. Almost all religions are. But Islam is very militant, especially in the modern day. If you had only moderate Muslims in a country, and they were all pretty well spread out, no ghettos, you probably wouldn't have a problem. But that's not what we have here. Any moderate Muslim, there's at least a 50% chance, probably higher, that they're in an area that's filled with other moderate Muslims, even if they are moderate, and obviously some radicals. So they're not adapting to British culture, they're adapting the area to their culture. Or at the very least, there's a meeting in the middle, which is not acceptable. British culture is better than Middle Eastern culture by a long fucking way. And so, no, there is a difference. Hate is a strong word, but there's a difference between dislike or remove Muslims compared to Christians. Christian culture is not only compatible with British culture, it is part of British culture. And not to the degree that it's necessary for you to be a Christian, I don't think, but it's the most common one. It should be common. So the problem isn't just numbers. The problem isn't just wealth or violence or mental illness. The problem is also ideology. And I'm not sure why these guys are sort of not really getting that. Maybe they're referring specifically to the hate part of it. There are many individuals who aren't really a problem, but you can't know who they are. And there are many more who are, even though they may not look like they are. And even the individuals that aren't directly a problem are part of a collective that is a problem. So I would much rather we get our countries back into a functional state so that they can remain functional for years, full of people that are of a high trust character, so that the countries are good places again, full of good people, even if that means I get called names. Yes, I will put that first. And that may not mean removing every Muslim, but it will mean removing, deporting, not violently necessarily, unless they make it necessary. But deporting a lot of them, those who are not integrating already. Some do. There is, I'm sure, a form of Islam which is so moderate as to fall into the background. And if they stayed, it probably wouldn't be terrible. But again, you can't necessarily trust that. Can't necessarily trust that.
Like none of them.
I don't know exactly, and I don't know the stats on that.
Adversarial.
Yes, but it is not inherently. It's not inherently strongly followed. It has to be followed by someone. So I don't know. There may be people who have a form of Islam so mild that it wouldn't really be a problem if it was just them left. But I don't know. That should be examined. And if the data, whatever is available, comes up that it isn't really, a decision could be made on that. But yes, there is a time and a place for collectivism. Dire circumstances is a time and a place for collectivism. Survival circumstances. And we're pretty close to that now. In some places, we're past it. In some places, the British culture, in some relatively small and isolated places in the country, but quite a lot of them, is already gone.
And I've heard you say, and this is the point I come from. Hatred is hatred is hatred.
I totally agree.
It doesn't matter who you're hating. The moment you're in the hate game, then I think you're losing whatever argument is you're trying to have.
I totally.
All right, so let's pull the two apart, because you two are playing a fucking game with this. Let's pull those two apart. Hatred, as distinct from valid opposition to. Okay, now we've pulled those two apart. Is it okay to have valid opposition to every member of a group? Oh, that becomes hatred, does it? Does it? Necessarily? Is that how it works? Hypocrites. Let's see you pull the two apart, eh? No one's talking about hate here. This is a politics discussion, not an emotions discussion. Why are you bringing hate into it? Let's talk about opposition to. Hate is a buzzword to get you to stop thinking about collectivism, to get you to stop thinking in terms of groups, which again is not ideal, but it's sometimes necessary and is useful when we don't have the luxury to treat everyone as an individual directly. When we have a high trust society again, when we've fixed shit, we get back to a meritocratic capitalistic system, that's the time for individualism. Meritocratic capitalism naturally favors individualistic selection. And high trust society naturally favors individualistic suggestion. You know what doesn't? Anything else, almost. Especially backwards Western, Middle Eastern war cult religions.
Totally agree. But moving off from hate and getting back to the world I live in, which is fear.
And hating something that you should oppose is better than failing to oppose it. I still don't recommend hate. I don't recommend, because it's not good for strategy. If you want to be thinking clearly, because sometimes you need to modulate your approach based on something more than just your emotional reaction. And that's very important for all of us to remember. We've got very used to knowing who is in the wrong, but we also need to get used to thinking what is actually the correct strategy to fix it. Not what is the most aggressive strategy to fix it, not what do we wish someone else would do. What is actually the most effective in practice to solve a problem? And it's not always the most aggressive or extreme. And that's not a moral position. That is a purely strategic position. There's a moral dimension to it, but not imposed by the question, only imposed by reality. So hate is not advisable, but better to hate something that you should oppose than to fail to oppose it.
Fear and distrust and gut level loathing.
Yeah.
It's the secular people who are the problem. I've never had an argument with a Muslim, with an actual Muslim. I'm from Bangladesh. I'm a Muslim. We probably agree on a lot. It's the secular self-hating whites that stand up from the table and leave when I'm eating with them here. Just saying.
The reason they're a problem, in large part, is because they invite those people in. Those are the traitors within the walls. But what they do, the reason that a traitor within the wall is a bad thing is, yes, they can go around your town, poisoning water, they can assassinate people, they can break resources. That's all stuff that these guys do. But one of the main reasons that's a problem is that they can leave a gate open or leave a way in for an enemy army. And that's what these guys have done. That's probably the worst thing a traitor can do in the analogy of a castle siege. Obviously, there's way more things that they can do and do to sabotage our own nations. But it's the foreign army they let in, which is the main damage. And I do believe that is the greatest weakness, really almost the only weakness of democracy, is demographic change. It would destroy any system. But it is one of the only things that can destroy democracy.
And that's true in my country too. But leave that aside, I just sort of wonder, and I'm not hating on the Muslims at all. Or bad Muslims or bad everybody. I just think a country is more than its bureaucratic systems, and certainly more than the NHS, which I will never think is impressive, sorry. Or your metric system, which is
I do think you're wrong about that.
Maybe
I believe last time we discussed about the health service, Tucker bringing it up is a strange choice, but I will go over it briefly, so not to retread water. I believe that in principle, the best healthcare system for a nation would be a pure free market. But in practice, because it's so welled up with compassion, that's always going to devolve into a mixed public and private market. And if it started as a private market and becomes mixed, it will be incredibly corrupt, which is what's happened in the US. The middle ground of having a nationalized healthcare system, the government's little playground, and a separate but competing private healthcare industry, which the government doesn't fuck with, that is not as good initially as a purely private system because of government inefficiencies, but it does avoid the problem of the mixing of government and profit motive intents, the perverse incentive that creates. Obviously, there will still be perverse incentives, but nowhere near as bad. So I would take, as a model, something like the NHS, maybe less extreme, but something that the government is responsible for healthcare-wise, alongside something that they are not, a private market. Both at the same time, I would take that over a free market because I know a free market would be great for a while and then it would devolve. So that's my take on healthcare. None of these two are going to have a sensible position on it, inevitably. But Tucker also mentioned the metric system. Tucker, let me ask you a simple question here. The name of the alternative measurement system to metric, what is that? That's imperial, isn't it? What empire do you think that's referring to, Tucker? What system of measurement do we use in the UK? No, it's not metric. No, it's mixed. That's interesting. What system of measurement do you use in the US? Mostly imperial, occasionally a little bit of metric as well. So it's mixed. The UK and the US are two of the only countries in the world that have an either mixed or mostly imperial system. There's a few that have it mixed, but most are one or the other. Or most are metric, actually, but the US is the only one that claims to have it entirely imperial, but it's not entirely. There are some cases where it's metric as well. We measure in the UK by our roads, it's all in miles. Speed is miles per hour, for example. There's lots of other things as well. People will just as often give you a measurement in inches as they will in centimeters, probably more often, actually. The difference between the two systems of measurement, I think, and this is a hypothesis, it's maybe something interesting to study, actually, Aidan, if this is something you would be interested in. I suspect, I'm not sure how you'd measure this, but I'm sure you could. I suspect that the measurements, the actual distances, the metrics used in imperial are easier for the brain to intuitively grasp. That for whatever reason, an inch is a better metric for the brain to understand than a centimeter. Not sure how you'd measure that, but I suspect that's the case.
I don't know how that would work, no.
Yeah, but maybe sometimes metric is better, but I tend to think of meters before yards, but maybe it's only because I know them, more familiar with them. Either way, I suspect there's something about imperial that's more familiar to the human mind. Maybe it's just adaptation over hundreds of years, but it's only hundreds of years. I'm not sure if that's true. Because of that, the obvious advantage of metric is obvious. But imperial is not without any advantages, I suspect, though I couldn't demonstrate that in this particular way clearly. I think there are other ways as well that imperial might be worth considering. Metric obviously has most obvious advantages, but because there could be advantages to imperial over metric as well, let's let people decide what they prefer to use in different circumstances. And as it turns out, when you do that in the UK, which is one of the only countries with a mixed system, I think, this is what happens. Things are probably roughly half and half between metric and imperial. Now, people have often said that the exchange rate of imperial measurements don't make any goddamn sense. Well, that's usually because they're talking about exchange rates between metric and imperial, which they're never designed for. The exchange rates within imperial or between different sort of groups of measurements in imperial. If you want to do science where you're needing to do maths on this stuff, complex maths on it, yeah, obviously metric. But if you're doing general day-to-day stuff, you don't need to convert between a weight and a distance. You don't need to convert between, what else is there? I don't know, other systems, but people always say like the numbers don't add up. The conversion doesn't make sense. It's 1 kilogram and 1 liter are 1-to-1 in some way. Sure, like there's all kinds of things you could say, but you don't need to convert between these different purposes in day-to-day life. And in imperial, when you're just using one purpose, the worst you're going to get usually is it's 12 rather than 10, which is not that bad. So imperial is not as bad as people say it is. It's still worse for most purposes, but if you leave people up to their own devices, they end up picking imperial for some things. So I don't know, like, I hate to use this because I'm misinformed on some things, but Tucker is just misinformed about that. Most of Europe is entirely metric. The UK is mixed.
If I'm being honest, it feels in points like this like Tucker is intentionally misinformed and he's playing up how American he is to his audience.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Both are fine. Maybe it could be done to create a system that balances the best aspects of both. Bear in mind, though, metric only makes sense in base 10. If you start using a different base, it completely falls apart. None of it makes sense at all. Base 10 is
most things, to be fair.
Yeah, but like base 10 is very common. It's not the only useful base, though. If you're using a binary base, it falls apart.
But you're not wrong about the state of it now. I mean, I'll give an example. What wouldn't have happened in the 60s and 70s with NHS is what happened to both my parents recently. So my mother had a heart attack,
right,
and ended up being put on a trolley in an accident and emergency unit, but out on the corridor with 30 other people on trolleys. It was Dickensian. This was like a third world country.
Oh, yeah.
And she got hardly any treatment at all while she was there. Now, when she eventually got up, and this is the apex of the NHS for me laid bare, When she eventually got into the heart unit, she got incredible treatment on the NHS, didn't cost her anything. She got fixed up and repaired. Turned out she had a blocked artery and she was home in 48 hours and was great. My father broke 6 ribs recently. Again, the same story, just kept waiting on trolleys and so on. This is going on all the time because it cannot deal with the volume of people.
We have the same problem in our country. All the community hospitals are closing, right? And our emergency rooms are unusable because of illegal immigration. I agree with you completely. I'm just saying, if you have a country whose main source of pride is its like healthcare system.
I don't think it is.
Really? Because in the 50 years I've been coming here, no matter what you say, they're like, have you heard about our healthcare system? It's like, I thought.
It's because you're an American, Tucker, and that's the first thing that comes to mind as something different between our two countries. The main source of pride of Britain is that we have been, at the very least, the greatest country in the world and still have many of the qualities, I think, at the top of the world. Most metrics of special forces, most competitions, we still win against the Americans. So even militarily, there's still some stuff we're the best at. I think the US is a great country. You guys know I like it. I want it to do well. But I don't think you have a monopoly on high quality in the Anglosphere world. I think you still need the UK to be great. The sources of pride are that this tiny island ruled the world for a long time. What that tells you is that, again, it is the people that make something great, which means that the people of the UK must be pretty fucking great. Now, they still should be, but it's been a long time and things have changed a lot.
You know, if I was British, I would be pointing out that the British invented the clock and the compass.
Yeah, many other things too.
Yes, but that's what allowed the British to dominate the sea forever, was the clock and the compass.
Mm. So yeah, we have many more things to be proud of besides the NHS. The NHS, it's not a terrible thing, I don't think. There is some pride to be extracted from it, but the reason you've been had that pointed at you, Tucker, is because people here are very glad they don't even have to think about how much it's going to cost them if something goes wrong medically. In the US, you do. In the US, people sometimes, not always, not as often as many people in the UK think, but sometimes lose a lot because of some medical problem.
I thought you were about fair, I have a shit ton in medical bills on the quote-unquote NHS here too, but whatever.
I can't remember what the exact circumstances were for that, Aiden, and it can happen, but it's very, very rare, relatively speaking. What was I going to say? Yeah, the UK still has, I think, the 6th largest military in the world. Again, despite the size of our nation, which still, given the dire state that the world is in, is still pretty impressive. But yeah, look up US versus UK special forces drills, or whatever the right word would be. I do remember reading some stuff a few years ago about how, I think it was the SAS and the Royal Marine, not Royal Marines, Navy SEALs or something like that, and the UK won handily. I can't remember the details. It may vary as well. Yeah, look it up. It might not have been those two either. I don't remember who it was. But it was US versus UK. I was surprised to see the UK actually won at it.
The greater glory of God and like subduing the world for civilization and the English language and our literature and our history.
I certainly think we're about, listen, we'd certainly, I checked a few stats on the way here.
Yeah. Oh, I bet you did. So did I.
For example, we back way above our strength in things like music. Okay, of the 8 biggest selling artists in music history, I think I'm right in saying that 5 of them have come from
I believe
the
that.
UK.
Yeah.
I don't think that's true anymore. And that's more of a 20th century thing, but it is true.
Beatles do. Elton
They're
John.
very musical people.
Right.
Say again, Aiden?
He did say in history, to be fair.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not correcting what he said, just that I'm questioning its relevance as a point.
As we often say.
We're a very artistic people. We're a very scientific people.
Yes.
We lead the...
Took, that may be true, but it does also sound like Cope. UK Special Forces and Navy regularly outperform But to calm down the Yanks, it's a case of we have a few 9 out of 10 and 10 out of 10 submarines uncontested, but the US has 8 out of 10 and 9 out of 10 out the wazoo, with 10 for every one we have. Yes, the US does quantity like no one else in the Anglosphere. There's no question the US military is stronger, but it's not the best at everything. Yeah, indeed, Kieran.
The world, actually. A lot of our universities are in the top 10 in the world. So comparative to our size, which is about a sixth of the size of the United States, maybe between maybe fifth and sixth, but comparative to our size, we continue in many areas to bat above our population strength.
The Brits in the Middle East, in Dubai specifically, are like one of the engines of the economy.
Right.
They're amazing people. I'm actually one of them, half. So I agree. You'll never get me to say the Brits aren't unusual.
But the qualities you cited, funny enough.
However, despite all this sort of competition and this posturing between the US and UK, my overriding impulse on it is that we are the world's most natural allies among the civilized nations.
Yes.
And there is so much more similar about us that is beneficial to work together on than is different. And the differences don't really matter very much, except for optimizing cooperation.
You know, that does resonate with me. We have lost a lot of the qualities, I think, collectively as a country, which did make this country great. And
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I agree. I agree with you about that, because I do think that it's become a bad thing to be patriotic about our country. There's a huge war about waving the Union Jack flag. I never see that war raging in the same way in America, right? There's a lot of pride. I mean, I'm not giving an example,
but it will. That's why I'm doing this interview.
Well, it may well, yeah. You know, it was very interesting when I did Celebrity Apprentice. It's where I met Donald Trump, and this was back in 2008. And the organization that I raised money for, because it was a charitable thing, you had to have a charity, was the Intrepid Fallen Heroes Fund, and they had a base down in San Antonio. So I went down there, and I remember distinctly coming off the plane and seeing a load of people with flags. And I couldn't work out what was happening. I knew it wasn't for me, American flags. And it turned out that they were there greeting every single serviceman and woman who came off the planes from whichever war zone they'd come from, because there was a big center there, a lot of military service people living in San Antonio, a lot of them also being treated for serious injuries and so on. And they were just applauding and thanking them for their service as they came off these planes. You'd never see that anywhere in the UK. It just doesn't exist as a concept to do that. I was very struck by that. And, you know, I do think America generally is a lot more proudly patriotic than we've become. We've become almost ashamed of being British in a way that I don't like. I think we should be prouder of ourselves and prouder of what we've achieved and prouder of what we could be. But one of the reasons why people don't feel that pride, I think, is because we've had a succession of what I would say are pretty hopeless politicians who dragged us into a place where people don't like it.
I have to say I agree with Piers Morgan there. Lord forgive me, but I do. It's mostly shitty governments that have led to people being depressed about that. Obviously, the importation of way too many foreigners, but that's just a downstream of the shitty governments. I do hope, and chat, I do well recognize that it could go horribly wrong, but I do very much hope that the next government we will inevitably have here will actually turn it around. It is someone promising to do the right things, but not part of the Conservative Party, so there's actually a chance of it happening. We'll see, but it could be if Farage and Reform achieve even half of what they say they want to achieve, it really could be a huge turnaround. Toe says, there's no hope. Well, if we assumed that, there'd be no point trying, and then there certainly would be no hope. But we'll see. There's a huge amount of potential here. It would be a historic tragedy for it not to be utilized, and it wouldn't be difficult to utilize it either. Because if the UK ever starts focusing on the military properly, a lot of the world would be concerned. Our individual soldiers and war machines are fucking scary. Issue is Parliament has been handicapping them and stealing bases and factories for 30 years now. Yeah. I don't think it's viewed as important or as important as it should be viewed because we have the US as such a close ally. That's not good enough. It, of course, is very good to have that. But we need that capability ourselves as well. Now, even with that, we still have the 6th largest military in the world. For a nation of our size, and with the allies that we have, that is very impressive, I think. but it could still be a lot better. I would like the UK to lead the world in several industries. Yes, Wolf, but the authority is reversed. There are probably many in the Conservative Party who wanted to do more, but because of the Conservative Party structure, it was not possible. Obviously, there will be some infiltrators who want to hurt reform, but they're much lower down in the hierarchy now. So I know there's obviously risks. It could go horribly wrong, but I am cautiously optimistic.
I get it, but maybe you got those politicians because the people hate themselves.
I don't think we hate ourselves. We're just
Really?
I think we've had a shockingly mediocre tier of politicians.
But I mean, the sort of
that is a bit dumb, Tucker. The majority of the people in this country have been looking for something like what Farage is saying. In fact, arguably more extreme for over 10 years. And if you expand that a little bit more, much longer than that too. We have had shitty politicians because of, or we've had monopolies ruin everything where there's supposed to be competition. What we've had here is a monopoly of approach with two different colours, basically. They're not that different from each other, the Conservatives and Labour. They are different. We found out Labour are worse, which is what I did predict, but they're not that different. And on the key problems of the day, they are the same. So that's been the issue. The US has had a different approach in the culture war in that one existing party has been infiltrated, besieged successfully, mostly, and it's gradually kicking out all the old refuse that was in there and replacing it with a new movement. It's great. And the movement's had a bumpy time, especially recently, but it's, generally speaking, very good change. In this country, it was more complicated. And I don't think it's because there's any difference in the people. It's just happenstance of how things were laid out. We had repeatedly people that were already in the slightly rightward-leaning party of the two saying exactly the right things. As it turns out, that didn't work out. They were all either lying or hamstrung once they got into power and unable to do what they maybe wanted to do, but likely didn't. We went through that for a lot longer. There wasn't another option. It was actually fairly smart containment, if that's what it was. I think it was partly that. But that didn't last. It didn't work forever. And now people could have voted Conservative last time, which is slightly closer to what they wanted, but they didn't, just to punish them for that. And what's happening in the UK, weirdly, what would usually happen is the US would have a more sort of aggressive swing of variation. The UK would have a more shallow but stable swing of variation, both varying in similar ways, but to different degrees. What's happened here in terms of the political parties is kind of the opposite. The US its Republican Party has sort of just shifted a lot with a siege, but still, the parties still exist. What's happening here is the Conservative Party is the longest standing party in the world, and it's about to be erased. And the Labour Party is about to lose more seats, I think, than almost any party ever has in the next election. And a party that has existed for like less than 5 years is about to gain a majority. That's an unprecedented situation. Both of them, both major parties are about to be severely punished. Labour and Conservatives, by some models, are going to be in 4th and 5th place in this country. Imagine the Democrats in 4th place in the US. That's a real possibility. That is currently probably what would happen if there was an election here. So we had to endure shitty politicians longer while we were all demanding something better. But maybe we get more out of it in the end. It's obviously could go wrong. As I said, there's a lot of optimism required to believe it. But if it goes even half well, if even half the stuff that looks like it's going to happen does, we might end up in a better position than the US. Not overall, obviously, but relative to where we were. We could leapfrog once again in the culture war. So there's a lot of reason to be open to hope here. Though, of course, one must always be careful with it. Indeed, Ginger. So it says we're not going to get rid of 15 million people. Possibly not. And Farage is not talking about levels of deportation I think are necessary. But it's a damn good start.
increase in British masochism, which has famously been part of your sexual retinue for centuries, gain me more. No, that's just true, as you well know. I don't know a Brit.
Americans love a bit of spanking. Come on, you know you
no, not in the boarding school way. But anyway, whatever. The point is, that has increased.
The Eton to Prime Minister culture of this country has served somewhat well for decades. I believe that is nearing a sort of dip. And one hopes it will change. There are aspects of that don't work. But the reason it was so long-lasting is there are aspects of that do work. There is a certain amount of expertise you need to do politics. Unfortunately, it became more about politics and less about what you can do with the politics, as is always the case. Things devolve into their lowest energy state. That's normal. But we've got to get it out of that.
Increased dramatically since the Second World War. And I have done a couple segments on the Second World War that have been very kind of shallow and not even really talking about the details or whatever. You're a Holocaust denier. Obviously, I'm not. Whatever that means. Hitler killed a ton of Jews. That's terrible. So,
my God, two fucking middle-aged men virtue signaling at each other that even though they don't accept everything about the leftist establishment's beliefs, they still accept these things. Jesus, Tucker, come on. Yeah, I looked a little bit into the UK Tempest fighter jet. It looks really fucking cool, but I don't know how real it is. Like how good it will really be when it's done, if it ever gets done. Not to lionize him too much, but Farage is also talking up expanding our military. So if you want that fixed, Farage seems like the best option right now for that too.
That's been a diversion, really, that specific conversation from a much more important, broader conversation about what that war did to the West. And I think it's totally objectively fair to say the West, specifically by which I mean your country, which is really the seat of the West, has been in decline since the war. So, like, what is that? Do you know?
I wouldn't go that far. Obviously, there's the issue that's going to be brought up, which many people very much like to bring up, of, well, either we win the war and then everything bad that's happening now inevitably happens, or we let the Germans win and nothing bad happens, which is, of course, a ridiculous hypothetical. How do you know the contrary situation wouldn't have been much worse? There's a 70-year gap there. Anything could have happened during that time. And do you really think the Nazi model would have lasted for any more than a few years before collapsing? It's a system that does not last by its design. So it could have been much worse and much faster as well. The 20th century has been the most prosperous, by some metrics, in all of human history. Unfortunately, when you get rapid environmental change, some things that are long-lasting and fundamental end up, by a process of a tiny little, a million tiny little changes, billions of tiny little changes, getting challenged by iconoclasty. When you have a lot of flux in your environment, the constituents in that environment need to fluctuate as well. I think that's why the notion of challenging fundamentals has been so popular in the 20th and especially 21st century, because our environment is changing so much faster because we're getting so powerful that our environment is now, well, I mean, it has been for ages, but it's now so much more defined by ourselves than anything else. So extremely that level of flux is just the baseline. And so what we're doing now is realizing, okay, all these iconoclastic experiments are pretty much useless. The very few that succeeded are just background noise. We can't even remember them. That's fine. That's established. But let's consolidate. We've learned a lot from this. Let's reconsolidate culturally back to, yes, we still need nations. That's essentially been established now by the cultures of the West. We still need nations. Let's stick with that. And a bunch of other things as well, against which iconoclasty has been attempted. But that kind of iconoclasty, as much as it's fucking awful to live through it, is necessary to reduce waste in a civilization. It's horrible to live through it. But if you didn't do it, you'd have so much waste building up from unnecessary traditions. And it sounds like something minor, but it needs to happen occasionally throughout human development, I think. I think that's why it happens naturally. Now, it's been pushed and amplified to a significant degree because now is the time when international influence is the strongest it's ever been. But it looks like the great nations of the world are holding against it. And if we do, then we can rule the international era, or at least maintain ourselves during it. So I don't know what the future holds exactly, and to be honest, it's so clouded by the existence of AI that it's very hard to predict. But it does look like the nations that have been great for the last few hundred years are going to remain so. They're responding to a period of great flux by adapting to the new world, rather than just stagnating, which was the other option. Possibly. I think the inoculation of going through this era is going to be very valuable in a few decades. Although, of course, it's very horrible to live through it now, and there were many things that were completely unnecessary. But hey, it lit up the problems in our society like a Christmas tree, the exploits, the vulnerabilities, and who is fucking responsible for them as well. Trust in certain groups has been significantly affected by those who are now gaining power in our societies, and that's likely to be remembered on a subconscious level for a while. Not as much as we'd like, not as well as we'd like, not as fundamentally, not as specifically. But I do believe that we have been inoculated against many of these problems for years to come. But to what they were saying, the 20th century was a colossal time of prosperity. And everything I just said was to say, like, yeah, there's a lot of things that were lost as well. But at least in material terms, in objective terms, colossal prosperity. So nations have not been, quote, in decline exactly. It's complicated. But I think the decline culturally, socially, has been as a direct result of our ascent in material power. And I think it's a necessary corollary artifact. So it was probably unavoidable. Don't call it a decline. Call it rapid flux as a result of rapid ascent in technology, because that's exactly what it was. You know, there's a positive way to spin it as well. Saying that it's been a decline since World War II is a narrative that tends to lend credence to socialism, i.e. National Socialism, which is ridiculous. And I do hope that we never need to adopt something as radical as National Socialism to save us from utter ruin, because it is a command economy with a very strong, charismatic leader is one of the only things that can save a nation once it gets that bad. But the UK is not there yet. It could happen, but it's not there yet. Yeah, Wolf, nothing about what I said implied that you should ignore any part of it. A nation which is affluent, I expect, will have reduced birth rates. A nation which is generally affluent, but in which people are no longer as affluent as they used to be, will have greatly decreased birth rates. And a nation in which the power is too imbalanced will have, especially in an international economy like this, will have significant importation of foreigners, which is often how an empire falls. But it doesn't have to be. We have an opportunity to turn it around. So I don't think you were disagreeing with me there. But you look like you thought you were.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's been in decline since the war. There was a lot of recovery after the war. It was a devastating war. I mean, you know, one of the most extraordinary aspects of that war is that Winston Churchill, who many people here to this day believe, you know, pretty well single-handedly rallied the morale of the people here to help us defeat the Nazis, albeit with obviously America's help, that he, in the end, at the end of the war, he got thrown out of office because so many people came back to a really bad lifestyle. You know, a lot of impoverishment, a lot of, you know, homelessness and so on.
Well, maybe were there other reasons? Like,
no, that was why they took it out.
Did Germany attack you first? Was that what happened?
What do you mean?
Did Germany attack Britain? Is that how you got into a war with Germany?
They attacked an ally. I don't know. I haven't looked deeply into the exact circumstances there, but Hitler clearly had expansionist ambitions. So it was going to happen eventually anyway. But as to the recovery, I don't even know, because I haven't looked into it, because history is not my strongest field, but many of you know, but many of you don't, just how fucking desperate things were in Britain during World War II. Every iota of strength was put towards defending these islands from the Germans, from the Nazis. And life was very limited. So there was obviously going to be recovery. Now, the US thrived after World War II because they mostly benefited from it. Obviously, they threw a lot of lives into it, a lot of money, no doubt there. But Britain repays its debts. And we borrowed a lot to defend our island, and we repaid it. So a lot of that made America very prosperous after the war, and America had a lot of new control and access after the war. So most of the prosperity of the 50s and 60s was in the US, which is what laid the groundwork for the US becoming hegemon. But the UK did have some recovery during that time as well, and have sort of, in many ways, caught up during at this point. Poland wasn't an official ally of the UK. UK started the war because UK gave an ultimatum for Germany not to attack Poland, and Germany did it anyway. That sounds about right. Yeah, there was, I believe there was rationing quite a long time after the 40s, yeah.
Germany attacked Poland.
Oh, but not the UK.
No.
Oh, okay. Because that does get lost.
They wanted.
So you voluntarily joined the war.
Yes.
Okay, right. I'm not defending Hitler, of course, but it's just a fact that you weren't attacked. So when you say that Churchill saved Britain, well, Britain got into the war voluntarily.
Well, not voluntarily. One of our neighbouring European countries was attacked, and it was quite clear that Adolf Hitler and the Nazis wanted to take over Europe. This was an existential threat to Europe and therefore to the UK. So
this is not some fucking Jewish plot, Tucker. If you let them take Poland, they have all the resources of Poland to throw at everyone else. You've got to stop it early. If they do have ambitions to take over all of Europe, which is basically what he said, then letting him take any territory just puts them further ahead. We only just won as it was. If he had been able to take Poland unabated and establish, industrial ties there even more than he already did, sooner, even a year of advance time, it might not have been enough. So don't act like it was like, oh, we feel like going to war now. Let's have some fun. Let's go beat up Germany. It's not quite that simple, Tucker.
Arguing that he would have come for the UK?
100%.
Even though
I think it's very naive.
Your politicians and there's like not one person who was saying that in 1939-40.
Well, no, Neville Chamberlain wasn't, because he totally misread what was going on. Winston Churchill completely read correctly what was going on and came out of the wilderness to actually come and save us. I think without
I think you signed a treaty with Poland that locked you into a course of action that destroyed your country. I'm just saying.
You don't honestly think the Nazis would have stopped at Poland?
I have no idea. I'm just saying.
Yes, you do, Duncan. Come on.
I'm just going by what contemporaneous sources said. I have no idea. Hitler invaded Russia, so obviously that's deranged and incredibly destructive. So I don't know is the truth. He was focused on communism.
It's true, we don't know for sure, but it would have been stupid to let that happen. Stupid to let him own all of Europe. And he won't attack us. He's taken France, he's taken Spain, he's currently conquering Portugal. He's got all of Italy is allied to him. He's currently looking at Greece, Turkey, whatever fucking... Oh no, he'll be fine. He will leave us alone. He won't cross the channel, though. It's too late at that point. It sounds like it would have been dumb not to. Yes, Nachos, r/Usalu, it existed. I had some stuff that automatically posted there. I never manually posted there. Mostly I was just sort of claiming the name. So r/Usalu exists, but we wouldn't use it. Many, many years ago, though. Well, Toast, there wasn't an alternative. The Soviets were needed to win, ultimately. And it would have been ideal to then continue the war with them. Ideal for today, ideal for the rest of the 20th century to continue the war with them, take them down. But the war weariness was so high. The US maybe could have done it, but we couldn't. We were finished. Not finished as in dead, but like we were just fucking... We're not doing any more of that. We've done enough war. We've lost so many the silent generations because so many died. We were not going to fight the Soviet Union. The US could have, but I can understand why they didn't. It would have been better ultimately, but they didn't know that at the time. Unfortunately, Ginger, though I think there is some writing at the time and some speculation that Hitler wouldn't have invaded the UK, it's a stupid risk to take. You would never trust Hitler. You would never trust the leader of a foreign nation who had been invading his allies, who had been expanding and had said he wanted to expand to conquer other lands. At that point, you already can't trust them. He won't, not us though, but if we leave it, he could do it easily, but he never would. It would be completely ridiculous to assume that. I'm pretty sure if he wanted the UK to be a vassal to Germany, it would have been quite a lot worse than what we are today with the US. We're not a vassal to the US, we're an ally to the US. The subservience is in voluntary cultural ways, and it's really as a natural result of the size difference. The Chinese learned this with the Mongols centuries ago. Well, there's another example as well I won't give. Not exactly. I wouldn't go that far, Toast. No. That undersells it.
No one doubts that. This was not a communist country. But I'm just saying Britain voluntarily joined the war. It was a war that you were not involved in and you got in. But my question is, why did it destroy Britain? I don't understand. As the victor nation.
It didn't destroy Britain.
Well, look outside.
Look outside.
We're in the city of London.
Hang on. There's Tower Bridge. It's the Tower of London. Magnificent.
Well, it changed London.
Why do you look at this and see a wrecked country? I don't.
Well, I don't see an English country. So we're in the city of London now.
What do you mean that?
Tucker's not completely wrong, obviously, but he's changing the topic a bit. The Blitz destroyed a lot of London. It was then rebuilt. This argument's, these two are basically getting stuck on individual words. It didn't destroy Britain, but it did a hell of a lot of damage. We didn't win by a huge amount. But we did win, so we remained a free country. Free, yes, to fuck up later, which we have, which everyone has, but still, for the entire 20th century, a free country, not under the rule of some other government. Influence, sure, not rule. So we are still freer than we would have been in the waning years after the war had the Germans won. Now, I'm not presenting that as the full argument. The full argument is it's been 70 years. Anything could have happened, and the Nazi collapse would have been much bigger if they had won, and much harder for everyone else. We would have had possibly the same effects sooner. But what happened is we were able to rule ourselves, and through the late 20th century, we made some bad fucking decisions, like a lot of countries did. And now we're in this situation where we are not as free as we should be. But for the entire 20th century, we had more than we would have otherwise, I expect, our own rule. We ruled over ourselves, except for the rule that we voluntarily gave away to the EU. The ability to make our own mistakes rather than become a vassal and have someone else make those mistakes, or have them collapse, I'd far prefer this.
What do you mean by that?
It's not... Well, people whose ancestors built Stonehenge are not here anymore. So the city of London is 36% white, and that's happened in the last, 40 years.
Tucker has changed the topic, but of course he's not wrong to point that out. It's a very, very bad situation in London. But London is one of only a few major cities that are like that. I want to impress upon Americans that the problem is very bad demographically in the UK. It's also pretty bad in the US, but it's much more noticeable in the UK. But most of the UK by landmass is still demographically pretty much as it was, 30, 40 years ago. Or at least close enough. Where I live, for example, is 90% white. There's plenty of places here that are more than that. There's a swath between London and Manchester to the Midlands, which is where the problem is, but it's not everywhere. Plenty of places that are almost untouched.
Did you not see that recent statistic, though, where it's something like 40% of primary school children are children of immigrants or immigrants?
Yeah, unfortunately that's happening. But that's because the cities are so densely populated.
Nationally.
Yeah.
I know, but still.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's that is the most worrying part of it, which is why deportation needs to be fun for the whole family.
Fun for the whole society, though.
Mm.
But England is about 70% white.
England.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it was
London's the capital city.
it was 99% in 1945.
Okay, so we've evolved.
But you're on the way to becoming the minority in the country. So
yeah, the problem is, Pierre, the difference between what we're doing and evolution is that evolution selects for traits that are useful. What we're doing by importing foreigners is selecting for traits that are useful for a tiny portion of the population to continue to increase profits at the expense of everyone else. It is useless. It is detrimental to the organism as a whole. It is not evolution, Pierre. Yes, whatever your name is. It is sabotage. It is almost suicide. It's a terrible fucking idea. Now, it's not inherently because of the color of their skin or even their genetic line, but it is because they are from third world countries. It is because they have not been selected for meritocratically. And if you did so, of course, there would be a different balance of skin color, but that's not the point. It's the merit. And they've not been selected for meritocratically. So, Piers, you can't increase the population size of a country by whatever it's been. It's not clear exactly, between 10 and 20 million, perhaps more, in this span of time, and expect all of them to have been handpicked for quality. You just can't do it. It's mass migration, which means it's third worlders, which means it's replacing the working class, pricing them out of the market. You should fucking know this. Even if we removed all of those who were brought in en masse and just left the ones that were of high quality, then you could say, yeah, we've gone from 99% white to 92% white. We've evolved. Okay, I can see that argument. Now, it could make sense. I can still disagree with you, but it's not terrible.
And it's also a replacement theory that's been happening for the last 80 years. Let's get real with this. It's a replacement theory that has been happening for the last 80 years in all European countries, including England, that there has been labor replacement because there's a lack of labor in all European countries that have been used as a white replacement. That's been happening.
Are you okay, Spooner?
Yeah.
Good. You could probably trace back the roots of it that far, yes. But if you were to do that, you may be able to trace it back further than World War II or World War I even. Yes, but the rate of that has been relatively slow up until about the year 2000 in the UK, where it started to ramp up. So even if you were to go back that far, you'd be all right. Obviously, it might be better to go back further than that. Native birth rates.
Just to explain this in a really short way and do an extreme way, but okay, it's that way.
Fair enough. Took, theory can mean body of knowledge. It doesn't have to mean hypothesis. And the replacement conspiracy is happening. It is what explicitly is desired by some groups that have a lot of power. There's no doubt on that. There's not really any sort of counter there either. It just is. That's what they want. And it's not necessarily for race, though many of them do think of it that way. I think race may be a proxy, something they say to appeal to the ones who do care about race, but largely it's about power. For a few individuals, for foreign nations to sabotage our countries. I think basically what's happened is that there's a confluence between the intent of foreign nations that want to sabotage our nations and the wealthy in our nations who want to extract wealth from them personally. And those two groups, big foreign nations and wealthy people in our nations, the methods that they want to use align, and so it happens because that's too much power to overcome. The best chance we have really to overcome that is democratically push in someone who just actually wants to do something else than that. If there's any other way, and maybe there's other ways, but right now in practice, I think that's the best chance we have of preventing it. But you have to want to. A nation has to want to defend itself. And if the people want to, then they currently can. But obviously there's a lot of obstacles there. Protectionism and national interest. If you can maintain that as a nation against that massive push of foreign nations and the wealthy in the nation, then we can actually survive this era. But we've got to overcome the massive push from those two groups because it's in their interest to do it. Part of that is ideology. Part of that is how we measure success. Part of that is powerful non-nation organizations. Part of that is Chinese influence. And it's probably Israeli influence as well. All these things can be countered, but we're not doing it right now. We can do it. There's a great opportunity here, a massive void we can step into. We can own the next century as well if we win.
So no one wants to say that. I think you can get arrested for saying that here.
Well, no,
that's not white supremacy. This is the indigenous population of the country.
Well, it's a statistical fact that I think by 2100, we will be a minority white country.
2063 as of today.
Well, I've read a bit later.
But these are dynamic numbers, so they change.
Yeah, but here's my question for you. So what?
Well, let me refer to the beginning of our conversation when you said that the people who live in a country define the character of that country. And then you said, yes, all the things for which we were famous and in which we had pride, like our stoicism, our concern for others, our tidiness, the cleanest country in the world. Now it's pretty filthy. All those things change when you get new people moving there. You said that. I mean, you're the racist, not me. So I'm just using,
So, Piers, you just mentioned evolution. Why is it that I spend half my time when talking to political ideologues telling them that yes, evolution is real and does apply to everything, even where you don't want it to? Evolution doesn't stop at the neck. Why refer to skin color when skin color is just one symptom of a deeper cause? Skin color is an indication of different lineages. If you get bad genetic lineages, i.e. genetic lineages that don't comport well, don't bestow traits that lend themselves to forming a civilized society, then they are not going to be as good at forming that civilized society. This would be blasphemy, essentially, to Piers. He would shut down at this point, probably call me a racist and stop talking about it. Does that make me wrong? You know the answer, chat. Does he? He would just be wrong about this. But it would be difficult to get through to him. But he would just be wrong about it. And that's not hard to demonstrate. Now, that's not to say, again, that everyone from other races is incompatible. In fact, I think a country should work to find the very few people, not many, very few people who can bring in a bit of genetic diversity, because you do need some. But if we were still 95% native British, it'd be fine. It's too low currently. Too many people who have not been filtered for in that way.
The parameters that you set.
So that is the strategic, meritocratic, practical, on the ground perspective. Wolf is also talking about the one's own tribe, one's own collective, one's own ethnic group perspective, which I can respect the angle there. I don't personally feel a strong tie to that, but many people do, and that's fair. Democratically, they have a voice, and they should. But if you want to appeal to as many people as possible, Wolf, I would strategically recommend the approach I just used. It's more universal. I'm not saying you're wrong, though.
I did not say that was down to
you didn't say
non-white people coming to the country.
Well, that's who lived here.
I don't believe that.
No, but that's what you said.
I said there was creaking pressure on public services.
No.
There is a strong correlation between demographic shift and total political failure and the gradual decline in merit and integrity of the country. That is a correlation. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're related. However, in fact, they are related. Not always directly cause A to cause, or cause A to affect A. It's not always direct. In many cases it is, but not always. In some cases, it's just because shitty politicians import shitty people. See you soon, Quadra. But yeah. The reason I mention that is because you're not going to get through to Piers just by pointing out a correlation and saying, but you said. I get Tucker's in the moment here, and I have the ability to pause, so I'm not saying he needs to be perfect here, but this was not a good strategy.
But you also maybe foolishly admitted the truth. You could get arrested for this, so I know the stakes are high. But you said that when the people who live in a country change, so does the culture, which is like the most obvious. It's like when it rains out, it gets wet. That's not a controversial observation.
Yeah, that's correct. Wolf, I didn't say you're universal. I'm saying if you want to reach people, you got to think about how you word it. If you're trying to reach someone with an argument that just doesn't appeal to them, they just don't care about, Well, you could say, well, fuck them then. But then that's someone you failed to convince. Again, Wolf, you and I have had this discussion before. I respect your position, and in principle, I don't disagree with you on much. But I think you need to think more about what is actually on the ground the most effective strategy. Not always just the harshest, but the most effective. Yeah, well, not necessarily Piers, Wolf, but other people. It's not likely to be him that you'd be talking to. No, Busek, not the foreigners, our fellow countrymen who are indoctrinated. Why would you assume I'm talking about them, Busek?
But it's illegal here because it is true. And my only point is not against, I've already said, I like the Bangladeshis better than I like the liberal whites in your country. A lot more. They've never yelled at me. I'm not attacking them. I'm just saying the things that made Britain, Britain, England, England. Is there still an England? I have no idea. Those are going away because there are different people living here. And if you think that those are good things in the same way that the Swedes or the Chinese or the people in Burundi and Chad, they like their culture. It's their ancestors' culture. And now it's gone. And why can't we say that's bad?
Well, because you may think it's bad.
It's good?
I love living in a very multicultural
But you're rich. I mean,
No,
you're rich. And you go to the white parts of London, and they're exactly the same as they were when I was a child. I've been coming here for 50 years. They're exactly the same. What neighbor I'm saying is exactly the same.
Which do you think is a white part of London?
I'm not going to tell you.
Well, that's a little test for you. Which area of London do you think is white?
The one I'm staying in right now. The one where my relatives live.
Where?
I'm not going to say.
No, you don't want to say because you know that I'll immediately say, come on, there's loads of non-white people living there. There's no
By the way, I'm not against non-whites.
There's no exclusively white.
He's not necessarily saying exclusively, Piers. But again, you've got to be a little bit intellectually generous when having discussions like this. Otherwise, it breaks down into just constant misunderstanding and failing to engage on a point. There is a proportionality to the more consistently white an area is in London, probably the more affluent and safe it is. Again, you don't have to think of that as being about race. It's about the quality of the people brought in. If they're brought in from third world countries without any merit checking, they're not going to be as high quality. Even the sort of bottom 10% of Brits in terms of quality, however you want to measure that, are going to be better, much better than the bottom 10% of Somalis. Much better. And Piers might say, no, why would that be? It's obvious on its face. It's profoundly nonsense to disagree with that. Which country would you rather live in, Piers? Oh, look, the one you already do live in. That's because I was born here. Bollocks, Piers. Bollocks. Never mind.
Area of
Okay.
There's not.
I am not now, nor have I ever been. And let me just restate, I think I have a lot more in common with the Pakistani cab driver than I do with the average Guardian staffer who's white.
But you're inferring that the more
no, I'm not inferring anything.
Well, you're referring to the more multicultural that Britain has become in terms of other ethnicities coming to live here, then the worse it's got. And I'm saying those two things.
I'm saying
is, you mean implying. Chat, please don't use words just because they sound like smart. I don't think any of you do it. I've not noticed any of you do it, but people often use inferring when they mean implying. Maybe they mean it to be like a lighter form of implying. That's implying that you could suggesting, indicating, intonating. That all works for that. Inferring is the other way around. Implying is when you say something that provides some implication, some piece of information, some suggestion. Inferring is when you receive that suggestion. It's the other way around. You can't use it that way. So sorry, that's not really the point. But Piers is a broadcaster. He's one of the first people that should know what that fucking means.
In my view, are not automatically linked.
And I agree.
There are lots of white people who behave very badly in this country.
Well, I've met them, and they yell at me. So yes,
fucking per capita, Piers. Per capita.
I just for the fifth time, I have more in common with the.
If you're having to say it 5 times, Tucker, try something else.
He's playing the
Sincerely
fucking match. He's being intentionally obtuse.
Honestly, Aiden, I don't think they are being intentionally obtuse. I think
Piers
that
Morgan absolutely is.
maybe. I don't know. I think it's definitely possible that he's not.
No, he goes and he plays based when he feels so inclined and finds it politically or socially advantageous to him. So
maybe
he knows what he's doing.
Maybe he's trying to get a more interesting interview here. He's just trying to aggravate Tucker. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to turn the interview back on Tucker.
Maybe.
By making Tucker say something stupid. Because every Tucker interview is going to be at least half Tucker talking. It's not really an interview, is it?
Religious Pakistani cab driver than I do with anyone who works at the Times of London. That is just a fact. I don't like those people. I don't want to eat with them. And they're white. So all true. All I'm saying is the qualities that made Britain the greatest country in the world were linked directly to the people who live here. And so, of course, by definition, multicultural means less of some cultures because there's dilution of the dominant culture. And you've conceded that already.
There are lots of people who are non-white, who've been born and raised in this country, who've contributed brilliantly
I would never
to
deny
the success
that.
of this country, who've risen.
Yeah, well, like Tucker presented that fairly well, but he didn't make it quite clear enough for you, Piers, when he said multicultural. We're not talking about race. Like, honestly, if you're, again, you're not wrong to think of it this way, but if you're trying to address this to someone who's not ready, don't talk about race, talk about culture. The two are integrally linked anyway, so you're going to get a lot of your points across just with that.
I actually I disagree, only because there are multiple ethnicities in the UK already in terms of Celts and Anglos, etc. And that's how they use that kind of language to like smuggle in these other ideas by that exact same kind of thing that you just said, that race and ethnicity or
you misunderstand.
You know what I mean? They smuggle that shit in with that.
I think we're talking about different things here. You're not wrong. That's interesting. But what I mean is if you're trying to address this to someone who's not really ready to hear about racial differences and IQ and genetics, start with culture. Multiculturalism, Tucker put it quite well, implies that the dominant culture will be diluted. Are there other cultures in the world which are overall better than ours? No, there aren't. If by ours you mean Anglosphere in general, no, there aren't. It's the best. Therefore, diluting it is a terrible idea. Now, unfortunately, when someone hears culture, they are likely to think, oh, that means food, right? No, it means the basic systems of government. It means capitalism. It means freedom of speech. It means blind justice. All these principles that build a stable and high-quality, prosperous society. Unfortunately, really Piers is retarded.
You really should take like the UK citizenship test, because they've got practice tests online. I'd be curious to see how you fare on it, because there's a bunch of questions about shit like that.
It is quite possible, Ginger and Aiden, of course, that Piers is being obstinate here. I don't think Tucker is. I think Tucker's a little bit retarded, but it's not terrible. But Piers is maybe being obstinate here. But I think I don't think he's doing it flagrantly on every point. I think he may be doing it in a few subtle ways. He may not even be realizing he's doing it, but maybe. He is a provocateur, as I said earlier. Unfortunately, even if that's true, what he's saying is very believably what someone might say. It's not unrealistic.
Risen to the top positions in top industries, whether it's music.
So defensive. I'm not attacking the non-whites. Because you're worried about getting arrested. I get it. And
I'm
by
not
the way,
worried about being arrested.
When they rush in the door with no guns, little bobbies with their sticks.
They might if they know you're here.
Probably.
I'm not worried about.
I got hassled at your airport again. And
really?
Yeah, always.
Well, for being Tucker Carlson.
You know, we don't know. It's just it's the AI, I guess. But.
No, wait, I love that. What happened to you?
You know, it's like, go see the attendant. And by the way, the attendant was some Pakistani woman who's like, oh, we're so glad you're here. Which I don't think I would have gotten from the liberal white lady. So again, once again, I'm not attacking anyone on the basis.
There's Tucker's ridiculous laugh. They're miscommunicating here because he needs to make clear what he means.
Because it's amazing how much leftist discourse is just pretending not to understand things, thus making discourse impossible.
I think that does happen sometimes, but I think it's easy to overestimate that. And a bad position to be in is, and this is sometimes true, sometimes...
A political commentator who's been doing this for 30 years.
Yeah, but he's also an idiot. Sometimes people are being dishonest and you should be aware of that. But over-assuming it, I think is also a bad idea. I don't know if that's the case here, but just careful with that.
Basis of their race.
Yeah, but you're saying that our culture has changed because we've had other cultures come here. Is that your position?
Well, it's not my position. It's a fact. And you just said it at the beginning.
I think
so it's better. So what about British culture didn't you like and has been improved by new cultures?
Oh, tell
me, what didn't you like before? What are you glad is gone from the Britain you grew up in?
Let me tell you. If you came to London in the 50s and 60s, the food was crap. Absolute crap.
Well, it was that way in the 80s when I was here.
Right. Now, we have some of the best gastronomy.
Amazing. Some of the most expensive, too. I wonder, is everyone eating there?
No, I can tell you.
So it's a good point, Tucker. It's not quite the central point, but it's interesting. That, Piers, might have nothing to do with immigration. It probably has a lot to do with rationing after the war. He said 60s. He could have
his point here.
Okay.
On Twitter.
Well, I did hear the ridiculous things he said. Yeah.
Yeah, he went on to clarify what he meant by this on Twitter, which is that he would basically sacrifice the lives of British people for a cheeky fucking curry. That's more or less what he said.
I think you're overstating a little bit. He didn't say the lives
Mildly.
But yeah, yes, only mildly. And that interpretation could fit. I just don't think it's what he meant. But hey, I don't want to give him too much credit. Great pause, by the way. Yeah, Piers is assuming that that's because of immigration. Even if it was, Piers, all right, we'll import 50,000 of the world's finest chefs. 50,000's a lot. I'm trying to find a middle ground here with someone like Piers. 50,000. Yeah, there's no debate that you'll have enough to supply the country with culinary ideas there. Okay, what if we stop there though, Piers? Would that be a problem? Oh, what's that? It would. Why? And then we would go down that road and you'd get stuck on something else. The point is, you don't need anyone. You don't need to import any of them to get their recipe. Hell, we invented many of their fucking recipes, like tikka masala, for example, which was invented in Scotland by an Indian, I think, but it was in Scotland. So it's something.
True.
You don't need them to be here. We've got the recipe, as I believe it was Rowan Atkinson said, as I learned recently that was him. Pretty fucking based. Rowan Atkinson is one of the literally me's, by the way. So yeah, it's ridiculous to think that you need that. And what you certainly, Piers, could not argue with a straight face is that in order to have very swanky gastropubs, you need to import millions of low-skilled third worlders into working class areas. That is absurd. And I don't think you would even say it. You would instead distract from that point so you could avoid saying it. And put them all on the dole, exactly, yeah. That's completely retarded. So as a defense for having some people from other nations in your nation, it's tenuous at best. As a defense for what we have done, it is balmy. The correct answer, I think, is that's not an argument for immigration. It's an argument for cultural exploration. It's ours. We're going to go take it.
$1,000 for dinner last
You're
night.
a wealthy man leading a very wealthy lifestyle.
Holy shit,
Why
all
don't you
the
come
food
with me?
here is...
Come with me to Brick Lane. Come with me to Brixton. I'll give you a proper meal.
I love it.
And
You and I will go to the tough parts of town and eat street food. But
I can give you a great meal.
But are you really saying the
I'll take
food?
I'll take you to the top end
The
of Portobello
food?
Market. Right, you come with me. If you want to risk death walking up to Portobello Market, I'll take you and give you some street food and you'll spend
I've been to Portobello Market, and by the way,
did you go
just
to the
in
food
point of fact, I'm quite popular there. I will say that.
In
So
Notting Hill?
I feel no fear at all.
In Notting Hill?
Yeah, I will
Really?
eat. Oh man,
I would have thought they're so liberal.
Don't even get me going.
Even I get.
We see it.
That's kind of insane that he goes. I guess he's saying because it's liberal, but it's still like, wow, you feel safe somewhere. That is such a point against Piers' own stance.
I don't think I think he meant because it's white liberal, and Tucker and him were joking about
Yeah.
feeling safer
It's
around
a crazy thing for him to say in this context. I don't know.
Yeah, it if you're listening fast, it doesn't gel well, does it? But I don't think that's how he meant it.
Yeah, probably not.
Get a hard time up there.
I think they secretly love me because they know that they've been naughty. But whatever, my theories aside, here's my point. What about British culture apart from the boiled menu, which was repulsive. Do you think, but the national character, and let me say it again, tidiness, self-restraint, selflessness, courage, fairness. The British system was imported around the world on the basis of one concept, fairness. That comes from the Magna Carta.
I think a lot of
fairness is a very poor word to describe something because it's so non-committal. Hitler thought his regime was fair. Let's take a less controversial example. Mao thought what he was doing was fair. What was the guy? Cambodia, where they kill people who wore glasses. They thought that was the fair thing to do. Fair is not a useful word in these situations. If you want to talk about British values, some of what you said was true, but some of it was so generic, any country could claim that value. I'd like to see Tucker or Piers describe what is distinct about British values, even Anglosphere values as derived from British values.
Become a fairer society. It's become completely unfair. You put fucking Julian Assange in prison for years without charges. Because the CIA told you to.
We have had a massive rising issue with.
Okay, there was a bit on the end there, Tucker, that sort of unpicked your point slightly. Because the CIA told you, the British CIA. That's a small little extra point on the end there, Tucker. Say again, in?
I mean, he means MI.
Does he? He didn't say that.
I think, like I said in the beginning, I think Tucker is, I think the things you're ascribing to Piers, I think that Tucker is actively doing. And I don't think that because I'm like a big fan of Tucker or anything. I think he is actively playing up how like he's a clueless American to his audience because that is kind of what Americans like, if I'm being honest.
Maybe.
You don't want to be seen as being too culturally knowledgeable.
I'm open to it. He did say some things that implied the contrary, but I'm open to that idea.
Yes, he did.
Suppression of free speech.
Which is a fairness issue.
But that has nothing to do with ethnicity or culture.
Oh, really? So what does it have to do with, do you think?
It has to do with a very ridiculously draconian view of what free speech
But where does that come from? You've never had that.
From governments.
No, but of course. But those are attitudes that grow from the population, or else you would have a revolution. This is the country that invented free speech.
That's where you're wrong. The population does not want this suppression of free speech.
They may not, but they keep voting for the fascists every time, whether it's Boris, whether it's Boris, or whether it's...
If they were fascists, well, they're supporting authoritarianism from... The thing is, it's not even clear what ideology it is, because most measures of ideology and ideological leaning assume the intention to do good for the country. At least the intention. You cannot assume that in modern politics because countries are too integrated and it's too profitable to lean on slave nation countries. The consequences of China have been a disaster for the human race, including fucking China, by the way. Really, the only people that benefit is a tiny number at the top of China's economy and government system and a tiny number at the top of other countries' economies. They're the only ones that are benefiting from globalism. You two assume they're policy violations. Well, there you go.
Told you.
I didn't doubt you, in. Assume suspended for policy violations. Why? Okay, we detect a video belonging to someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, there you go. You were correct. It happened. Still, I don't mind. It would make a lot more difference to your channel, Aiden. But it's all right.
It makes people mad in the chat.
Let's go... let's link people to rumble.oozaloo.net, assuming that link still works. Yes, and we're still live. Yeah, rumble.oozaloo.net. That's where you go from YouTube to watch it. Policy violations is just vague enough. They say, yeah, indeed. But that it's specifically for, quote-unquote, someone else's content. It is copyright, yeah.
Which is unusual. I did notice that as well. Something that is atypical about this is that, normally it tells you copyright violation, but for this as well, it gave me the exact same thing. It said policy violation, not copyright, which is strange.
It's been a while since I've had a look.
Why.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've had a look at the live chat on Rumble. I'm trying to remember how to get to it. People might be typing there. Is anyone? I don't think so, not currently. Rumble does this hilarious thing where the chat, the viewership, you know this, Aiden, the viewers on Rumble always look quite a lot higher than you'd expect. I'm currently looking at 53 live viewers on Rumble. Now, I wish that were true, but it's not.
Yeah, Rumble inflates its numbers.
Oh, never mind. That's 53 views on this video's VOD, I think. It's just 4 live views. Okay, my mistake. But it does inflate its numbers, I'm pretty sure. I'd always thought that from the beginning. I'd always thought that it was doing that. Wait, they're saying it's back? No, it probably isn't back. No, I think YouTube does that sometimes. It plays the last 10 seconds on repeat. Or is it back? What if I do this?
If you keep playing it, though,
it's back.
It will kick it off again.
It's back.
Well, that's what happened with us the other day. It came back after about that amount of time, and then we kept playing the video.
That's weird.
Thinking like, oh, I'll add more commentary, I'll pause it more. Then it did the same thing, and then it kept it down for like 10 minutes.
Well, fuck it doesn't matter. Treat it as an experiment. My channel is the canary in the coal mine of YouTube censorship. Always has been.
Boris?
No.
He's a buffoon. It doesn't mean he's not an authoritarian.
He wants. it's funny you mentioned the word buffoon. So I once.
Well, I mean that's axiomatic.
Oh, no,
Boris
I'm going to tell you.
Doesn't know how many children he has.
I'm going to tell you why. No, because I once interviewed him for GQ, and I said, Boris, this is 2008-9. I said, Boris, I've always thought that lurking beneath the buffoon exterior lies a sharp, calculating political mind that wants to be prime minister. He wasn't even a sort of politician at the time. He looked at me and he said, well, Piers, you must consider the possibility that lurking beneath the buffoon exterior is an actual buffoon.
True.
So he was right.
No, I wish Boris had been better than he was, because he is quite funny. He's quite a character, but he was not what we needed.
No, he was.
I can't say we weren't warned.
But the point is, look, it's not
He's
like
not a fascist, though, Boris Johnson.
He's an authoritarian.
But it diminishes the word fascist when you say that about people. I get annoyed.
Well, what is fascism actually? I mean, we meaning the collective West, meaning the Allies, meaning Roosevelt and Churchill, meaning America and its cousins in the UK, were fighting against an authoritarian system. Mm-hmm. It wasn't just about race hate. It was about full control of a population. We were arguing against that and fighting against it. Of course, we were also funding it when we sent money to Stalin, but whatever. It was never fully consistent. But that's what we tell ourselves. And now that's what you have. There were 3 times as many people arrested in the UK last year for speech crimes as were arrested in Putin's Russia, and you have half the population. So this is much more authoritarian.
Well, I mean, to be fair, anyone in Putin's Russia who would have been arrested already knows they would have, so has stopped doing it, unfortunately. Many of them get killed with polonium and being pushed out of fucking windows. So there's a few factors that are different there.
I would also point out the likelihood that a considerable number of the people who would have been arrested in Putin's Russia are currently in Ukraine.
So yeah, it's you can't compare without a control. Let's put it that way. Bavon says they are more selective in their arrests. If you're irrelevant, you are left alone. Only those who have actual effect gets persecuted. Which, yeah, that also is the case here, where most of the people who have been arrested and prosecuted are fucking working class.
Than Putin's Russia.
No, it's not.
What? How is
ridiculous.
it? How is it not?
That's ridiculous.
If you have 3 times as many arrests for speech crimes, it's more authoritarian.
I've not seen that stat. If that is true, it's because we have been so appalling in protecting free speech.
Well, you're appalling. I'm not. Right. No debate there. But I'm just saying.
Very intellectually generous, Tucker. You can't compare these two things. They're not like things. We have been more used to having the freedom to speak, especially to oppose the government, in the last 100 years than Russia has. Now it's been pretty bad recently, but to be fair, you can still oppose the government in no uncertain terms in the UK, even with a huge audience. But if you say certain things while doing so, you could be arrested for it. Unfortunately, that's the case. In Russia, posing the government with a big audience, no matter what you say, well, you're a threat to the government potentially. I don't mean to speak for Russia, but this is what it seems like, especially if you try to run for government, you do anything to potentially threaten the power of the ruling party, you will suddenly find yourself defenestrated. Maybe so, Everlong. Was his interview before or after the guy got arrested for posting pics of him holding guns? I don't know. I don't remember seeing that.
He doesn't bring it up, but I think it was afterwards. I actually don't know when this was recorded, so I don't know.
Wolf, I don't think he was saying that he is not aware of any such examples. Maybe I missed it there.
No.
As how do you define authoritarian?
The idea that we are living here in a more authoritarian state than Russia.
Come on. Those are the numbers.
You don't believe that.
Look, I believe in science, Piers. I believe in science.
You think England is more...
If you believed in science, you'd find a control. The problem is right now that it's much closer than it should be. And I don't know enough about Russia to say for sure which way around it is, but I do get the impression from what I do know that yes, Russia is more authoritarian, but it's far too close.
It should be absurd.
It's far too close. It is absurd. Wolf, I'm not aware of that stat. Does not mean I'm not aware of that phenomena. It could just be that the exact number he's not seeing that it's true. It's a very reasonable thing to say.
More authoritarian than Russia?
I think you're more likely to be arrested for a speech crime in Great Britain, indeed 3 times as likely.
What would happen if you criticized the government? If you went on the airwaves here tonight...
I'm an American. They're not going to mess with me.
No, but if you went on the airwaves here tonight and you start abusing and hammering and mocking and criticizing our Prime Minister, which, by the way, many people are doing...
I'll give you...
Let me finish my question. If you did that, what would happen to you?
Nothing.
Exactly.
But what if I said I thought gay sex was disgusting and should be illegal?
And if you went...
Wait, hold on. That's nothing. Prime Minister.
Jesus Christ.
Strange.
This isn't an interview, Tucker. Don't call it one. To be fair, he hasn't called it one here, or did he? To be fair, he didn't call it an interview. That's my assumption, I guess. It's a shouting match. That's what it is.
Minister, how about I'm opposed to sodomy? How's that?
I haven't finished my question. And if you went to Moscow and you went on the airwaves and you did that about Putin, what would happen?
You'd be in trouble.
Right. So there's a difference.
No, because
that's an authoritarian state.
No, that's a straightforward.
This one is not.
That's a straightforward.
This is a flawed democracy.
No, this is global homo.
That is.
This is
global homo.
It is. It's global homo.
He didn't say it's global homo. He says globo homo. It's not even about homosexuality. For a while I thought that's what it meant, but no, it's actually a much more sensible term. Global homogenization, making everything the same, which, like in all socialist systems, means pulling down the best elements to the level of the worst.
I think it is.
In this case, yes.
What do you say, Ginger? Sorry?
I think it's both.
Sure. I mean, in happenstance, it is both, yes. The Took says, this is 2 junkies negotiating over a plastic spoon. That's lovely. It's a lovely analogy, and it's so accurate as well. I appreciate that. Busak, calm down, my man. I'm not pretending he's being honest. I think he's being slightly more honest than some people are giving him credit for, but I might be wrong. The British Airways and burn a Quran, yeah. No, Took, no one here at least is saying that the UK is as free as it should be. It's pretty dire. But the comparison is that there are things in both countries which will get you in trouble for saying, which certainly shouldn't. It's not the only measure of freedom, obviously. But I suspect if you were to reason everything out, you would find that Russia is a more authoritarian country overall. But it's far too close. It might not be. Far too close, even if it is.
What do you mean?
I'm going to tell you. This is a concept that you need to understand. This is
I do.
Yes, you do. This is the authoritarianism of the present and future. And it's the feline, passive-aggressive female version that doesn't tell you what it is. They don't march into your town in jackboots and put a rifle against your face and tell you to obey.
They do that in Russia.
For sure. It's much more straightforward.
And they kill you.
And
you fall off a building suddenly.
Oh, you kill tons of people. Kill tons of people.
I don't disagree.
Oh, yeah, you do a lot.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Right. So let's stop with the killing people because you kill tons of people. But as you well know, because you know the people who do it, and I do too. No, I'm saying there's something more offensive about an authoritarianism that will not admit what it is. So instead, people are arrested here and thrown into jail. And I've been to Belmarsh Prison. It's awful.
I've been there.
It's awful.
However, whilst Tucker is correct that it's awful and it is feline as he puts it, it's dishonest about what it is, pretends to be compassionate, all that stuff. Yeah, that's true. However, there's one small advantage of it being that way, is that it is aberrant. How it is in Russia, with the greatest respect, it's been that way for so long. It's how the nation survives. It's just how it maintains itself. Hopefully, at some point, that's broken as well, but it's not aberrant at this point. In the UK, it is gradually becoming normal, but it's still considered aberrant. It's not on the books. It's not how you're supposed to do it. It's not how the country's supposed to run. Eventually, if everyone forgets how it used to be, it would become normal, but it would take that. It's not by force. It's ending up this way. It's by just staying on the edge of permission, which means it should be easier to break it. All we have to do is say, we're just not doing that anymore, and it will stop. In Russia, it would take a total change of the structure of the nation. You don't know what might happen if you stop doing that. If you switch from an authoritarian system to one where you give more freedom, it's a change. It's a bigger change. You've got to change what's on the books, essentially. With this like backdoor authoritarianism, it is probably easier to break if you get the opportunity to change it, because it's less legitimate. And that is also an argument for democracy and some other things as well, is that even at its worst, it is aberrant in its flaws. So it's easier to cast them as legitimate, and that will give you the legitimacy to fix them. In an authoritarian system, really, it's kind of, are you more powerful than the current leader? Can you seize the throne for yourself and assume that you can? It's might. It's not on the basis of legitimacy. And legitimacy is a slightly better metric for that than might.
Awful. But you walk in, and there are all these signs about Trans Acceptance Week. It is fascism wrapped in the Human Rights Campaign rainbow logo. It's not any different from what we were fighting against. It's arresting you for saying something they don't want.
I certainly believe, and this has been my big criticism of the woke left, I wrote this book called Woke is Dead, which is more an aspiration than a reality at the moment. But the point I was making was that the woke left became, in the end, like the very fascists they profess to hate most. They literally behaved like fascists. Yeah. Anyone that deviated from their world...
You're about 10 years behind on that, Piers.
Yeah, it sure is. That's why it was so disgusting that he wrote that book this year. Or wrote it, whatever, he published it this year.
Took, if the government could crack down with no consequences, they would have done it already. There's limits to what they're able to do with this backdoor authoritarianism, which is also, it's good. It means it's slower, but obviously it's still a problem, so you have to break it. This is why I feel like Russians feel more represented by the government. Putin and brutes do. Yeah, possibly Achilles, but we have the ability to change our government, which means that if we don't feel represented by it, we can try something else, and it hasn't gone very well so far, but I think I know why. Existing structures don't lend themselves to actual representation. One hopes the next one will do better, but if it doesn't, we will have to try something more radical. At least there is the expectation that you can rapidly change government if it's not what you want. Here, there isn't that in Russia. So again, it's about the expectation of legitimacy does tend towards refreshing the system, even if it takes many attempts to get that right. Busak, ultimately, violence is the authority, the supreme authority from which all other authority derives. However, we use abstractions to form what is called a civilized society. Those abstractions, if followed, mean that we can exchange power between people who shouldn't have it to people that should without bloodshed. Now, that's a pretty rare thing in nature, and it's been pretty effective for the best civilizations in the world. It is one of the defining characteristics of the best civilizations in the world that they don't define themselves purely on power, but on some arbitrary rules which, if followed, actually produce a better society. Violence is at the root of all of it, but what you really must understand about Heinlein and what he said there, it's not necessarily what he believed, but I suspect he'd agree with me, because he doesn't seem like a dumb guy, is that while, yes, it is ultimately at the root of everything, it is not the vanguard method. It's not the main way that power is defined in a civilized society. If you try using violence instead of the abstractions that we have established to deal with power, you must be stopped. Hence the monopoly on violence. It is, again, the supreme authority from which all other authority is derived. One of those, the next layer up is civilization. You don't get civilization if it's all might makes right. If you're agreeing with the monarchist, Busak, think about why. Because historically, monarchy was a way to manage conflicting power interests and to align them into a group effort. It's a good structure. I don't think it's the best, but it's not a bad structure. But it's back then it was very much correlated with power, which meant that there was not much influence from below, except where it was directly correlated with the ability to exercise that power. Revlon says, stop being overly critical of Tucker's approach. His statements can be argued against if they are taken seriously, and the truth is close enough to what he says. What he's doing is making inflammatory statements that are close to the truth so that Piers would rebut it with absurd and obviously false counter. I think, Revlon, maybe I shouldn't, because I agree with most of what Tucker's saying, but he's not as smart as you make him sound. I think he's floundering a bit, and I do get annoyed when people are shouting over each other like this. But yeah, maybe I shouldn't spend too much time on Tucker's. But also, I do, like, even though my differences with him are smaller, I also want to define so that it doesn't seem like I'm agreeing with him just because I'm on the same side. I want to state my actual beliefs, not just state how Piers is wrong as well. That's kind of off topic, Busak. The imported people don't fucking care. Yeah, I know. It's not really what we were talking about. It doesn't conflict with what I said either. I believe it's possible to vote yourself out of this, yes. It's getting less and less likely. But it's a colossal global, it's a pull economically. It's profitable to do it. So it's being done. The only way that's going to stop is if the people of the nation say no, because profit motive wise, it's going to happen. The only way to prevent it is if you can get some other motive. And besides sheer violence, which I hope is not necessary, but maybe, the only other way is legitimate authority, which we can affect through democratic means. There are others, but that's the one we've got currently. So let's hope it works. I think it probably could, but it's probably going to take more than one term, more than one leader, more than one attempt, as it already has. It's a long process, but it's supposed to be. You need to be smart to get good at a skill. True, I'm not sure. I guess that's about Tucker, maybe. The same one to uphold the Republic and one to bash you with a skull in. Huge function of your problem. Busak, blacks. Not Wolfeye, but I think that stat is if things continue at the rate they're going. Maybe even if the growth of the problem continues at the rate it's going. There's multiple dimensions there. If the problem can be slowed before then that number starts to increase. The number at which it's when ethnic minority starts to go up. If immigration is halted completely, I reckon you can add another 30, 40 years to that number. Unless it is minus immigration, in which case I'm surprised it's so near. If that's completely minus immigration, that's that. Is with no deportations and a blanket ban on immigration and the birth rate staying consistent. Okay, then yeah, that is concerning. There does need to be deportations. Farage is talking about deportations. He's talking about not as many as I'd like. He's talking about hundreds of thousands rather than millions, but it is a good start. What will also happen is a lot of the deportations will be voluntary if you change the benefit system, so they are likely to be more than he will do directly. It's not enough, but hey, give me a better option. Busak, that's 65 years. We've had the problems here for 25. A bit more than that, obviously, but mostly. Maybe toast. Yeah, maybe. I don't think many of us would mind our government paying to get rid of them, as long as it's not too much either. Not that you should have to. Yeah, not that you should. But if it was that or nothing. But yeah, I guess so, Toast. That's probably even more the case when there's a moat, isn't it? If it's the US and they could walk back across the border. I think I can't remember. I think there were some stats on self-deportations happening in the US as well. I can't remember on the God. Well, that might happen anyway. The thing is, if deportations start and they get rowdy, things might kick off. If so, there you go. Do what's necessary. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Wolf. They may not leave peacefully. If so, that should be dealt with. I'm not sure what you mean by that, AC. Not the US. The US is a nation founded on ideals, a nation founded on ethnicity. Largely, yeah, on the trust. The US is a nation founded on laws. They use legalism to fill in for a lack of homogenous culture, homogenous and ethnically derived culture. We don't use that, which has pros and cons. So yes, we rely more on a consistent ethnicity. I agree. I don't know why you think you disagree with me there, Wolf. It's like every time you make a statement against me, you seem to forget every position I've ever stated and just respond to an exaggerated version of the last one I made.
Well,
I don't want you to devalue the term.
No, I'm not. I'm explaining the hypocrisy of the left.
No, I get it.
Which I think we could probably agree with. Is if you start to behave like the very people you claim you hate most, you are a brazen hypocrite.
It's not just the left; it's the right.
Well, the right's doing it.
Unfortunately,
I agree. Some of the right's doing it as well. I agree. Hypocrisy is hypocrisy, isn't it? Wherever you see it. And I do think that the way I would categorize what's happened here is successive governments, right and left, have pandered to a weird sentiment driven by very vocal but small numbers of people that we have to start getting into the suppressing free speech business. And it's been a catastrophic failure, which has diminished this country.
But why?
What we're beginning to see is the coming out of that. And I'll give an example. When Graham Linehan, the comedian, the father Ted genius, right? And he decided to take on this whole trans issue head on. And a bit like J.K. Rowling, he got shamed, vilified, cancelled. He lost everything. He lost his family. He lost his jobs. He lost everything. Became unemployable. Completely cancelled. And he did some jokes on X back in April. And they were just like harmless, right? He talked about a trans woman coming into a woman's space.
Harmless to you as a non-trans person, but genocidal to the trans community.
Which again is ridiculous. So he did a joke about a trans woman coming into a woman's space, and he said, "What you should do is kick him in the balls," right? It was a joke. It was an ear knuckle joke. If you're oversensitive, you go, "Ooh." Most people just laughed and took it for what it was. So that kind of joke that wouldn't even be considered remotely controversial 10 years ago. When he arrived at Heathrow Airport several months later, he was arrested by 5 armed police officers and taken off to the cells. And I just found that utterly shocking. So I'm not pretending there's not been a massive problem about free speech. But what was interesting and encouraging was the public backlash, hence my book title, Woke is Dead. The public backlash was so ferocious that within a week, the police said, we're not going to prosecute Linehan. And actually, they said further, we're never going to prosecute anyone for this kind of thing again.
That was a